Meet Chris, an awakened S-class hunter. He awakens at the age of 19, just like all his relatives before him. When signing the contract, he is trolled that he will be going to a B-tier dungeon, so there is nothing to be afraid of. My aunt and uncle say that starting your hunting career early is a great step. However, Chris has a gut feeling that something is wrong, looking at their faces. The thing is that in this world, dungeons are dangerous even for hunters, and you can die there. In any case, he guesses that these evil people are probably planning to get rid of him. His parents suffer the same fate, which is why Chris finds himself in such a difficult situation. In any case, when he awakens, his physical abilities increase. There is no need to worry that this person will die so easily. Chris is very cold-blooded, but inside he cares about his life. He already has time to suffer from these scoundrels who have lost their human appearance. There is no point in him stewing in this stinking cauldron. It is better to risk everything to escape. Lost in his thoughts, he doesn't even notice the teacher's congratulations. In this world, you can become a hunter even if you are a high school student. Chris looks in surprise at the cake that is presented to him as a gift, but everything that happens seems indifferent to him. The guys continue to congratulate him and discuss him, and Chris simply silently accepts the bouquet of flowers and cake. Suddenly, the rest of the classmates notice a girl named Lilia, whose father is also an S-rank hunter. The protagonist looks up and looks at the girl who is sitting silently at her desk. The thing is that Lilia is a fairly well-known person. Her father, Marcus, is one of the first S-rank hunters and is treated as a hero. However, Chris prefers to forget the name of this girl and decides to throw out of his head everything that connects him with a peaceful life. These things remind him of his parents and their fate, and he understands that he cannot enter the dungeon with such thoughts. The desire to return to his normal life simply eats away at him from the inside. Lily once says that after what happened to her father, she loses interest in hunters. At this moment, the girl suddenly turns around and looks at Chris with concern. Suddenly, he hears a voice asking him not to die, and it seems to him that the voice belongs to Lilia. At this moment, Chris doesn't understand what just happened. Then classmates begin to discuss what Lilia said. At this moment, Lily can't stand it and abruptly gets up from her table. After this, she heads towards the exit of the classroom while the others continue to discuss her. At this moment, the main character already realizes what is happening, and Lilia's words remain in his memory for a long time. This thought has been firmly lodged in his head since the moment he woke up. It remains unchanged to this day, and he meets and overcomes all the difficulties on his path with this thought. Suddenly, Chris feels that his wound starts to bleed heavily. He realizes that he is falling into a complete trap 2 days ago. The hero remembers the moment when he encounters a huge red dragon. Suddenly, a sudden pain from the wound pierces his body, and he feels his legs begin to give way. The hero stretches his hand forward, but does not manage to grab it in time and falls off the cliff. After this, he flies straight down, and the wound on his body still continues to bleed. Now he realizes that he uses up all the food and potions that would normally last him a week. But now, due to the wound the dragon inflicts, his stamina evaporates with every breath. However, he still remembers Lilia's words, asking him not to die. Chris decides that at least his determination will never die. But with every step, hope fades. Now the desire to give up this useless struggle and surrender is persistently creeping into my head. The hero no longer feels his body. His eyelids become heavy, but he does not want to close them. At that moment, he suddenly sees a strange light right in front of him. At some point, he realizes that this may be the end of his journey. Without further ado, he heads forward, straight towards the source of light. But, to his surprise, he sees a sign with the name of the hotel written on it, Young Spring. The main character finds himself right in front of the entrance to some strange hotel. He doesn't understand how there could be a hotel in the dungeon. He recalls the words of one girl who said that she saw a hotel there with a very handsome porter. She claimed that if Chris got into trouble and saw a glowing sign in front of him, he should definitely go inside. Previously, Chris considered this the nonsense of a new hunter. He really hopes that this hotel won't turn out to be another trap, but his condition leaves him no choice, so he decides to take a risk and enter. Inside, a girl at the reception desk is already waiting for him, who immediately greets Chris. She tells him in a warm voice, "Welcome to the Young Spring Hotel." The main character is very surprised to see Lilia in front of him in the uniform of a hotel administrator. Shortly before this, Lilia comes to the grave of her father Marcus. She places flowers on the grave and notes that she hasn't seen his face for a long time. The girl greets her parent with a smile and says that she is glad to see him. 20 years ago, spatial rifts began to appear everywhere, from which terrible monsters emerged into the human world. As a result, the government is deploying military units to ensure the protection of citizens. Many people are dying, and those who manage to escape are trembling with fear. People are in a panic and say that this is the day of judgment. But along with spatial rifts, hunters begin to appear among people. People who suddenly discovered incredible power in themselves. They direct their forces to fight the monsters, and as a result, humanity experiences a crisis and adapts. Hunters of that time become true heroes, and Marcus is one of the S-rank heroes that everyone looks up to. He becomes a hero to the entire nation, and this is both a great honor and a heavy burden. He even jokingly complains about his job. Lily, seeing how he succeeds in everything, sincerely thinks that being a hunter is much easier than sitting in an office. She is always very proud of her father when he is shown on TV and when he saves other people's lives. But when she turns 12, her father, of whom she is so proud, enters the dungeon and never returns. After this, Uncle Martin begins to take care of her. But when Lilia turns 20, she decides to become independent. Martin tries to dissuade her from this several times, but she remains firm in her decision. So he gives her the money her father leaves behind and asks her to use it wisely. In the end, Lilia pays for college and buys a small apartment. But she can't stop thinking about something bigger. She hears news of hunters dying, reads articles about monsters, and sees the ruins of cities. Every time she encounters something like this, she thinks about the price of her father's life. One of her father's former colleagues, Mr. Jones, repeatedly asks her to take a test for awakened abilities. However, her abilities do not manifest, but unlike Jones, Lilia is happy about this. The thing is, she hates hunters and dungeons. She believes that they are the ones taking her father away from her. The company where she works after graduation is difficult for her, but they pay her well. Because of this, she is able to lead a free life and thinks that everything will be fine if she just keeps working. But now the girl says that she is signing a resignation letter today. Her bosses ruin her plans every time, and no matter how hard she works, nothing changes. More and more is demanded of her, despite the fact that she never takes a day off. Lilia admits that she did not want to spend her father's money and tried to get back on her feet on her own. However, she understands that she can't cope, and now she will have to spend this money. She remembers her father's words about a quiet place overlooking the beach where he dreams of living happily ever after with her. Lily realizes that she wants to experience the quiet life he talked about. She announces that she is going to open a cafe on the beach. She has been working part-time at the cafe for 6 years, and now has no problem getting her license. Now Lily just needs to find a place away from the rifts with dungeons. Finally, the girl promises her father that she will do everything right and asks him to watch her. Soon she receives a call from Mr. Jones, who is very surprised that she is already leaving Seoul. But Lilia asks him not to worry. She is simply moving from a metropolis to a city with a population of about 2,000 people. Then she says that her bus is already arriving and she needs to run urgently. After numerous searches, she finds the address she needs with great difficulty. This is the same place where her father is before he awakens. This happens a long time ago. The place is called Yonshin Parish. It is the only place where dungeons have not appeared even once since the disaster. There is a peaceful life there, untouched by destruction, and this is what Lily needs most. There is an empty hotel building there that has not been used for a long time, and the beach is within walking distance. When the girl arrives there, she realizes that this is exactly what her father means. The girl remembers that one day a famous fortune teller came here, who claimed that there was wonderful energy here. Lily believes her when she smells the clean scent of the sea breeze. The girl wants to freshen up, but she also needs to think about how to pay for the building's maintenance. If she wants to use it as a cafe, she will have to renovate it and completely redesign the interior. Suddenly, Lily hears someone barking behind her. When she turns around, she sees a medium-sized dog sitting next to her. The girl wonders how long she has been sitting here, since she has not noticed her before. She assumes that the dog lives somewhere nearby, although he doesn't have a collar, but his fur is well groomed. She decides that perhaps his family is already waiting for him, and asks the dog to go home. Then Lilia begins to think about the fact that she also needs to come up with an interior design, redesign the facade, and create a menu. However, first she needs to eat something herself. But as soon as the girl opens the door to the building, that same dog immediately jumps in. Before Lily can figure anything out, a strange glow appears in front of her. It states that the hotel screens visitors and identifies Lilia as the hotel manager. It is also said that she awakens a hidden class called the hotel manager. The girl is very surprised because she wants to become the owner of a cafe, not a hotel. She is also amazed that she appears to be becoming a hunter. Hunters usually awaken before the age of 20, but she takes her final test at 22 and shows no abilities. However, the system tells her that her class is hotel manager, and her additional ability is housewife. Lily doesn't understand what this means, but it's not the most important problem right now. She's more concerned about why her stats are so low. Her level is F rank. Usually hidden classes have high stats, but this is different for her. The girl wonders whether she should discuss this with Uncle Jones. However, she decides that perhaps she shouldn't tell him about her awakening. In that case, she will have to undergo all sorts of tests, but she herself does not understand anything yet. There is an hour left before the hotel opens, and the building is completely unprepared to receive guests. There is dust and cobwebs in every corner, and the carpets are very dirty. The girl decides that first she needs to eat and find a place to sleep, and if the notifications continue, she will ask her uncle for advice. However, she cannot move forward because the system stops her. Lily is irritated not by the notifications themselves, but by the fact that the system sends them one by one. The system, as if hearing her thoughts, reports that it can work with delays. It is also said that the porter will soon be awakened, and at that moment, Lily notices a strange light in front of her. Then a man appears in front of her and greets her in Korean, French, and English. Immediately after this, he greets her in Chinese and Japanese. After this, the young porter asks Lilia what language she would like to install. Seeing the confusion on his boss's face, he asks what happened to her. At this point, Lily begins to fear that this guy might be a monster and asks him not to come closer. However, she suddenly loses consciousness and falls to the floor. The porter is very concerned that his boss is falling, but she still asks him not to come closer. Then he says he just wants to make sure the manager is okay. At this moment, Lily thinks about her father. She wonders what she should do if the golden-haired monster keeps calling her manager. Suddenly, a notification about a training quest appears in front of her. Lily is surprised that the system offers her to work with this guy. In the end, it turns out that he is not a monster, but the keeper of this hotel. The guy confirms this and says that he will be the keeper of the hotel and her servant. But Lily still refuses to believe that he really isn't a monster. The guy explains that he is simply the guardian of the hotel, the same as the guardian of the hearth spirit or the spirit of water. But Lilia continues to insist that he just wants to deceive her. Then the guy reminds her about the notification about the training task. The girl turns her head and sees that there really is a quest in the system. When she clicks on it, information about the porter appears in front of her. The guy starts waving his hand and claims that he is the same porter mentioned in the quest. Now that Lily looks at him more closely, he begins to look suspiciously like the golden retriever she meets on the way here. She notes that the dog was kind of cute too. But in any case, what is more important is that the reward for completing the task is 100 gold. 1 gold coin is equal to $10, which is approximately 10,000 won. So if she has 100 gold pieces, she will have 1,000,000 won in her wallet. With this money, Lilia will be able to cover the costs of repairing and finishing the hotel building. And although this amount seems large, in fact, all of it will immediately go towards various needs. Then she asks the receptionist if he really speaks Korean fluently. The guy immediately begins to explain that he has access to 25 languages, as well as dialects that are difficult to understand. But for Lilia, all this information turns out to be absolutely useless. She says that she needs to undergo training first and at the same time check whether she is really awakened. Then the guy says that now they need to go up to the second floor. Seeing the card in his hands, she asks how he is going to drag this colossus upstairs. But the guy picks her up and tells her she doesn't have to worry about it. The blonde guy turns out to be very excited about cleaning and opening the hotel. It's a long-awaited moment for him. Lily is perplexed because she has never seen a hotel worker so excited to start work. Soon, he tells that on the second floor, there are rooms 201 to 203, and on the third, similarly. Later, he decides to start cleaning from room 201. Meanwhile, Lily goes to the curtains, opens them, and a stunning view of the sea opens up before her. She remembers her father telling her that there was an amazing place here with a view of the beach. The blonde guy comes up to her and says that he always liked the view from their hotel windows. Lily is momentarily stunned, for the sight awakens memories in her. So she says that they need to finish their training as soon as possible, and the receptionist happily agrees. However, when the girl looks into the rooms, she is horrified. There is complete chaos there. Everything is covered in dust and stains. At some point, she decides to give up because cleaning all the rooms will take at least a week. But the blonde guy asks her if she didn't gain any skills when she became a hotel manager. He adds that she can find out more about them in the status window. And then Lilia remembers that she really does have a housewife skill that helps her clean her room much faster. She is a little embarrassed to talk about it, but she admits that she has this skill. But the girl still doesn't understand who could name the skill in such a strange way. In literally one moment, the room they are in is completely transformed. Lily is extremely surprised that all this is happening so quickly. Now this place looks absolutely incredible. Lily can't believe that the room is getting perfectly clean without her even lifting a finger. It's a stunning effect that she's only seen in large hospitals before. However, the blonde states that it is a normal ability, and suggests that she use her powers on the remaining rooms. But Lilia doesn't understand how someone like her can have such a special skill. She considers herself an ordinary person who dreams of a better life, and nothing more. But she is glad that this is not a combat skill, because she does not aspire to become a hunter. She might even be able to use this skill to buff the rooms of injured hunters. At this moment, the blonde notices that his boss is smiling, although the girl denies it. She just says she's glad to have the automatic cleaning skill. Her assistant suggests that in that case, she should dedicate her entire life to this hotel. But the girl doesn't understand why she needs an assistant if she can clean the rooms herself. However, they still head to room 202 to complete their training. In just a couple of minutes, the girl clears rooms 202 and 203. Soon after, there is only one dirty room left in the entire hotel, but Lily is so exhausted that she urgently needs something to drink. Then the porter informs that they have nose, beer, mosmos, cola, and coffee. However, Lily doesn't care. She's simply dying of thirst and wants to drink at least something. She knows that using skills consumes mana, but this is the first time she has experienced it. There is not a drop of strength left in her body. She feels as if she has scrubbed every room by hand. Soon her assistant appears in front of her with a glass on a tray. The girl is very surprised that he comes back so quickly, but the guy says that it is not difficult for him, and he can be very useful. So he asks her to reconsider her opinion of him, and offers to hire him for any job. Lily asks what salary he wants, but the blonde doesn't care since he's not a bodyguard. Lily suddenly remembers that this guy is not quite a person, but rather a spirit. A free servant is fine, but she doubts that she won't get a complaint from the Ministry of Labor for this. As soon as she drinks the coffee, she is very surprised by its taste. This is the first time in her life that she has tasted such delicious coffee. When she finishes drinking it, the system reports that her mana regeneration increases. The blonde smiles and reminds once again that he can be quite useful. Indeed, Lilia feels her strength gradually returning. Then the guy asks her if she is going to hire him. After this, the girl thinks about it and says that she will think about it some more. But the guy interprets her words as if he had already been accepted, and begins to thank his boss. After this, the girl enters the last room and gathers her strength for the final step. Finally, she uses the housewife skill to clean the room, and soon the tutorial quest is completed. Both Lily and the blonde are happy that the training is ending. After this, the moment comes when you need to accept the well-deserved reward, and Lily receives 100 gold coins. Now all that remains is to transfer them to your bank account. The girl looks at the screen of her mobile phone with disbelief. It all seems like a dream to her, as more than 1,000,000 won has just been deposited into her account. She doesn't understand why she gets paid so much to work at the hotel when she's not even taking part in the raid. However, this whole situation makes her incredibly happy. Moreover, the system gives her the opportunity to gain a new skill for tidying up the rooms. Although Lily is skeptical, she still decides to use the coupon. She hopes for some hidden skill, but decides that she will be happy with any result. And then the system tells you that its new feature is a check-in desk that simplifies the check-in process. At this moment, Lily feels disappointed. She can't understand why all her abilities are so strange. She also doubts that there would be a madman who would travel the long way to this island to look into the hotel. But in any case, there are 4 minutes left before opening, and Lilia decides to go down to the first floor. The girl is extremely surprised that almost an hour has already passed. She is also terrified by the prospect of being in the hotel business forever. She decides that she needs to contact Uncle Jones first, as he might know something. She also needs to check if there have been any cases where the hunter has awakened as a hotel manager. Immediately after this, the girl contacts Jones, but suddenly the system issues a new notification. It states that there are 5 seconds left before the hotel opens, and this information confuses the girl. She doesn't understand why the opening is happening so soon and immediately runs downstairs. As she goes, she apologizes to Uncle Jones, who says that he is already sending people for her. The man does not understand what is happening, because Lilia herself calls him, but she immediately ends the call. She thinks to herself that perhaps her uncle is very worried about her now. But suddenly the system reports that the revolving door to a random dungeon is open. The girl realizes with horror that this could mean the appearance of monster clients. She immediately remembers all the newspaper articles and reports about missing hunters. She also remembers how exactly her father died. And even though her assignment is to register her first client, she decides that she is not going to stand and wait for the monster. She decides that she will not do this for any amount of money, since she hates dungeons and monsters. Lily steps outside, but the space around her suddenly begins to float. She looks somewhere in front of her and feels something strangely familiar. What if the system reports that a level B spider appears in front of it? At the last moment, Lilia manages to dodge his blow and decides that something urgently needs to be done about this. She looks at a huge piece of rock that the spider is knocking out with its paw. So Lilia decides that she should just go back to the hotel now. She really hopes that she will manage to do this before the spider attacks her. She can already see the spider's paw heading straight for her face. The girl prepares to defend herself, but suddenly feels a strange force pulling her inside the hotel. When she opens her eyes, she sees that she is standing in front of the revolving door again. The girl is very surprised by this and does not understand where the monster is that was just outside. The blonde man standing behind her explains that it is extremely dangerous to go outside while the hotel is open. Then Lilia asks him why he didn't warn her about this earlier and demands that he return her money. But the blonde explains that the revolving door replaces the regular one only when the hotel is open. At that time, a random dungeon appears outside. However, according to him, only people can enter through the door, and monsters cannot get inside. Thus, the revolving door is simply a passage connecting the dungeons and the hotel. Then Lily calms down a little, since this means that the hotel is still in the real world. Suddenly, a strange man with green liquid on his hand comes inside. This man is surprised how such a place can exist in the dungeon. When Lily turns around, she sees a hunter girl standing behind her. She is extremely surprised and does not understand where she is. Then the blonde advises Lilia to use the reception desk skill. This skill is designed to make it easier to receive guests, and the girl decides that it will help them get their bearings. Once she activates the skill, she immediately starts talking like a professional hotel worker. She smiles widely and welcomes the girl to the Young Spring Hotel. It also activates the seller's smile effect, which increases the chance of a successful deal by 100%. However, the huntress is still surprised that there could be a hotel in this place at all. But Lilia confirms that this is indeed the case and reports that the fee for the night is 150 gold. She realizes that she is saying this against her will, and what's more, the prices here are really very high. To her surprise, the huntress says she is willing to pay, but Lilia warns that since they are just opening, the hotel does not have any sheets or blankets yet. The huntress replies that everything is fine. She is already glad that she does not have to sleep on the floor. The girl had already forgotten the last time she slept in a bed. Then Lily remembers Jones's words that during raids there is almost no time left for normal rest. Thinking about this, she can't help but remember her father, who probably felt the same way as this huntress. Then Lily asks the girl how long she has been in the dungeon. The huntress, who introduces herself as Catherine, has been in the dungeon for about 4 days, and shares that killing monsters is proving to be very difficult. After that, she hands over a tablet on which the name of her guild is written, Hanun. Lilia then offers her a cup of coffee for free since she doesn't want her to spend 10,000 won. Soon after, a blonde man approaches them with a tray in his hand. As soon as Catherine sees a cup of coffee, she immediately picks it up to drink it. However, after tasting it, she realizes it is a potion. But Lilia clarifies that this is not exactly a potion. Rather, it is a special service of the hotel. Hearing this, Catherine immediately begins to bow and thank for such help. After this, she is given the key to room 303, which has the best view of the sea. From the height of the 3rd floor, the beach is visible, and a feeling of harmony seems to fill a person from within. Lily wants to believe that this view at least slightly relieves Catherine's fatigue. So she says that she hopes that the hunter, tired in the dungeon, will be able to have a good rest in this place. The hotel also has an automatic payment system, which genuinely surprises Catherine. Lilia adds that her room has the best view of the surrounding area and wishes her sweet dreams. Catherine turns out to be very grateful to Lilia for such a warm welcome. After this, the blonde escorts the huntress to her room, and Lilia turns to the system. There she receives a reward of 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a coupon for the free purchase of 1 item. The girl understands that with such earnings, she can soon move from a poor life to a very rich one. It also turns out that the hotel's level is being upgraded, and now it can accommodate a cafeteria. Lily is extremely surprised that the upgrade happens so quickly. It seems to her that her dream of becoming a cafe owner is gradually coming true. But when she sees what this cafeteria actually looks like, she feels a strong sense of disappointment again. The blonde man, who had already escorted Catherine to her room, also turned out to be glad that they now had a cafeteria. Now he can make up to 10 cups of coffee in a row there. He also tells Lilia about the new guest and mentions that he noticed her crying while looking at the sea outside the window. The guy assumes that Lilia is specifically giving her the key to this particular room for the sake of the beautiful view. Lilia says that when a person is depressed, he needs to get a good night's sleep. And in such a peaceful place, this is especially important. The blonde replies that this once again proves that his boss is very talented. He emphasizes that she perfectly senses the emotions of her clients, but this is inaccessible to him as a spiritual guardian. After that, he goes to make a cup of warming coffee and try to warm the client's heart. Meanwhile, Lilia reflects on his words about her talent. Then she suddenly remembers that she still has a coupon for one more item in the store. Since she is given the opportunity to buy something for free, she is going to choose the most expensive item. Therefore, without thinking twice, Lilia decides to look into the local store. She decides not to even look for anything, but simply settle on the most expensive thing. As it turns out, this is dragon scale armor worth 10,000 gold. Lily is already starting to rejoice that she now owns a product worth $100,000. But the system says that the coupon cannot be exchanged for items not intended for its class. And although Lilia is upset, she understands that indeed, things for the hidden class probably cost even more. The most expensive item available for purchase is the hotel fountain for 9,000 gold. Moreover, she cannot buy it because her level is too low. Then she decides to look at the products that are available for purchase, but the list turns out to be unimpressive. However, the coupon is only valid for half a day, so you have to choose something, and one of the options is always clean bed linen. Since there really is nothing else to buy, Lilia decides to choose him. This turns out to be very relevant, since she is uncomfortable receiving guests without even simple accessories. That's why Lily decides that it's not such a bad purchase. Meanwhile, Catherine, while in her room, decides to use her laptop. As it turns out, she receives a notification that she has successfully joined the Hanun Guild. Since childhood, she dreams of becoming a hunter, because in her eyes they were heroes saving the world from danger. So Catherine is very glad that she lives to see this day. She awakens and gets a chance to become a hero who saves people. But it turns out that she is too naive. The thing is, in the first 2 years of work, 9 out of 10 hunters decide to limit themselves to low-level dungeons, so they shouldn't expect a cool guild to ever pay attention to them. Catherine understands that a C-rank hunter like her would definitely leave the game quickly under these conditions. But she decides not to give up from the very beginning, and understands that she must overcome all this. Because of all these anxious thoughts, she cannot concentrate on the first raid, and makes many ridiculous mistakes. When she doesn't set herself up properly, things go badly. That's where her problems begin. She often hears from others that she is a lousy hunter, and that she can't even kill a goblin. She understands that this is her first time, and she really fails. But she still wants to make things right. And one day she gets such a chance, and Catherine goes to the dungeon again. There she defeats all the monsters and decides that this should be enough. But when she turns around, she realizes that there is no one around to witness her progress. Now she doesn't understand why she is so eager to become a hunter. Perhaps it's just a cover. And in reality, she lacks communication skills. The girl thinks that if she had known that everything would be exactly like this, it would have been better to just sleep longer before the raid. Now she really wants to just wash her face and lie down on the bed. At this moment she begins to worry greatly and even cries, mentally turning to her mother. However, suddenly a strange hotel materializes right before her eyes. Catherine thinks she's imagining it all, because she's been homesick for a long time. Inside, however, she is greeted by a smiling girl, and everything seems frighteningly real. But she still doesn't believe that this is not a dream, and that the charming doorman is really serving her hot coffee. Moreover, for only 150 gold, she gets her number and such a warm attitude towards herself. She believes that they are truly good people, and hopes that all hunters will become like that someday. Moreover, when she enters her room, she is amazed by the amazing view from the window. She has nightmares in the dungeon, and Catherine hopes that she will have a good dream tonight. Soon after, she takes a shower and feels like she is being born again. She then looks at the wounds on her arm and notices that they are starting to disappear. Catherine is amazed that her wounds are healing so quickly. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door of her room, and the girl asks the stranger to come in. It turns out it's the owner, who apologizes for disturbing Catherine. It turns out that they, together with the porter, bring her a clean set of bed linen and a blanket. Catherine is surprised by this, and thanks him for taking such care of her. Here, her healing is faster than in a hospital room with an A-rank healer. Moreover, this girl reminds her of a C-rank healer volunteer who hides his identity. Soon after such a hard day, Lily finally lies down to rest. She reflects that it's not all that bad, since she earns 450 gold per hour of work. Also, remembering the emotions on Catherine's face, she understands that all this is happening for a reason. She should be happy about this outcome of events, but there is something that prevents her from doing so. The thing is, the hotel is always open now, and she doesn't know how to get out of here. Moreover, her phone doesn't work here at all. Lily is worried that Uncle Jones is probably very worried about her right now. She could try to leave through the door, but she is afraid that she will simply die. However, her strength is already leaving her, and so Lilia decides to think about it tomorrow. The next morning she wakes up with the realization that she simply passed out the night before. Suddenly she notices that there is a folded worker's uniform lying on the table next to her. She guesses that it is the porter who brings this uniform set for her. Then Lily realizes that she was wearing her sports clothes all this time. However, she doesn't think the porter is worried about her. Most likely, he just wants to keep her in the hotel. Then the girl decides to try on what they bring her. She ends up putting on a suit and now looks like a full-fledged hotel employee. Now she is interested in the question of where the porter is now. It turns out he sleeps behind his counter in a very strange position. Lily is surprised, because she believes that the system's creatures do not need sleep at all. However, she still has to wake up the young man, who after a while opens his eyes. He is horrified when he sees his boss in front of him. He is very embarrassed by the fact that she sees him sleeping and possibly drooling. However, Lilia says that he has nothing to be ashamed of, and invites him to eat ramen with her. Soon after, she prepares 2 packages of noodles for them. She also suggests stopping addressing each other so formally. But the guy replies that he is happy with everything as it is, but his boss can address him however she wishes. However, when he calls Lilia a boss, she feels like some kind of old woman. Then the blonde notices that the girl is finally putting on her uniform. She says that she doesn't really like all of this, but she still accepts her role. And now that Lily thinks about it, she realizes that this place isn't so bad. She's not sure, but the system doesn't seem to allow more than 1 hunter to visit the hotel at once. However, even 1 client a day brings in 150 gold, and this is even more than she dreams of. Then she says that she hasn't made a decision yet, and is going to think about it for a few more days. But the blonde is already happy that she has started to consider the idea of staying to work here. At this moment, Catherine comes down from her room to the cafeteria. She freezes for a moment and stares at the package of noodles in Lilia's hands. As soon as the girl notices her client, she also offers her some noodles. Catherine doesn't hesitate and immediately sits down on the empty chair. After this, Lily hands her a pack of noodles. The girl is very happy that she will finally be able to taste normal food. She eats terrible food for 4 days, so she immediately pounces on the noodles without even adding water. Soon after, she eats it all and says that yesterday, when she finds the hotel, she felt very bad. She can't think of anything that day. But today she thinks about what she will do when she returns to the outside world. The blonde explains that if she goes out through the door, she will be able to get into the dungeon from which she comes. As soon as Catherine hears this, her voice begins to tremble violently. Then Lily suggests that she can also rest here for some more time. But the girl says that after such a wonderful dream, she feels a restoration of strength, and in any case, the guild will punish her. Lily is very surprised when she hears about the punishment. Then Catherine explains that she is falling behind because she can't keep up with her teammates. However, according to Lilia, this is not the hunter's fault, because the raid participants failed to take care of her. But Catherine replies that no one will listen to her because she doesn't get along well with her teammates. Even though they enter the dungeon together, everyone here is responsible for themselves, and it is entirely her fault that she falls behind the party. Lilia says that teamwork is called that for a reason, and that you can't succeed if only one side is putting in the effort. Then the girl admits that there is sense in her words. Lilia thought the best solution would be for Catherine to tell the guild leader what happened. Lilia knows that the head of the Hanun Guild is Uncle Martin, and if it really is him, then he will surely be able to judge this situation sensibly. And even if Catherine is asked to leave, then it is better to change guilds than to stay in a team where she is considered superfluous. Moreover, she turns out to be a C rank, which is considered quite a high rank. Therefore, Lilia is confident that there are many guilds that would be happy to accept Catherine. When Catherine hears this, she thanks the owner for the advice and says that she is leaving immediately. But Lilia is surprised that the girl leaves so quickly. However, she says that she is a worthy hunter and member of the guild, and in her opinion, running away from problems will not help solve them. At this moment, Lily realizes that the girl has matured a lot in just one night. Suddenly, Catherine asks if Lilia is a healer. She notices this the day before. When she is resting, Lilia, according to her, is very similar to a C-rank healer, hiding her identity from prying eyes. Lily realizes that if Catherine returns to the guild and tells about this, Uncle Martin will find out about her. However, if it is said that the hotel is run by a mysterious C-rank healer, then it will be more difficult to suspect her. Then Lily simply smiles and expresses hope that Catherine will get out of her situation safely. Finally, the huntress says that she is very glad to have found this hotel and met such an incredible healer. She also expresses hope that one day she and Lilia will see each other again. After this, the girl receives a reward of 150 experience points, and the level of the hotel increases. Moreover, she is given a master key that allows her to return home after work. Meanwhile, Lily is already being searched for throughout the city. She is being looked for by a guy named Sean, who is the secretary of Jones, the president of the Awakened Association of Korea. He understands that if he returns without news about Lilia, the president will not forgive him. so he decides to use force to break down the door to her apartment. He realizes that this is too pushy, but he feels obligated to check on her condition. However, as soon as he touches the door with his fist, he immediately recoils as a protective barrier appears in front of him. Sean doesn't understand why his attack is being absorbed. Suddenly the door opens, and Lily looks out and asks who is knocking on her door so early. As it turns out, it really is Lily. She is in her pajamas and looks like she has just woken up. Sean explains that he came because she is leaving unexpectedly and is staying alone in some strange hotel. When he looks inside, he notices a hotel sign on the wall behind Lilia. She then asks to tell Jones that she is okay and states that she is not alone at the moment. However, she immediately realizes that this could be understood as if she were living with a man. At that moment, a doorman in a dog uniform appears behind her and notices that Sean looks scary. He also explains that their conversation is audible only to them because their souls are communicating. Despite this, Sean still asks Lilia to contact Jones. Lily is amazed by her uncle's persistence, but understands that Sean is simply a hostage to the situation. So she video calls Jones and tells him that she is currently living in a hotel with her dog. She states that she will remain here as a manager, with a flexible schedule, and she does not require any help. However, Jones wonders why she is at the hotel, since she was previously planning to open a cafe. But Lilia explains that, having arrived here and looked around, she still decides to open a hotel. Moreover, she states that she wants to fulfill her father's dream of living together on the seashore. At this point, Jones realizes that he should stop trying to dissuade her, and after that, they say goodbye. Then the girl, along with Sean and the dog, goes to the seashore to drink coffee. Sean notes that Lilia is very similar to her father. They are both strong individuals, but Lily objects, believing that her father was much stronger, and she is completely different. Then the man says that now he understands that there is someone else following in Marcus's path. We are talking about a hunter named Chris, who literally in a few days has risen to 14th place in the world rankings. Lilia recalls that Chris is one of 5 S-rank hunters from South Korea, and he currently ranks first in the country. And although she has long distanced herself from the world of hunters and tries to forget their names, she cannot forget his name. Then she suddenly remembers an incident that happened about a year ago. Lily returns to Jones's home and presents gifts for the younger children. Then the mother tells her that they have a guest now and asks her to go upstairs to the children. Suddenly, she hears someone yelling at Chris, claiming that Death Valley is the second most dangerous place after the World Tower. Jones says Chris is like a cash cow for the guild, and having lost a friend once, he is now following the same path. He adds that if Chris doesn't think about himself, he should at least think about those who are waiting for him here. However, Chris states that his family will never wait for him. At this moment, Lily becomes a witness to their conversation, but Jones refuses to participate in the dialogue and says that he needs to talk to the head of the White Tiger Guild. Suddenly, Lily and Chris's eyes meet as he leaves the room. Chris turns out to be the same boy who awakens at 17, immediately becomes the object of attention, and now has an S rank. And although Lilia still remembers him from school, over the years he has noticeably matured. Then the girl bows timidly and says that she didn't want to disturb them. She should be ashamed of her thoughts about him as an old acquaintance, because he probably doesn't even remember her. However, Lilia feels she must say that she too has no family waiting for her. Chris visibly tenses in response but says nothing. Then Lilia adds that he shouldn't become the kind of person who leaves home forever. At this moment, she herself does not understand why she is saying all this. Chris is about to answer her, but Lilia turns around and runs away. After this, Chris moves to the Hanan Guild. The news begins to accuse him of betrayal and claims that he turned away from his uncle and aunt. Then Sean asks if Chris was her close friend, but the girl replies that they just go to the same school and don't even talk. Sean adds that he recently had dinner with the association president, guild leader Hanun, and Chris himself. At the meeting, the hunter suddenly asks how Lilia is feeling. So Sean becomes curious about how close they are, since Chris has never been interested in anyone before. Perhaps he is not very good at getting along with people, which is why he teams up with Guildmaster Hanun. Then Lily assumes that most likely, this is exactly how things are. But waiting for hunters who leave their homes and may one day never return turns out to be very difficult. She knows this better than anyone because her father is a living example of this saying. Then she suddenly notices that tears are starting to flow from the secretary's eyes. However, he quickly comes to his senses and notices that all this is already in the past. Lily agrees with him because now she too is no longer waiting for anyone. As she heads back to her place, she is suddenly stopped by a man. As it turns out, it is the chairman. He and Lilia are sincerely happy to meet. She tells the woman about her intention to open a hotel here instead of a cafe. However, the chairman expresses doubt that this is a good idea, since there are not many tourists here. But Lilia is sure that in this place there will definitely be someone wandering around in search of a place to rest. As the day draws to a close, Lily lies down on her bed and notes that she worked very hard yesterday. She had many plans for this day, but now she has absolutely no strength left to get up. However, there is only half an hour left before the hotel opens, and the system does not give her any time to rest. But Lilia understands that now that the hotel's level has been raised, there must be changes in its characteristics as well. She then decides to take a look at the store and notices that there are more items available. Among them is a VIP card, which allows guests to be classified as VIPs, but Lilia doesn't need it yet. Soon after, the girl puts on her work uniform and heads out to greet the guests. There, her faithful porter is already waiting for her, who is sincerely glad to see his boss. Literally the next moment, the hotel is open to the public. Revolving doors and the entrance to a random dungeon are also opened. Literally a minute later, a girl in a black suit appears on the threshold. Meanwhile, Lily activates her skill to meet the huntress with dignity. Immediately after her, a guy in knight's armor arrives at the hotel, who does not believe that the hotel is real. Lily is a little surprised that 2 guests have already appeared today. The guy in the armor turns out to be Sam. He has a D rank, but he tends to pass himself off as a high-ranking hunter. He visits dangerous dungeons and everything would be fine, but one day something strange happens. He hides behind a B-rank hunter and begs him to kill the monster that is attacking them. He literally demands it, claiming that he is paying him for protection. However, his mercenary is already tired of Sam constantly pretending to be an important person, and he simply leaves him. Then Sam starts threatening him and claiming that his mother is acquainted with the president of the association. He adds that if he fails to deal with the monster, he will face consequences. But the man does not listen to him. At this point, Sam realizes that he needs to run because he doesn't want to die at the clutches of the monster. At some point, hope begins to leave him as the monster continues to chase him. However, he suddenly notices a strange hotel in front of him and decides that he has no choice but to go inside. Meanwhile, Lily writes down a huntress in the client log. Her name is Cheryl. She tells the guests the cost of the stay and asks if they really both came here from different dungeons. Cheryl immediately replies that this is the first time she sees this guy. Lilia still finds it surprising that the guest parts with such a sum so easily, but judging by her appearance, she hasn't been wandering around the dungeon for very long. Lily still doesn't understand how the guest system works, and this girl certainly doesn't look exhausted. Then she hands her the key to room 202 and asks her to follow the porter. Lilia also adds that in this room she will be able to see everything her soul desires. These words greatly interest Cheryl, and she heads to her room. Meanwhile, Sam begins to ask the girl what kind of hotel it is and who runs it. Lily tries to keep a serious expression on her face, but she understands that she is now talking to a show-off. Sam introduces himself as a high-ranking hunter who just wants to relax for a while, and assumes he doesn't have to pay for it. However, Lilia asks him to leave the hotel if he does not plan to stay there. Sam then says that 150 gold is too expensive, and then adds that the hotel may be operating without a license. Lily is still trying to stay calm, but she doesn't understand what this guy is talking about. He then takes out his camera and states that as soon as he gets out of here, he will ask to check this place. He begins to photograph every corner of the hotel, despite Lilia's prohibitions. He refuses to believe that he could be fined for illegally photographing someone else's business. However, she really has the right to do so, and easily takes 10 gold from him for unauthorized filming. After this, she smiles again and asks Sam once again to leave if he is not going to stay. But he has no choice but to stay, so he becomes another guest on the list. When everything is ready, Lilia is still worried that strange rumors may appear after his prank. But the blonde claims that all data about the hotel is automatically erased from the guest's memory upon exit. These words calm Lilia down, but suddenly she faces a new task, to get a regular client. She decides that she might have to buy VIP cards from the store to do this, but puts that decision off for now. She decides that it would be better to spend some money on renovating the hotel in the near future. Suddenly, they notice Sam coming out of his room and heading towards her. He asks the manager, a little timidly, if they have anything to eat. Then she tells him that they can get ramen in the cafeteria, and Sam is very happy about it. However, the girl hastens to remind him that one serving costs 10 gold. Sam is extremely indignant and says that this looks more like a robbery. But since he already takes the package from the table, the price for it is automatically debited from his account. So Sam has no choice but to eat noodles with tears in his eyes. Then Lily suddenly remembers that the guest from room 202 still hasn't eaten anything. She guesses that she must be feeling very heavy-hearted, and that's why she's losing her appetite. So Lily decides to check on Cheryl, and the porter promises to keep the lobby in order. When Lily is near Cheryl's door, she hears a strange scream coming from there. She can hear the voice of a girl begging someone not to leave her and to come back. Suddenly, Sam appears from his room, notices that she is screaming very loudly, and asks Lilia to make her shut up. Lily realizes she has no other choice, so she uses the master key to get inside. There she sees Cheryl handing someone a ring and asking the guy to think of the ring as hers. He promises to take care of him, says that it is time for him to go, but vows to return soon with the advanced attachment. At this moment, Lilia realizes that she is observing a projection of the Huntress's memories. Soon she sees a fragment in which Cheryl is told that only the body of her lover can be returned to her. In the present, Cheryl is simply lying on her bed, crying bitterly into her mattress. Lily doesn't understand why Cheryl sees this, because the artifact should only show what the person wants. Apparently, this is the last moment she sees her lover, and he clearly hurts her. Lily still doesn't understand why Cheryl chooses this particular memory, but it soon dawns on her. Even though it hurts the girl's heart, she continues to replay these moments in her head. This is her way of getting used to the new reality. When Cheryl finally wakes up, Lily apologizes to her for waking her up. She also says that she brought her ramen, but it was already cold. However, Cheryl thanks Lily for waking her up. As they sit down at the table, Lilia again apologizes for having nothing more to offer than a package of noodles. At this moment, a porter appears next to them and offers Cheryl a cup of coffee. The girl notes that her lover would like this combination of sweet and salty. She says that she and her boyfriend were B-rank hunters from the White Tiger Guild and had recently joined an expedition of top hunters. However, on the way to the next level, the squad encounters an unknown creature, and the group splits up. The advance unit is sent to fight it. Her boyfriend joins this group and becomes one of those who does not return. That's why today she's part of a search party going to look for the remains of the advance group. As a result, Cheryl becomes confused and falls behind her comrades. But it is on this path that she somehow manages to find his ring. When she sees the ring, something inside her collapses. She doesn't want to live anymore. But suddenly a hotel appears in front of her. Suddenly, Lily asks Cheryl to let her take a closer look at the ring. She explains that there is something she would like to confirm. Looking at the ring, the girl realizes that she was not imagining things. She had seen this design before. It was an early product of Aunt Melanie. She was a hunter and the owner of a jewelry artifact company, one of Lilia's father's colleagues. Melanie said that this ring is an artifact that can capture and reproduce a message from its owner. Then Lily decides to use it and activates the memories of the previous night. Suddenly, Cheryl notices that a strange light begins to emanate from the ring. When she turns her gaze, she sees something that makes her cry. Right in front of her, she notices her boyfriend's face, asking her to be happy. After this, he disappears again, leaving behind only a bright glow. As a result, Lilia receives 100% customer satisfaction, and the hotel's level is raised to 4th. However, Cheryl becomes curious as to how Lily knew that the ring was an artifact from Melanie's workshop. But Lilia replies that she simply runs a hotel for hunters and learns a lot from communicating with them. She also adds that she does not work for the government or the Hanun Guild. She works for herself. The girl is surprised that Cheryl just believed her. She then thanks Lilia for listening to her story. Cheryl says she believes she will only have good dreams from now on. Now that the guest problem is solved, Lily decides to get her reward. The reward is an upgrade to the cafeteria and an increase in the skill level. Suddenly, the appearance of the cafeteria begins to change right before her eyes. As a result, a cabinet and other useful items appear in the cafeteria. Now there's a stove and ramen in bags, so you can cook it properly. Now they even have a refrigerator, so they can stock up on different foods. The reception desk is also upgraded, and Lilia decides that perhaps the hotel's area will soon be expanded. At this moment, a blonde man appears from around the corner, happy that the cafeteria has been updated. Now they can cook many more dishes for the guests than before, and Lilia asks the blonde to cook breakfast. Then he starts asking how exactly to boil eggs, offering different options. But the girl says that she leaves the choice to him, and she herself goes to rest. The next morning she wakes up again in her room. As it turns out, the blonde man is already waiting for her. But now he is wearing a different uniform. He announces that breakfast is ready, and asks Lilia to eat before the customers arrive. Then Lilia asks to serve her an omelet, coffee, and says that today they will test its usefulness in the kitchen. When everything is ready, he asks her to sit down and enjoy her breakfast. The blonde also asks Lilia to carefully cut the omelet down the middle. When the girl does this, an incredibly pleasant aroma begins to emanate from there. She notes that with this stove and his skills, they will be able to serve customers even soup. The blonde really likes this idea. Moreover, it's shrimp season now, and it will be possible to make soup with them. Lilia still can't believe that she can now serve normal food to customers. She really wants to see their happy faces, but in reality, everything turns out differently. As it turns out, Sam doesn't want to leave the hotel and go back to the dungeon. However, Lily tells him that he can't stay here any longer. At this point, Sam becomes furious, orders them not to touch him, and uses the fireball skill. Lily freezes in horror and doesn't know what to do. But suddenly the fireball evaporates right in Sam's palm, before it can fly out. The guy is terrified, and does not understand why nothing is happening, trying to summon the ball again and again. Then Lilia remembers the words of the porter that abilities do not work inside the hotel, but the guy flatly refuses to leave the hotel back into the dungeon. Sam says that he sees Lilia has another key, and is sure that if she opens the door with it, he will be able to leave here. Then the girl takes the key out of her pocket, deciding that she has had enough. She points the key straight at Sam and uses force eviction on him. As a result, the system reports that the client will be returned to the dungeon from which he came. When Sam realizes that he is indeed being evicted, he tries to make amends with the manager. However, the revolving door begins to suck him in, not giving him a chance to finish speaking. The last thing he sees in the hotel is Lilia's displeased face. Now the girl understands exactly how forced eviction works. She is pleased that her promotion to the front desk has given her more authority. She then turns around and notices Cheryl behind her, wondering how long she's been standing there. She tries to explain herself. And then Cheryl asks if Lilia really isn't an S-rank hunter. If Lilia awakens as an S-rank hunter, Cheryl would like to invite her to the White Tiger Guild. Lilia only now thinks about it, but she finds it strange that Cheryl, who is a B rank, was not included in the Vanguard group. The thing is, Cheryl is the youngest daughter of the leader of the White Tiger Guild. However, despite the sincerity of her offer, Lilia is forced to refuse. She explains that if the offer is accepted, the guild will require that only their hunters be allowed into the hotel. She is not happy with this because she enjoys helping all kinds of people and giving them rest. Cheryl then apologizes for her tactlessness and admits that she was too short-sighted. Then Lilia asks her if she would like to leave the hotel too. Cheryl agrees, saying she's had enough rest. However, she now understands that in order to enjoy life, you need to allow yourself to be sad sometimes. Nevertheless, she hopes that she will definitely return here again someday. Then Lily wonders if everything will be okay with her, since she will be alone on the 5th level of the dungeon. She would love to learn more with the Master Key, but she learns that it is only for VIP clients. Cheryl then says that she will be fine and adds that the artifact is truly amazing. Now she is ready to continue her journey. Lilia also asks her to refrain from mentioning this hotel in conversations with the guild leader. Cheryl suggests that Lilia simply doesn't want to attract attention as an S-rank player. As far as she understands, Lilia has a contract with a powerful spirit. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do all these amazing things. Then Lily again avoids answering and simply says goodbye to Cheryl. Finally, the girl says that she would like to see all this again, but now she needs to go. When the girl finally leaves, Lily feels like a complete fool. Guild leader Hanoun is soon informed that the search party in the dungeon is deliberately allowing Catherine to get lost. However, she must undergo psychological tests since her story about an S-rank healer in the hotel does not sound convincing. Therefore, the best solution is to transfer Catherine to another team until it is confirmed that she is healthy and sane. Charlie, the general manager of the dungeon strategy department, reports all this to the leader. He can't believe that this usually reserved man is staring so intently at the screen of his phone. But Jones replies that there is only one S-rank healer in their country, so the appearance of a second one seems highly unlikely. He then asks to transfer Catherine to Team 5, as she is still developing. Judging by the fact that she gets lost in a dungeon and survives there alone for 2 days, she turns out to be a very strong fighter. Martin values her potential highly, and believes it would be a waste of talent to put her on a singles team. Then Charlie, without further ado, says that he will enroll her in the 5th team. After this, he heads towards the exit, leaving Martin alone again. He then looks back into the chat, where Jones reports that Lilia is sending a video message. Melanie is also happy about the news about Lilia, and promises to prepare a gift for her. Then Martin realizes that Lilia had a video call with Jones, so he writes in the general chat that they will go to Lilia this weekend. Shortly after, the girl arrives at the bus station. She runs out of the hotel as soon as it's time for the shops to open. However, she doubts that her porter, even in the form of a dog, will be able to travel with her on the bus. He turns out to be quite a large dog, so taking him with you is not easy. However, the chairwoman of the Merchants Association recognizes Lilia and invites her onto the bus. Then the girl sighs with relief and goes inside, holding the dog in her arms. She understands that they can only go thanks to the intervention of the chairwoman. That's why she asks the dog not to bark, so as not to attract attention to herself. The woman then turns to Lilia and says that she has prepared some food and that she can help herself. The porter immediately asks her for a piece, but Lilia again asks him to be careful. Then, when no one is looking, she gives him some treats. She can't believe that just a couple of weeks ago she was an office worker, and now she can travel wherever she wants. Suddenly she notices that there are a lot of incoming messages on her phone, because only now she has a connection. However, the first message turns out to be from an annoying manager, and she decides not to open it. Then she notices that Aunt Melanie is also writing something to her. As it turns out, the aunt says that they want to visit Lilia this weekend, and they need to reserve rooms. However, Lilia does not understand who exactly is going to come, and decides to somehow delay their visit. She says that she will be with friends this weekend and asks to come next week. She says she feels much more comfortable serving customers rather than her loved ones, and since she started talking about friends, she remembers one classmate, and Lilia decides to write to her. After that, they correspond a little, discussing what happened during this time. Lily doesn't quite understand the meaning of some of her messages, but she doesn't care about that now. She doesn't feel like someone sent her here. It's her own choice. So she simply writes that she quit her job and moved to the parish. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a local vendor who offers a kilogram of fresh crabs for 20,000 won. Lily was interested in this offer because the crabs were much cheaper than in Seoul. So she decides that now that they're there, it's time to go seafood shopping. Lily is determined to create a menu for breakfast at the hotel. At that moment, her boss suddenly appears from behind and offers them a glass of soju. Lilia notes that as soon as her boss said this, her eyes immediately lit up. Meanwhile, the story moves to the office of the 5th team, where Catherine is sent. Because of her story, the team leader sends her a threatening letter the day before, causing her to stay up all night trying to find a new guild. However, instead, she is somehow assigned to the 5th team. This team includes Chris, an S-rank hunter who can handle any dungeon. A year ago, due to a family scandal, all websites were required to remove his photos, so she doesn't even know what he looks like. Chris suddenly turns to her and asks if she is the new girl, and Catherine immediately confirms. Looking at his slightly displeased face, she thinks she did something wrong. Chris then says that within their team, there is no need for a formal appeal. He then announces that there will be a raid on an S-rank dungeon in about 2 days. It was planned that this would happen in a month, but suddenly the risk of a dungeon breakthrough increases sharply. So he decides to send Catherine all the information so she can review it in advance. The girl understands that the reward for clearing the dungeon is very large, but she believes that this is pure suicide. While she nervously tries to open the file, she accidentally presses the wrong button. So she decides to watch the news first and then learn more about the dungeon. She sees that her story about meeting an S-rank healer in a dungeon hotel is posted all over the websites. Soon after, Lilia returns to the hotel with the porter, who had prepared soup for her. This soup should help her get rid of her hangover headache. Since Lily has been drinking a little too much, the system delays the opening of the hotel. However, it turns out that a little relaxation would not be a bad idea for her, and now she decides to start cleaning the rooms. She doesn't understand how it happened that the rooms became so dirty, but as you level up, cleaning becomes less tiring than before. This is the first time she has free time, so she decides to take a selfie. However, she suddenly sees that her classmate Martha invites her to a class reunion at the end of the month. Moreover, Aunt Mela asks her to book 3 rooms for the next weekend. Now Lily is extremely annoyed that, being drunk, she agrees to several meetings at once. The thing is, there will be members of her fan club at the meeting, namely Jones, Martin, and Melanie. All of them are S-rank hunters, and there's nothing you can do about it. But a class reunion is completely optional. In any case, she decides that for now she needs to focus on preparing for the reception of guests. However, 4 days have already passed since they had their last guests. Lily, despite this, is still happy with the food of the last few days, and that they can serve it to their guests. She expects the new menu to attract customers, but things turn out quite differently. The girl even decides that perhaps she should make flyers and hang them on the revolving doors. But in any case, she wonders why the clients are absent for so long. She suggests that perhaps for some reason the number of raids has decreased, and decides to look at the news reports. As it turns out, Sam posts about his stay at the hotel, and Lilia begins to fear that investigations will soon begin. She doesn't think anyone will take Sam's words seriously. But in a situation like this, it's better for her to hide her identity. There is also another article that says Chris is going to raid an S-rank dungeon. When Lily sees this, she sighs with displeasure, realizing that he is back to his old ways. Even a strong man like her father couldn't come back from there, but Chris is not her father. That's why she's sure that he simply has to come back. The porter, noticing her confusion, asks what she means, but Lilia avoids answering. Then she suggests going out to the village and buying a couple of things. Perhaps they will have guests tomorrow. If they find a client with great potential, they can persuade him to purchase a VIP card. Then they will have a regular customer who will be able to tell others about the hotel in a positive way. However, at this moment their attention is drawn to the revolving door. Apparently, someone is finally coming. Lily is very happy to see the long-awaited guest and immediately greets him. She doesn't notice that the new guest is bleeding profusely. As it turns out, it's Chris, who is extremely surprised to see Lilia at the reception desk. When the girl looks up, she is also in shock. For a while they just stand there silently, looking at each other. Lily has absolutely no idea what Chris is doing here. Then she turns away and asks him to wait a minute. She thinks about how Chris was supposed to be the strongest hunter, surpassing even her father. But now he is wounded. However, the girl quickly pulls herself together and goes behind the reception desk. After that, she asks him with a smile if he would like to register and asks him to state his name. Then suddenly Chris starts talking and calls Lily by name. Then he repeats it again, more confidently, adding that he knows her. And at this moment Lily is truly surprised. However, she notices that the guy is starting to fall, and the blood stain on his clothes is growing. She reaches out to him to help, but it is too late. At the last moment before he loses consciousness, he notices that she calls him by name. Chris touches Lilia's cheek with his hand and says that he feels like he's in a dream. Lily tries in every way to bring him to his senses, but he is too weak. She realizes that he is bleeding heavily, and if he is not treated immediately, he could die. Then she suddenly remembers that the rooms have an accelerated healing effect. She urgently needs to register Chris, but she doesn't know how to do it. Then the blonde says that Lily just needs to give him the key. Immediately after this, Lilia gives him the key to room 202 and registers him at the hotel. As a result, she achieves customer satisfaction and receives 300 experience points, and the hotel level increases. After this, the porter carries the main character on his back straight to the second floor. After this, the skill improves. Now she can increase the cost of rooms, and guests can also take a bath. Soon after, Lily arrives at room 202, where Chris is already lying on the bed. The girl doesn't understand how she manages to increase customer satisfaction to 200% just by meeting Chris. However, thanks to the experience gained, her cleaning skill improves. She ends up cleaning the protagonist's room, but her mana is depleted. So she asks the blonde to bring her coffee and cook some good food so that Chris can regain his strength. After this, she looks again at her exhausted classmate. He's breathing, which is good, but he won't get better unless she gives him first aid. Then the girl suddenly notices that there is poison on one of his wounds. She realizes that she needs to clean the wound before it gets worse. However, before she can touch the wound, Chris intercepts her hand. He can barely speak, but asks Lilia not to do so. He tells her not to touch his wound with her bare hands. Then the girl decides that something needs to be done and asks the system to show her detoxification products. Among the available remedies is a soap bomb, which increases the speed of wound healing. Soon after, Lily prepares a bath for Chris and places him in it. However, the next second the hero loses consciousness again. His breathing becomes more even than before, but there is no sign that he is going to come to his senses. He probably falls asleep precisely because the crisis moment is already over, and now his body and mind are resting. However, the wound on his body already looks better, and so Lilia decides to support him in the bath for some time. Meanwhile, Chris remembers Lilia's words in his sleep about how she hates hunters and dungeons. But now Lily is kind to him and even smiles. It seems like a dream. Moreover, she even calls him by name. And if this really is just a dream, then Chris doesn't want to wake up. While he sees beautiful dreams with Lilia, in reality the girl is indignant. She doesn't understand why the projector is showing her to him. It confuses her very much. She hopes Chris will just wake up before the others start sounding the alarm. When the hero finally opens his eyes, Lily greets him as a deer hunter. She notes that after all this, he must be hungry, and offers to look at the menu. Chris then asks if she is awakening as a healer, and therefore opening a hotel to help hunters. However, the girl states that she is not a healer, but Chris does not understand how she then treats his wound, infected with the poison of an S-rank monster. He also remembers the words of that new girl, Catherine, who talks about some S-rank healer. Lilia says that she can only offer him a staff uniform as a change of clothes, and asks him to get something to eat. When Chris finds out that he slept for 4 days, he thanks the girl for her care and for causing her a lot of trouble. Suddenly, Lily begins to guess that he is going to go back to the dungeon immediately after he opened his eyes. She adds that the accommodation fee is automatically deducted from his account, and as a result, he pays about 6 million. From his reaction, she understands that this is not such a large sum for him, but she still decides that she must somehow keep him. Lily comes up close to him and asks if he has any more money. She nervously adds that their hotel sells VIP cards. The status costs 1,000 gold per month, and the thing is, she had to buy a detox item for 500 gold. If he becomes a client, he will be able to leave the hotel not into the dungeon, but straight to Korea. He can try this status for 1 month and not renew the subscription if he doesn't like it. When the hero asks how he can pay for the card, Lilia is surprised that he agrees so quickly. As they sit down to breakfast, she says she's heard a lot about him, and Chris replies that he's heard the same thing about her. Lilia then notes that all the news says that he is entering an S-rank dungeon, and then the hero asks her what she thinks about all this. Lilia is surprised that he is interested in her opinion about this. However, she honestly answers that she was worried about him, because being strong does not mean being invincible. Chris guesses that this is the reason she is opening a hotel, but Lilia says that she is initially trying to open a cafe in the countryside. Then he asks her about her class, but the girl doesn't even know what to answer him. She decides to tell it like it is, and states that she is the manager of the hotel. Her rank is hidden, but most likely it is F rank. Then Chris says that it is better not to tell anyone about this until she has clear information about her awakening. He promises to find out more about her situation and asks how he can get that VIP card. When Lily hears about this, she uses the system to summon a VIP card. Chris realizes that this is some kind of contract, so he wants to add a condition. He says the condition will be his name. He asks Lilia to call him by his first name, as it is much easier that way. At first, the girl was very embarrassed by such a request. However, she has no choice, and so she agrees. She hands Chris the card, calls him by name, and thanks him for his trust. After this, she receives 250 experience points, 1 random employee hiring coupon, and a master key as a reward. Now in her hands is the master key that opens the dungeons. However, Lilia doubts that there is a dungeon that she would like to go to. As it turns out, Chris also sees the system windows in which she greets the VIP client. Suddenly, the porter bursts into the room and announces that they finally have a penthouse. Their hotel is opening a 4th floor, and he offers to take a new guest there. Then Chris looks at the man with distrust and asks if he is really an employee. Soon after, they arrive on the 4th floor, the door to which Lilia must open with a key. However, she is surprised because there has never been a 4th floor here before. As it turns out, the hotel is just getting brand new square meters. Now they find themselves in the hotel's penthouse, which has an incredibly beautiful view. Suddenly, Lily notices a smile on Chris's face and is surprised that he can smile at all. Chris explains that he simply can't help but smile around her, as it's the first time he's seen her smile either. At this moment, Lily is very embarrassed, and even thinks that this is against the rules. However, the porter claims that no one will ever know about this, so the boss can be bolder. After that, he watches Chris and Lilia spend time for a while. Soon, Chris announces that he is going to leave the hotel and return to the dungeon. He states that his comrades are probably waiting for him there, so he is obliged to return. At this moment, Lilia understands that it is in vain that she asks him about this, because her words will not influence his decision. She bitterly realizes that she can no longer keep him here, so she declares that since he is confident in his decision, she will send him back. After this, the girl opens the portal using her key. She reports that this portal leads to a dungeon where his comrades are already waiting for him. Immediately after this, a revolving door appears in front of Lilia's face. Chris heads there, adding that she shouldn't wait for him to return from the raid. At some point, the girl freezes from such unexpected words. Then Chris explains that he is only coming back because of her. Finally, Lilia looks at him with a surprised look. She tries to touch the revolving door and stop Chris, but the doorman stops her. He says that these miasmas are filled with the mana of the dungeon, and if you inhale them, you will be completely subordinate to the will of the dungeon. At that moment, Lily realizes that she almost followed right after him. However, she understands that waiting for him to come back now is simply pointless. The porter supports her idea, and then Lilia decides that they should close for today. The blonde promises to cook dinner for her, and the girl, meanwhile, goes to the store. However, the front door suddenly starts to glow with a very bright light. Then it suddenly swings open, and a man appears on the threshold. As it turns out, it's Melanie, holding a gun in her hands and smiling at Lilia, whom she hasn't seen for a long time. However, Lilia herself remains dissatisfied, because Aunt Melanie promises to arrive only tomorrow. The woman claims that she has been knocking for a long time, but no one opens, so she decides to knock down the door. Following her, Jones appears at the door, crying with joy upon seeing Lily. He is very worried that she does not answer his calls, and therefore he cannot contain his emotions. As it turns out, it was he who initiated the idea of arriving a day earlier. Then Lily asks where Uncle Martin is, but the woman says that he cannot come. The Hanan Guild raid team still hasn't returned, so they send out a rescue party led by Martin himself to search for them. Lily realizes that they are not returning without him and hopes that they are okay. However, she admits that she is not ready for their arrival today and suggests having dinner at a restaurant. After this, Jones falls onto the bed and begins to cry out of gratitude to Marcus for raising such a wonderful daughter. Melanie is surprised that he only drinks 5 glasses and can no longer think straight. Meanwhile, Lily is very worried that there is still no news about Chris. Melanie then assumes that she has a boyfriend because she keeps looking at her phone. Lily denies this, and then the woman thinks about the fact that during all this time she has not started a relationship with anyone. However, the girl asks not to worry about her, because if she likes someone, she will definitely introduce this person. It's not that she's not looking for connections. She's just afraid that things might end badly because she won't be able to open her heart. Shortly after they put Uncle Jones to bed, Lily suggests that Melanie go to room 202. However, the woman decides to first show her some things, which she says are meant for ordinary people. It turns out that it's a B-rank transparency helmet, an A-rank teleportation ring, and a C-rank protective veil. Lily understands that she cannot simply refuse these things, otherwise she will be suspected of having powers. Suddenly she sees that Uncle Martin is calling her and asking the dog to be quiet. The man apologizes for not being able to come today, but Lilia replies that she understands. He is very busy with work at the guild. Just in case, she decides to check whether all members of the raid team are actually returning safely. Martin reports that they are all just coming out of the dungeon, including Chris. Lily is very happy to hear that he is returning and cannot help but smile. Then Martin starts talking about how they go through this dungeon. Finally, he says that Lilia can always return to Seoul if she gets tired. He adds that her room remains the same as before. Then Lily remembers that people often say that Uncle Martin is too strict and pedantic, but she knows that there is more warmth in his heart than anyone else. Lilia then declares that she needs to go her own way to find her own path, which is why she leaves Seoul. Martin always trusts her decisions, and she hopes that he will trust her now, because she is no longer a child. Then the man realizes that everything seems to be going well with her, and decides not to insist. Meanwhile, he is riding in the car with Charlie and Chris. It comes as a huge relief to Charlie that Chris returns safely from the secret dungeon, as they are extremely dangerous and unpredictable. He remembers Marcus, who had once been to the secret level, and understands the leader's intention, to send Chris to the hospital just in case. Martin then says that the entire 5th team is going on paid leave, but Chris states that he has no reason to take a vacation. Martin is extremely irritated by his attitude, and says that if he wants to die so much, then he should go to another country. He adds that Chris will not go on a new raid until he is fully rested. Soon after, they arrive at the hospital where Chris is to be treated. Martin says he will undergo a full examination here. Suddenly they see Julian, an S-rank healer from the White Tiger Guild, standing in front of them. Suddenly Cheryl declares that she is the one inviting these people here because she is worried about the hunter Chris, but now she thinks he really is okay. He looks like he just came back from vacation. As it turns out, Chris really doesn't have any new injuries, and the scar on his side is an old wound. Julian jokingly says that now that they are in rival guilds, he would actually be happy if Chris were to get injured. He has the Eye of Odin, which detects any negative effects, and healing hands. When his abilities become known, people admire him, but his toxicity and personality traits give him a bad reputation. Cheryl apologizes for Julian's joke and says that they are genuinely worried about Chris and are glad to see him okay. But Martin understands that they are saying this out of politeness, and he is surprised that Julian for some reason listens to Cheryl. When Chris is alone with Cheryl, she notices that he acts a bit distant. All this time he increases his rank as a possessed person, but this has a downside, a complete lack of communication. Even if he doesn't say anything, she can already see that his eyes are hiding some secret, for example, connected with the hotel in the dungeon. She then says that the news of his disappearance has alarmed her, and as the head of the guild, she is making efforts to keep the information out of the media. But Chris knows that, even though she is the daughter of the leader, she is not particularly loyal to the guild, so he does not understand why she would interfere in Hanun's affairs. Cheryl is really disappointed in the White Tiger Guild, especially after losing her lover. However, after meeting a girl named Lilia, everything changes dramatically. Therefore, she is worried that Chris, along with the Hanun Guild, will be able to blackmail the hotel and herself to bind them to the guild. Then Cheryl asks him if she can join Hanun's guild. Chris asks why, and she explains that her fiancé's death broke her heart and left her with a deep-seated fear of dungeons. However, she does not want to leave the path of a hunter and wants to join a guild where the best hunter in Korea works. If he returns from there without a single scratch, then she too will be able to go into the dungeons without fear of dying in them. Chris then remembers that Cheryl recently got lost in the dungeon, and they go through a similar experience, miraculously surviving. Then he asks if she is really hinting at the rumors that are circulating on the internet. He believes that she can believe whatever she wants, but she better not distract busy people with her eccentricities. At this point, Cheryl realizes that Chris really does visit that hotel. Moreover, He also believes that it would be better if no one knew about him. She then decides that she is very lucky with her choice of path. But Julian calls Chris a hopeless sociophobe. He doesn't understand at all why Cheryl is protecting this traitor. But for the girl, he is no longer a traitor. So she announces with a smile that she is leaving the White Tiger Guild. However, she does not give up the title of hunter. She just wants to relax a little and learn something new. Moreover, she has a dream that is more important than any money and her father's expectations. However, she is not yet ready to voice this dream. Meanwhile, Lilia is very upset because she cannot prepare a normal breakfast, and the porter promises to help her with this. Then she decides to try using the random employee hiring coupon. Suddenly, they and the dog feel a strange, strong wind. The next moment, a rabbit in a work uniform appears in front of them, complaining that it is very dirty here. Lily is extremely surprised that her new employee is a rabbit. However, the porter immediately begins to play with her. It turns out that she is his girlfriend, whom he talked about earlier. However, the rabbit is not at all happy that the dog considers her his friend. She claims to be the concierge of this hotel and also its boss. In this way, Lilia activates a quest in which she must improve the interior of the lobby together with the concierge. The concierge is extremely surprised that the hotel is in such a terrible state, and the porter promises to fix everything. Then Lilia asks the new employee if she has a name. The rabbit says that they don't have names, but if Lily wants, she can give them one. At this point, the girl realizes that they seem to be embarrassed by this proposal. Then she suggests naming them Mary and Takanji. However, seeing the puzzled faces, she quickly adds that it's a joke, although in fact, she's serious. After that, she suggests naming them Gimden and Toto. As it turns out, workers like this option much better, so they proudly pronounce their names and get to work. Then Lilia says that she has wanted to redesign the interior for a long time, but now she doesn't have much time for it. But Toto says they need to update before the guests arrive. That's what needs to be taken care of first. Suddenly, Lily sees that the rabbit is starting to turn into a human. Soon a young girl with glasses and 2 blonde ponytails appears before her. This turns out to be quite surprising, and so Lily tries to come to her senses for some time. Then Toto says that Lilia should buy interior items that match the level of the hotel. You need to decide on the overall color scheme, introduce contrasting colors and use elements to create accents. Eventually, they change the color scheme of the interior, and everything starts to look better. But Toto says that this is a temporary measure, just a semblance of order, and that they still have to do the real repairs. Then Lily buys a figurine of a golden rabbit and a golden retriever, which keep the air clean. Soon, the system reports that the quest has been completed, and that Lilia has received the 1-star hotel achievement. Without thinking twice, the girl decides to take her reward. However, instead the hotel suddenly opens to guests. Lily is surprised that the time has already come. It seemed to her that the guests were arriving earlier than usual. Suddenly she hears someone at the door start screaming loudly and calling for help. Now Lilia has a quest in which she must protect the guest at any cost from mortal danger. Then she turns to her staff and asks them to bring her aunt's artifacts from the staff room. But Gimdong warns her that she will have to go there alone, as the hotel spirits will not be able to follow her. However, Lilia has an S-rank artifact, so she asks them not to worry too much. First, she needs to find a client and use the teleportation ring. And if there is a threat, the protective veil will save her. If this is not enough to avoid all dangers, then Lily can only stand to the death. When the girl goes outside, she finds herself in an impenetrable desert. She doesn't know that such dungeons even exist, but she doesn't know much about dungeons in general. Suddenly she hears someone's voice, and when she turns around, she sees a man stuck in the sand. Lily immediately rushes to his aid and begs him to wait a little. But when she runs up to the man, a huge ant suddenly emerges from the sand. Lily immediately places the ring in front of her and activates it. In an instant, she finds herself right in front of a hunter in trouble. The man is happy to see someone from the search party, and Lilia asks him to take her hand. After that, she helps him get out of the sand, but suddenly the guy feels something strange. Then Lily feels the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble. The girl realizes that if he falls, she will not be able to use the teleportation ring. Suddenly, the system reports that a B-rank ghost ant appears below them, and Lilia then realizes that this is a double dungeon. After making sure the guest is okay, she tells him that they need to run. However, their path is blocked by a huge ant with a glowing green sphere on its head. The hunter begins to panic, but Lily covers him with her magic cloak. Immediately after this, they both become invisible to the monster, and its attacks do not reach them. She holds the hunter's hand tightly and asks him not to let her go under any circumstances. Having waited for the right moment, Lily rushes in the opposite direction from the monster. She realizes that she has almost completely used up the ring's charges to escape. At this point, the hunter begins to doubt that he will be able to return. and asks Lilia to convey words of love to his son. But the girl categorically refuses to do this, because she believes that if he really loves his son, he should return alive. Hearing this, the hunter realizes that there is meaning in her words and rushes after Lily. Soon after, they find themselves at the hotel door. Lily is glad that they reached the saving door and that she managed to protect the hunter. She says they need to go inside, and the hunter wonders how she knows everything. However, they don't have time, so Lilia orders him to go ahead. In a moment, they find themselves behind the magic doors. Their strength is running out, so Lily and the hunter fall to their knees right in the lobby. The man asks what this place is, and Lilia explains that it is her hotel. Even though it's a bit late, she still welcomes the guest into her establishment. Immediately after this, the system offers her a reward in the form of a large amount of gold and experience points. Lily is pleased with her work and decides to use the money she received to buy some good stuff. Now she understands why hunters in trouble are willing to pay 150 gold for the opportunity to stay at the hotel. Lily thinks she's had enough rest, and now it's time to get rewards for all the latest quests. She gets a lot of experience points and gold, the hotel level increases, and a concierge desk appears. However, the girl does not understand why the reward is precisely the stand. Then Toto explains that the stand is needed to fully satisfy the needs of customers. A hotel is a place where people expect to have a comfortable stay and full service. What's more, they now have a personal inbox for heart-to-heart conversations, through which they can send video messages. Then Gimdong suggests that the boss have a little snack, since she has spent a lot of energy today. Lily is upset that her stats are increasing very slowly. She also can't just increase her luck, even though she considers herself incredibly lucky. She also doesn't understand why she even cares about her stats, since she doesn't plan on becoming a hunter. At that moment, the man she saved comes up to her from behind and timidly explains that he is not actually a hunter. Lily offers him a snack, but he declines, saying he just wants some water, hoping it's free. Lily understands that he is limited in funds, but she herself was recently afraid of the prices at their hotel, so she does not blame him. Then she says that all services are included in the price of the room, which he already paid yesterday. The man says that in that case he wouldn't refuse a bowl of soup, and Gimdong happily offers him the dish. After dinner, the man thanks them for the meal and for saving his life. Lily says that if he is satisfied with their service, then this is the best reward for them. However, the man notes that they do not look like a search party. Moreover, they run an establishment right in the dungeon. Lilia explains that it is just a small hotel business, so as not to arouse suspicion. She also notices that their stats are close, but he somehow ended up in a C-rank dungeon. She assumes he's fallen behind a major guild raid, but the boy explains he's just a porter. Now his son is in hospital and he is paying for the medical expenses, so he has to take risks. He also assumes that Lilia is a high-level hunter and is ashamed of his low level. He wants to become the best hunter, because as a child his son often boasted that his father was a hunter. Now the son is still small, but the man is afraid that when he grows up, he will be disappointed. He really wants to become the kind of father his son could be proud of. Lily understands that for children, their fathers are already heroes, no matter what they do. Suddenly she receives a message about the need to complete a quest, and use the mailbox to send a message. So she suggests that the man send a message to his son using their mailbox. She suggests that her son would be interested to know how things are going for him in the dungeon. But seeing the despair on the man's face, Lilia immediately calls the concierge. She hints to her that now she will have to use the very magic that was discussed earlier. After that, they put on a little scene to make the video message to their son epic. Immediately after this, the man packs his things and prepares to leave the hotel. The thing is that the boss is already asking the association to conduct search operations, so everything should be fine. The man also needs to prove that the messages they send to their son are not fake. Finally, he thanks Lilia for everything she does for him. In the evening, Lilia thinks about the fact that all the guests usually survive in the dungeon, but she does not want to sit idly by. She decides to write in the chat about the porter she meets today. Meanwhile, at the hospital where Donald, the son of that same porter, is located, people begin to talk about his father. Rumor has it that he disappears into the dungeon, but the boy hopes that his father will definitely return, because he is brave and strong. At that moment, a strange purple envelope suddenly appears right above his head. The boy then sees a message that says he is receiving a letter from Hank, his father. Literally the next moment he finds himself in the desert, where his father is at that moment. Donald notices a huge monster behind Hank and immediately shouts to warn him. At that moment, Hank turns sharply towards the monster. He decides that he will definitely be able to defeat the monster and rushes straight at it. He gathers all his strength into a fist and suddenly lifts the huge monster in his arms. Then he throws it somewhere high with all his might, and it disappears into the clouds. At that moment, Donald realizes that this is exactly the gift he dreams of. He finally sees his dad. Meanwhile, his mother stands by the crib and rejoices that Donald is waking up. She says that Dad will be back soon. He had to take some overtime, but he promises to come back. When Donald hears this, he is truly happy. Thus, Lily completes the quest and receives the title Guardian of Hearts, which increases luck by 3 units. After reading the news, she realizes that Hank is very lucky. The search party finds him on the 5th day. People join in the search for him, and charitable foundations begin to donate funds for his son's treatment. Everything goes well, but eventually all attention switches to her hotel. At first, people doubt Hank's words, but soon their interest grows. They won't be able to hide their existence forever, so you need to be prepared for someone to try to monopolize the hotel. She needs to get stronger, but first she's going to find out how much the Hunter Association knows about her sanctuary. Soon after, she arrives at Uncle Martin's house. She says that she has some money coming in, so she decides to buy him a present. Martin gratefully accepts the perfume and apologizes for not being able to come to her hotel. Lily realizes that Uncle Jones is apparently hiding the fact that she is hinting to him about the porter. Still, Martin is glad that the hunter returns safely. According to him, he probably falls into one of the traps. Then he notices that Lily must be very tired and suggests that she rest. The maid helps her carry her bag to her room and says she is glad to see her here again. When she receives a gift, she feels as if the child she has seen grow up is suddenly leaving her. Perhaps Martin feels the same way, because he invites a mage to cast a preservation spell on Lilia's first gift. This shows that for him this gift is the most valuable. When Lily enters her room, she notes that nothing has changed here. The maid then says that the guild leader has prepared a gift for her. The girl immediately goes to the bag that is on the dresser and opens it. It turns out that these are new clothes because her old ones are no longer usable. Lily really likes her new suit and thanks Martin for the gift. Then the man offers to give her a ride in his car, but Lilia says that a taxi would be faster. The thing is, she needs to meet Aunt Melanie because she is buying a present for her. She doubts her aunt will like the usual things, but Martin says they are not particularly hunters, just a little unusual. At this moment, Lilia realizes that Martin, more than anyone, hopes that she will never become awakened. He's still angry that the dungeon is taking their father away from them, so he arranges for Jones to send her for tests. Lilia understands that if the hotel is under threat, she will choose the Hanun Guild as an ally. She then decides to ask him directly if he is worried about her joining the world of hunters. In response, Martin asks if she is accidentally getting closer to Chris. Lilia explains that they recently had a chance to talk and are getting a little closer. Then the man says that if this guy creates problems for her, she will definitely need to tell him about it. Soon after, Lily finds herself near the hospital where Donald is being treated. To her surprise, a huge crowd gathers there, and Toto realizes that they will not be able to get into the registration office. While they're here, they need to make sure Hank's son is okay. Lilia also decides to find out how much Hank is telling the Awakened Association. To do this, she calls Uncle Jones, but he, apparently, is busy. She asks him to take a break from the twins because she needs to know which room Donald is in. Lilia ends up in the mystery hospital with the help of a teleportation ring and a transparency helmet. On the bench, she sees Hank and his wife and realizes that they are in the right place. The man says the story about the paladin makes a strong impression on reporters. Lilia understands that he manages to give several interviews, because of which the media begins to go overboard. If the Hunters Association starts an investigation, it will lead to big trouble. Therefore, Lilia should hint to them in advance how much they can tell and where they should stop. She and Toto feel very sorry for the child, and Lilia would like to be able to cure him with potions. Finally, she reminds the rabbit not to frighten the child. Donald, who is sleeping on his bed, suddenly opens his eyes. He looks to the side and notices something strange. He feels like he is in a desert, and he understands that what he sees is reality. Then he sees a girl in armor in front of him, who menacingly addresses him by name. Donald begins to suspect that this is the paladin his dad was talking about. Lily confirms that this is indeed the case and notes that his dad is very proud of him. The baby was very exhausted after the operation, but now he is perking up. Lilia is pleased to see the light in his eyes. Then the boy says that his father told him about a shrine where there is a very good bed and a wonderful view of the ocean. He also adds that it all looks like a hotel, and that everything there was made by Rabbit and Paladin. Lily realizes that Hank has decided that the hotel is just an illusion, and therefore he is not telling her anything important. She then reminds him that in order to continue helping people, she needs to keep her work a secret. At this point, the boy is afraid that Paladin might get into trouble because of his father. Then he concludes that he should not tell about the illusion he saw in the sanctuary. After this, Lilia thanks the boy and calls him a wonderful child. She then heads to Aunt Melanie, who is preparing a gift for Hank. Lily realizes that she needs to have equipment on hand for situations like the one that is happening recently. She needs to buy equipment that might be useful to low-ranking hunters. In her hands is the Palnaught arrow, which has 100% accuracy. But Melanie warns that each use of this item costs a lot of mana. Finally, she says that all this costs 10 gold, and her student is extremely unhappy with this decision. The thing is that these things cost more than 2,000, and she gives them away almost for free. Lily also does not intend to take such expensive items for free, and pays 1,000 gold for them. The thing is, Melanie insists on giving her a discount without accepting objections. When it's all over, Lilia remembers Melanie's words about her becoming a support hunter. Then the woman suddenly starts apologizing to her for what happened 8 years ago. She is happy that her items can help hunters, but now she does not feel the same inspiration. Chris wears her artifact and still gets into trouble. Now she can't shake the guilt. But Lilia insists that without the artifact, Chris might not have returned at all, like many other hunters. Their chances of survival are greatly increased by the artifacts created by Melanie. Then the woman finally smiles and thanks her for her support. However, Lily wonders if Uncle Jones has changed his mind. Melanie explains that he changes a lot over the years of working in the Awakened Association. Then Lilia realizes that now she has no one else to turn to for help. Then she suddenly looks at her phone and sees a message from her friend. Then she realizes that there is still one more C-rank hunter who can help her. Soon, Lily arrives at the pub for a class reunion, where Marta is already waiting for her. When she sees a girl, she immediately waves her hand to her and calls her to her. Everyone else is very surprised that Lily finally shows up to the meeting. One of her classmates asks if she remembers his face. But the thing is that Lilia doesn't remember even half of those present here. She also notices that Chris hasn't shown up yet. Classmates immediately begin to ask Lilia about how her relationship with Chris is going. She really hasn't communicated with him since the very day she runs away from those eyes that look at her with pity. She says that a couple of months ago they met by chance and talked a little. Suddenly she hears someone announce that Chris has finally arrived. When the girl looks up, she sees that her classmate is indeed standing in front of her. After a while, the girl drinks a lot, so she decides to go out and get some fresh air. However, at that moment she hears someone calling her name. When she looks up, she sees Chris watching her from above. He understands that it would be better if he himself went down to her, but still asks her to come up to him. As it turns out, he wants to show her the TV tower building, which lights up very beautifully. Lily notices that Chris hasn't had a drink or talked to anyone during the entire meeting, and now he's standing here alone. She asks if he really only calls her to show her the local beauty. She points out that it's the same as sitting in a pub, and Chris agrees. He assumes she was expecting some kind of blind date. However, he hears her words that she is not going to meet with the hunter, because she cannot stand them. But Lily says that things are different now, because she herself is a hunter, and runs a hotel in the dungeon. She then decides that they should slowly bring the conversation to business. But Chris continues to remember her words that she will never love anyone. Lily doesn't understand why he's saying this, but the guy suggests going downstairs since they're already being waited for. Suddenly she remembers an incident that happened 8 years ago. When Lilia was looking after a homeless kitten, a man passing by notes that the kitten looks sick and offers the girl to take it home. But Lily cannot be held responsible for bringing a living creature into Uncle Martin's house. She understands that in a couple of years she will leave the house, and therefore pushes the kitten away. But when she returns home, she constantly thinks about him and almost tangibly feels him in her arms. When she looks out the window, she realizes that it is raining heavily outside. The girl immediately runs out into the street, not understanding why she hesitated earlier and did not take the kitten. She thinks that Uncle Martin will not give her permission, but now she realizes that he is simply afraid. However, when she comes to the place where the kitten was, she discovers that he is already dead. She draws a line between them because she is afraid of losing the one she loves again. And in the end, it is her love that kills this kitten. At this moment, Lily promises herself that she will never love anyone again. However, she does not understand how Chris knows about this promise. Suddenly, someone asks Chris if he has heard anything about a C-rank paladin, but he replies that he knows nothing. Lily understands that she needs to leave here quickly before the meeting turns into a drinking bout. She reaches out to grab her coat, but accidentally bumps her hands with Chris's. He blushes and says that he just wants to help because the cloak hangs too high. In response, the girl just smiles and thanks for the help. Then the guy suddenly timidly asks if he can give her a ride home. Soon after, Lily finally breaks away from her classmates and heads to the parking lot. There she sees some unknown guy pestering Chris. He doesn't leave him and asks to unblock him and take a photo together. At this moment, the hero feels an oppressive silence. This is a feeling familiar to him. Then he turns around abruptly and asks Lily to leave. But the persistent stranger is not going to leave. Apparently, it is his cousin. Suddenly, Lily notices a hidden camera in his backpack and realizes that this needs to be stopped. However, Chris stops her and asks her again to just leave. The girl turns around, realizing that this is Chris's personal business, and she really shouldn't interfere. Then she suddenly remembers the moment when she buries the kitten's corpse in the ground. She sees a shabby guy behind her with canned food in his hands. This guy turns out to be Chris. Now she remembers that he was there that day. Lily decides that she is different now, and that situation will not happen again, because she is not in love with Chris, and therefore will not harm him. So she decides that this time she will act decisively and not hesitate. Then she suddenly approaches the blonde and reaches into his backpack with her hand. She squeezes the hidden camera in her fist, thereby completing another achievement and receiving a reward. Suddenly, the blonde guy starts shaking and says that his name is John and he has quite a lot of subscribers. But Lily doesn't know who he is and says she will compensate for the cost of the thing she crushed. However, John is so frightened by her behavior that he runs away in tears. However, Chris is not happy with her involvement in this situation. He asked her to leave, but she didn't listen to him. Lilia explains that this guy was trying to get dirt on him, and new rumors would soon appear. But Chris doesn't care what others say about him, but he cares about Lilia's reputation. He just doesn't want her to get involved in all this. However, Lilia states that she will not apologize for interfering, as she did so of her own free will. Her hotel is very important to her, and Chris is one of its dear guests, and that is why he is important to her too. Moreover, she wants to ask him to take her on a raid. She needs more power to protect the hotel and its guests. And the fastest way to become stronger is to level up. To do this, you need to defend the dungeon, but this is currently impossible alone. Moreover, she already has an upgrade that she recently received that increases their survivability. If Lily tells Chris about this opportunity, it will be easier for him to accept her request. However, the hero immediately agrees to Lilia's proposal, but it's already late, so they get into the car together to leave. Soon after, they arrive at the right place, but by that time Lilia falls asleep in the car. She hopes Chris isn't angry with her for behaving so frivolously, but the guy says that everything is fine for now. Suddenly, Martin and Charlie emerge from a nearby car, surprised by Lilia's late return. The girl immediately turns around and smiles at her uncle. But when Martin sees Chris next to her, his expression immediately darkens. Chris bows to the guild leader, but the atmosphere remains tense. Then Lily explains that Chris is giving her a ride home so that she won't be late. Martin thanks him for this and tells him to be careful on the way back. After this, Lilia says goodbye to her classmate and says that it's time for her to go. Finally, they decide to exchange numbers, which confuses Martin. Suddenly, Chris notices that Lily is starting to shiver. Apparently, she is freezing. It's quite chilly at this time of night, but she's already close to home, so there's nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, Chris takes off his jacket and puts it on Lilia. The girl is very embarrassed and does not understand why he goes so far, but still thanks him for his concern. Chris notes with a smile that she looks like she's wrapped in a blanket. Lilia notes to herself that Chris becomes a completely different person when he smiles. Then they agree to meet next week. Chris also notices that Lily looks like a wary cat. After this, he turns to leave and says that she can give him the sweatshirt later. The next day, the twins arrange a surprise for Lilia. The girl is very happy that they baked a cake for her and arranged a whole celebration. But soon the twins begin to behave badly, and the maid takes them to their mother. Lily thinks she should have reacted more naturally, but Jones is sure it was his mistake. Then Lilia gives him a gift. It turns out to be a smartwatch, which he has wanted for a long time. Jones then tells her that the porter is returning safe and sound, and he is very surprised by this. Lily is shocked that Jones spoke to her about it first, and decides to find out how much he knows. She says she read his interview, and he claims to have seen an S-rank paladin. Jones isn't sure about this, but everything points to the fact that someone is indeed helping him in the dungeon. Just yesterday morning, Hank was ready to tell everything he knew, but after a while he flatly refused to talk about the paladin. In the end, they only learn that he meets him in a secret dungeon. However, there is something suspicious about this story. After this, the association receives a strange call from a man who claims to know the paladin. However, when Jones calls back, the number turns out to be invalid. It turns out that it is associated with the White Tiger. Lily doesn't understand what the White Tigers have to do with this matter, but in any case, Jones still doesn't know about the hotel. That's why she says that many people think that all this was only possible because of the association. But Jones doubts that the Korean Awakened Association is doing anything useful for hunters. Guilds are becoming increasingly capricious, and low-level hunters can participate in dangerous raids. Then Lily remembers Melanie's words about how Jones has changed a lot over the years of working at the association. She told him that his job was to protect the rights of hunters, and if she were given the chance, she would like to do that too. After all, Jones always wanted her to become a good hunter, and perhaps now she has that chance. But the man said he was against it, despite the fact that in the past, he had actually expected her to become a hunter. However, even then it was a difficult path, even for themselves, and now everything is becoming even more difficult. Even the awakened are just people, just with more income and more involvement in teamwork. Lily agreed that people would not call you a hero, no matter how noble a burden you carried. The hunters were people too, but for her it seemed like the best option. These were also people who simply missed hot food and a warm bed, and there was nothing wrong with that. It is precisely because hunters are people too that she works at this hotel. Jones began to suspect that she had received some kind of proposal, but Lilia explained that it was entirely her initiative. She promised that she would tell about it later, when she was stronger, so that no one would have to worry about her. 3 days later, Hank confirms on air that he will keep everything a secret. Soon after, Donald begins to recover, and this seems to be where the adventure ends. However, a small problem arises at the hotel when Lily returns there. When she meets Gimden, she notices that he has noticeably gained weight. He explains that being a spirit, he easily gains weight. The more he eats, the fatter he gets. Toto is very happy that he ate so much that he ended up turning into a huge pig. Lily says that from now on he will only eat what she gives him, and will also train with her. Although Gimden is a little embarrassed, he still agrees. Every day he tries his best to stick to a diet and runs until he drops. After this, the hotel opens, but not a single guest shows up for the entire day. At such moments, Lily doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then she decides that since there are no guests, she should try to go on a raid. She is confident that she can handle it on her own, since she has items from Aunt Melanie. She asks her workers if they need anything from the dungeon, but Toto refuses. However, Gimden says that he needs ingredients because he wants to cook a steak. Lily takes out her master key and prepares to go out. With its help, she opens a passage for herself into Rance's dungeon. Suddenly, a D-rank poet bird flies overhead. However, she does not notice Lily. The girl is not scared because the rank of this monster is low. However, it's good that monsters don't attack her. Thanks to this, she can calmly collect resources. However, to cook a steak, she needs to get some meat. Suddenly, Lily notices a sitting bird poet who is busy eating and does not yet see her. Lily takes an arrow out of her pocket, but at that moment, the bird turns its head in her direction. At the last moment, Lily shoots an arrow straight at the target. At first, she thinks she has missed, but then the arrow unexpectedly hits the bird's middle. Lily is very surprised that she actually got there. As a result, the bird hunt is successful, and she receives 700 experience points, and the hotel level increases. Apparently, the arrow's effect is triggered, and by increasing its level, its mana is replenished. Now Lily is happy that she is not just a helpless tourist on a raid. However, she does not understand what to do with the dead bird. It turns out to be too heavy to carry it away whole. And then Lily realizes that she needs to somehow cut up the carcass. Suddenly, she sees dotted lines begin to appear on the bird's body. Lily decides to follow these lines, and she easily manages to cut up the bird. In the end, she receives the poultry breast of the highest freshness. Meat increases her health, so hunting is more beneficial to her than gathering resources. Then the girl turns around and decides that they need even more meat. After some time, taking off her invisibility helmet, she realizes that it is time to return. Although she nearly dies trying to pick the apples, she manages to level up another level and collect enough food. However, suddenly Lily hears someone screaming loudly. In front of her, she sees two hunters, one of whom is grabbed by the leg by the alligator. Lily realizes that she must help them and immediately pulls out another arrow. Meanwhile, the hunter, trying to save his friend, is already screaming in despair. Without thinking twice, Lily throws another arrow straight at the alligator, successfully hunting it. For killing such a monster, she receives a whole 1,000 experience points. The remaining two hunters are amazed and assume that Lilia is a paladin. At this moment, the girl realizes that perhaps they have read rumors about her. Meanwhile, the hunter tries to bring his friend Sawyer to his senses, but he loses consciousness. Then Lily decides that since they have already met, they should return to the hotel. So she looks proudly at the hunter and invites them to her castle. After that, she quietly takes out the key and opens the door to the hotel. Literally the next moment, all three find themselves outside the hotel doors. Gimden immediately runs out from behind the counter to meet the boss, but Lilia gestures for him to be silent, hinting that she is a paladin. The concierges are surprised by her behavior, but still begin to address her as a paladin. Meanwhile, the hunter lays Sawyer down on the carpet and continues to try to bring him to his senses. Judging by their conversations, Lilia understands that both of them are minors. She also doubts that they can pay for their stay. Hunter named Jack says that he can pay, but he is not sure about his friend. Then Gimden explains that they are not paying for accommodation, but for renting a room, so they can both move into one room. He invites Jack to stay with them until Sawyer recovers. As a result, Lilia gets a new skill called Hotelier's Eye and immediately decides to use it. However, in the end, absolutely nothing changes. Then suddenly Sawyer develops a fever. These are signs of infection, and Lilia asks Gimden to move the guest to the room. Soon she heals Sawyer a little, and now Jack worries a little less. From his story, Lilia understands that they both study in the same class, and both dropped out of school. As far as she knows, there is an organization that recruits teenagers to participate in illegal raids to farm resources. Jack says they're not doing anything wrong. He just wants to save up to buy a gaming computer. Now Lily understands where this schoolboy got 150 gold pieces from. Then she suggests that they have some food, and then Jack will also need to rest in his room. While Jack eats, Lily decides to check him out by looking through the guest list. There she sees a status window which states that due to a strong sense of guilt, the accuracy of his ability is significantly reduced. Lily is surprised because usually awakened ones can only roughly determine each other's level. It turns out that Jack really does feel guilty because that stupid computer is the reason his friend is in trouble. At the crucial moment, he fails to protect him, and Sawyer finds himself on the brink of death. Then Sawyer suddenly comes down from his room and declares that Jack is not even going to protect him. He claims that if Jack really wanted to do it, he would have used his skills, but Sawyer sees no effect from his ice ball. Sawyer states that if he had known about this in advance, he would never have gone on the raid with him. Finally, he says that he is sorry that they were ever friends, and then goes upstairs. Lily realizes that Sawyer is making some wrong conclusions, but decides to talk to him later when he has calmed down. First, she decides to come to terms with her new rewards and accept them. As a reward, the hotel's hotel complex is improved and a banquet hall appears. It turns out that the hotel now actually offers the opportunity to visit the banquet hall. The girl can't believe that now in their basement there is such a place where they can hold a real banquet. She believes that if someone wants to speak out, they can do so in a secular atmosphere. It's getting as quiet here as expected, and the skill actually works. Lilia can also use the Oath of Truth at the hotel. More importantly, with the Hotelier's Eye ability, she can see information about guests in the hotel that is not available in the normal window. But suddenly at that moment, Toto runs into the banquet hall and reports that something strange is happening to the boys. As it turns out, Sawyer and Jack start arguing over a girl they can't share. Lily decides to intervene in their quarrel and suggests that they calm down. However, Jack ignores her and simply runs upstairs to his room. Then Sawyer, left alone, apologizes to the manager for the noise. He realizes that she is the S-rank hunter that was mentioned in the news and thanks her for saving him. Lily replies that anyone would have done the same thing and says that now they need to look at Sawyer's wound. As it turns out, he also has a hidden A-rank skill, and at his current level, he can quickly gain experience. This way, his rank as a hunter will grow by leaps and bounds. It turns out that they both have the potential to become A-rank hunters. They could make a great team. Sawyer, noticing Lilia's thoughtfulness, asks what's wrong, but the girl says that she's just thinking about her own things. Thanks to the treatment, the wound on his leg looks better, and he should be completely healthy by morning. Sawyer is amazed that she doesn't ask anything, even though they are just normal students. Lily is not going to scold them, although usually adults would scold them. But the girl says that being an adult doesn't mean never doing stupid things. Sawyer then admits that he went on the raid because he wanted to buy a gift for his friend Hannah, who he likes. But 3 days before they arrive here, Jack embarrasses that girl. He publicly rejects her, declaring that he does not like her. However, Sawyer knows Jack well and believes that he abandoned Hannah because he felt sorry for him. Sawyer realizes that Jack is not helping him in the dungeon because he deliberately wants him dead. If Sawyer had died, Jack and Hannah could have been together. Now Lily understands why Jack is so tormented by guilt. He wished death on his best friend, but she realizes that they just need to talk, because everyone gets angry and makes mistakes sometimes. That's why she says it's wrong to judge a friend based only on guesses. In such a matter, it is best to clarify everything for sure, so that you don't regret anything later. The girl says that she will provide them with a separate room where they will need to talk. After that, she heads to the room where Jack is now. At first, the guy thinks that the paladin girl has come to punish him. He uses a projection curtain and projects an image of Hannah in front of him. Then Lily says that this screen shows what he wants most. It seems like Hannah is his first love, just like Sawyer's. Lilia shares that she also had her first love in college. They dated for a while and then broke up. But Jack doesn't understand how he can live without Hannah and how to cope with the breakup. This is an unfamiliar feeling for Lilia, but in a sense, she too has to lose something important. That's why she says that there is nothing in this world that he cannot live without, because the most important thing is himself. She also suggests that he talk to Sawyer in the banquet hall, where people can only speak the truth. But Jack doesn't understand why he would do this. Deep down, he might still be angry at Sawyer. However, according to Lilia, honesty is the basis of any relationship. Otherwise, why do we need friends at all? After this, Sawyer and Jack finally meet in the banquet hall in the presence of 3 hotel employees. Lily asks them to discuss all the problems within 10 minutes. After this, she activates the Oath of Truth, and Jack immediately admits that he likes Hannah. But he truly values his friendship with Sawyer and is afraid that they will become distant if he finds out the truth. Sawyer then asks why Jack hesitated and didn't use the ice ball. Jack replies that there was a moment when he thought that he and Hannah might have had it if Sawyer hadn't been there. But that wasn't the only reason. This was his first encounter with such a monster, and he was scared. However, Sawyer says with a grin that Jack is an A-rank hunter. Deciding that there is nothing more to say, he turns around and says that they are no longer friends. At this moment, Lily gives a command to Toto. The girl snaps her fingers, and suddenly both hunters find themselves in the dungeon. Seeing a huge monster in front of him, Jack asks his friend to dodge. Meanwhile, a huge orc raises a spiked mace over Sawyer. At this point, Jack doesn't hesitate and still uses the ice ball. However, he is extremely surprised when this time too he fails. So he decides to help his friend manually and runs to him. Sawyer starts yelling at him, saying that he should have left him, but Jack flatly refuses to do so. He contemplates the possibility of being with Hannah, but believes that it has nothing to do with saving Sawyer. He's not going to abandon his friend just because he's angry with him. At this moment, the orc attacks them again with his huge weapon. Then Sawyer suddenly stands up and covers Jack with his back, telling him to take care of Hannah. At this point, he feels incredibly pathetic as he simply decides to die. But he still decides to protect his friend until the very end, even at the cost of his own life. For Sawyer, this is the best way to die so that his friend can survive in the end. But Jack doesn't like this outcome of events, and he pushes his comrade away. Eventually, his altered state is removed, and he unlocks the Ice Spear skill as a reward. Jack decides that this time he will definitely be able to use his skill properly. The next moment, an ice spear appears in his hand. He swings at the huge monster standing right in front of him. Jack jumps high into the air and thrusts the blade straight into his chest. From such a blow, the orc falls to the ground, and the grass beneath him becomes icy. Jack then happily states that thanks to Sawyer, he was able to win and survive. His comrade is also happy that they both managed to get out alive. Then he rushes to hug Jack, and says that he survived only thanks to him. Meanwhile, the hotel staff watches what is happening with smiles on their faces. As a result, Lilia receives a new achievement, as well as 1,000 experience points, and an increase in the hotel level. She also receives a quest that says that each hotel needs a special dish. She needs to prepare some dish herself and please the guests. Shortly thereafter, the concierge note that the 2 guests are safely returned to their room. Toto also says that together with the hotel manager, they are also becoming stronger. Then suddenly Lilia asks Gimdon to teach her how to cook, and he happily agrees. The first thing they decide to make is a syrup, which is something between apple compote and jam. Lilia notes that in reality everything turns out to be not as difficult as she thought. She usually follows the instructions on the back of the ramen package, and other famous dishes are prepared the same way. However, Gimdong warns her to be careful with knives as she can easily cut her fingers. Lily notices that he really does give good advice. Before, she didn't understand a single recipe. She then starts to put syrup on the toast, but Gimdon stops her. After all, if she wants to increase her satisfaction with the dish, she needs to pay attention to the serving. He explains that in order to charm guests, it is necessary to create a beautiful composition. Lily follows his advice and ends up with a rather nice-looking dish. Jack and Sawyer immediately note that it is incredibly delicious. As a result, golden apple syrup now appears in her menu, which increases her mana supply for 30 minutes. Lilia is very happy with what she has achieved. For her, this is a real success. The great news is that high levels of satisfaction don't require a complicated recipe. Soon after, the guys walk towards the hotel exit and thank the staff for their hospitality. They promise that they will definitely tell the people in the dungeon that they met a real angel. But for Lilia, it doesn't matter what they say. The main thing is that they are happy with the service. Sawyer then states that if he ever becomes a great hunter, he wants to meet Lilia again. However, Jack thinks that this is too bold a request. Finally, the girl wishes them good luck and hopes that they will successfully complete their raid. Soon after, she goes with Gimdon and Toto for a walk on the beach. She decides to ask the guests about their favorite food and cook it to complete the quest. She asks Chris what his favorite food is, but for some reason he doesn't answer. Then Lily decides to take a little break and read the news. But there is only news about the new death of hunters in the White Tiger Guild. Many criticize the guild for forcing hunters to raid too often and have a high mortality rate. But the reward for such work is enormous, and as a result, there are a lot of people who want to work there. There are many negative comments under the news. Some even blame the deceased for their carelessness. Meanwhile, the story is passed on to the police, where one of the victims, a guy named Joseph, is taken. His parents are unhappy, because more experienced people should have been sent for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Julian is irritated that there is too much noise in the ward. He notes that Joseph has no organ problems, only his right leg is injured. Then he suddenly notices that he sees the remains of dark mana, as well as some unusual mana. Then Joseph touches Julian's hand and asks his mother to step outside for a moment. However, the man is extremely unhappy that the hunter takes his hand. He says he doesn't see any serious problems, and then recalls that after a similar incident, he was able to raise his rank. With each successful return, he increases his rank again, which is quite good, since he reaches A rank in just 1 year. Then Julian suddenly notices that this is the first time he has seen Joseph wearing such a strange ring. He remembers that Cheryl has also been wearing this ring for some time now. In her case, it is an artifact that her fiancé gave her before his death. Julian also seems to feel something strange from the ring when Joseph touched it, so he says that if Joseph is so worried, he will check his condition again. First, Julian needs to better recognize the mana coming from his wound. At this moment, he suddenly notices that the entire room is filled with purple smoke. Julian is horrified to think that the ring is somehow absorbing his mana. At this point, Joseph starts crying because he thinks there is something wrong with his body. He talks about some strange thing that tears people apart right before his eyes. However, Julian understands that in this state, Joseph is unlikely to be able to tell him anything intelligible. He then notes with a smile that Joseph seems to be suffering from some serious psychological trauma. Finally, he adds that Joseph manages to survive at the cost of the lives of other people. After this, the guy begins to have an attack, but Julian, as if nothing had happened, leaves the room. Julian meets Cheryl while attending college in the United States. Their relationship turns out to be linked to a series of misdelivered packages. It seems to him that these little things will be the beginning of a fateful meeting. But she already has a lover, whom her family does not approve of. But Julian is already glad that she always calls him special and not weird. That's why he chooses the White Tiger Guild without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lily is in shock from Chris's behavior. He still can't say which dish he likes. He doesn't care. Therefore, Lilia has absolutely no idea how to plan a menu for the coming week. But the dish she prepares turns out to be perfect. Gimdong replies that her culinary skills are growing. Lily is happy that she can feed them something tasty, since they don't receive a salary. But Toto notices that they are getting more than just money. As the hotel improves, they also become stronger. At this rate, the hotel's evolution is just around the corner. But the manager will soon realize this herself. Then Lilia notes that they still have time today to go to the store. The first thing they decide to do is go to the market for groceries, and then cook new dishes from them. At that moment, a familiar woman approaches her from behind. It turns out to be the chairwoman. She is happy to meet him, and immediately asks how Lilia is doing. Noticing that Lilia doesn't have many visitors, she says that running a business is quite a difficult task. At this moment, the girl realizes that guests never enter through the real hotel doors. Then she asks if the chairwoman is really going to make seaweed soup. The woman explains that her daughter is coming to her birthday party tomorrow, and she decides to make soup for the occasion. She invites Lilia to try the dish too, but she refuses. The chairwoman then points out that someone else's birthday is also approaching at this time. When she looks at the calendar on her phone, she realizes that Chris's birthday is coming up. The woman then remarks with a grin that she appears to be holding up a busy man. She asks Lilia not to be shy and to come to them later to eat together. Meanwhile, Lilia receives an urgent quest called Recipe for Excellent Abalone Soup. Then she stops the chairwoman before she can leave. She says that one of her clients has a birthday soon and she would like to treat him to this soup. And while we're on the subject of cooking, she adds that she's also interested in sashimi. A week later, Lily goes underground where she meets a giant king crab. However, she uses her arrow again, and the monster is easily defeated. Recently, with the help of this arrow, she has been pumping up her characteristics quite well. Her motivation is not only the quest, she herself wants to surprise Chris on his birthday. It turns out to be difficult, but since she decides to give him a gift, she diligently practices on different products. The girl hopes that she will be able to prepare the most important dish. To do this, she turns to the chairwoman for help, and she gives her advice on cooking. As a result, Lilia manages to make an excellent abalone soup. Gimdon and Toto are also delighted with the results of the manager's work. Now she doesn't have to worry about the dish, and she's also learning from the chairwoman how to cook other delicious things. And since everything is ready, she decides to meet with the main culprit of today's celebration. After this, the girl takes out the key and opens the desired door. However, suddenly she feels that she is surrounded by pitch darkness. A nightmare demon appears before her. and she is surprised to encounter it immediately after entering the dungeon. Nightmare demons often appear in the Nightmare Castle dungeon. They have illusion magic. They usually approach their victims stealthily to absorb their mana, so Lilia decides to be on guard. Then she suddenly feels someone grab her hand sharply. It turns out that this is the real Chris, who also ends up here. Lily is pleasantly surprised that they meet in the same place. However, she reminds him that there may be a monster nearby, but Chris doesn't listen to her. Instead, he moves closer and hugs her tightly. Before Lily can say a word, he declares that he has been looking for her for a very long time. He quietly admits that he missed her a lot. However, he presses himself so tightly against her that Lilia becomes uncomfortable and asks him to move away, but Chris insists, pressing closer and closer to her. At some point, Lilia realizes that there is no point in this. She feels weakness in her body when he touches her. Then she suddenly realizes that it is not Chris, and plunges a sword into his stomach. Lily understands that this is an illusion woven from her memories. Immediately after these words, the body of the ghostly Chris begins to evaporate into thin air. Literally the next moment, the nightmare demon marks her as his target. Lily doesn't have time to react before the monster grabs her by the throat with its paw. At this moment, the girl feels that she cannot breathe. However, suddenly, a strange beam of light pierces the monster's body, and it releases Lily. It turns out that it is the real Chris who comes to his friend's aid. He apologizes for coming so late, as the structure of the dungeon turns out to be quite complex. Lilia explains that she had hallucinations. The monster invaded her memories. Chris explains that these creatures simply reveal a person's hidden desires and use his recent memories for this. But now that the darkness is clearing, they can finally see properly. And Lilia realizes that they are in a demon castle. And although the dungeon has been cleared for a year now, and she manages to familiarize herself with the layout in advance, seeing the monster in person turns out to be creepy. Then Chris puts an unusual bracelet on her and says that it should help her resist illusions. He promises to cope himself, since such a dungeon does not present an obstacle for him. Then Lily says that she is sending a request to create a group and asks Chris to accept it. It all seems strange, but she has a vague feeling that it will work. Suddenly, a system window appears right in front of the guy, saying that he has accepted the invitation to the group. At this moment, Lilia is truly happy that everything worked out for her. Then Chris suddenly comes up to her and asks permission to hug her. Lily doesn't understand why he's asking this so suddenly, but Chris, without waiting for an answer, hugs her. At this moment, a three-eyed raven of rank C appears in front of them. Then Chris picks Lily up and asks her to hold on tight. The girl doesn't have time to answer when the guy jumps out of the window and rushes down. Lily remembers that they are on the 20th floor, and falling from there would mean death. However, when she opens her eyes, she realizes that Chris is holding onto the paw of one of the monsters. They're both fine, but Lilia notes that going through this dungeon through aggression is proving too difficult. Chris admits this too, as everything here turns out to be extremely chaotic. However, after this, he asks her to press herself even closer to him. Then, with his free hand, he saws off the head of another monster. For this, Lilia receives 2,000 experience points, and the level of her hotel increases. She then abruptly announces that another monster is approaching them from behind. When they defeat him, she again gains 2,000 experience points, and the hotel level increases once more. Moreover, the arrow she throws at the monster returns to her hand like a boomerang. As they descend to the ground, Chris kills another raven in mid-flight. The first thing he asks Lilia is how she feels and if she is hurt. But the girl replies that she is fine and is glad that she is not useless this time. This is surprising to Chris, because he already said that Lilia is quite strong. Lily thinks he's just making fun of her, but Chris turns out to be serious. But the girl switches her attention to their main goal, searching for useful items in the ruins of the Castle of Nightmare Demons. Chris had been here before, and that time there had been an accident. One hunter had suddenly attacked another while under the influence of an illusion. He then asks Lilia what she sees when she falls into an illusion, as knowing its contents can help dispel it. At first, Lily hesitates, but still admits that she sees him, and he turns out to be friendlier than usual. At this point, Chris turns away in embarrassment and wonders if they were closer there than in reality. In Lilia's opinion, they are already close enough. After all, he is the only one who knows her secret. Then she asks if he himself has ever fallen under the power of illusions. Chris answers negatively, but adds that if he had gotten there, he thinks he would have seen Lily there. At this moment, the girl freezes in surprise, not knowing what to say. She jokes that Chris doesn't seem to have many friends. After this, the two of them defeat several monsters at once and gain a lot of experience. Now they are preparing to go up to the top floor, and Chris asks the girl to be careful. However, when they get there, to their great surprise, they don't meet anyone. He assumes that hunting parties have already been here, but it still seems strange. Then suddenly Lily notices a strange, strong glow from the door behind her. Suddenly, the fallen C-rank illusion demon king appears in front of them. He states that one of them must give him their soul, and then he will release the second, granting him half the abilities of the first. If they refuse to comply with his terms, they will both die. At this point, Chris stands in front of Lilia and tells her to step aside and he will handle everything himself. Then the monster shows his face and begins to laugh at the stupid little man. Suddenly, Lily feels her head splitting with pain. When she opens her eyes, she sees something sticking out of Chris's stomach. She realizes that this is her arrow, which apparently she shoots into him, obeying the monster. While Lilia is pondering what happened, the fake Chris approaches her and plunges a sword into her stomach. Lily understands that this is an illusion, but the pain turns out to be very real. Now she has to make a choice, who to sacrifice, but for her this choice is obvious. The girl immediately summons the hotel doors and the illusion disappears, so she calls Chris to leave with her. At this point, the real Chris is still fighting the monster. Following Lily, he runs to the door, despite all the monster's threats. At the last moment, the girl hugs him tightly, and they disappear behind the doors. The next moment, they both find themselves lying on the hotel carpet, hugging each other. By refusing the fallen king's offer, Lilia completes a hidden quest and receives 100,000 experience points. At this moment, Gimden approaches them, who is very worried about Lilia, since they are being attacked by an evil ghost. Chris explains that this is a C-rank monster, a boss in an already cleared dungeon, only even stronger than the previous one. Lilia understands that it was his psychological attack, but the feeling of the sword was so real. She also remembers the words of the fake Chris that she should be the victim. At this moment, tears appear in Lilia's eyes. She says she'll leave after she takes a shower and asks the guys to register the VIP client. When she is in her room, she still shakes, even though she knows she is safe in the hotel. Lily needs to become stronger if she doesn't want to become a burden again if this situation happens again. So she decides to pull herself together and start collecting the rewards for the quest. As a result, her level skyrockets, and she receives the title of owner of a 2-star hotel. Now she has access to the elevator, the living room, and the owner's manual for the hotel and the dungeon. Everything turns out to be very unusual, but with global communication skills, she can understand what is written in an unfamiliar language. Judging by the name, there were several hotel owners, and she decides to find out about this from Gimden. However, when Lily is about to leave the room, she meets Chris at the threshold. He says that he is worried because she has not come out for a long time, and that is why he comes to visit her. However, Lily is much more interested in what is behind his back. She notes that the first floor of their hotel has been completely transformed. She also doesn't understand where Gimden and Toto went, or what happened to the doors. Then they, together with Chris, decide to take a ride on the elevator, which allows you to get to any corner of the hotel. To do this, she needs a master key, and once she gets it, the system identifies her as the owner. First of all, Lily decides to go to the nearest place, namely, to the living room. The elevator immediately starts working and sends the girl to the requested location. When the doors open, she sees that Gimden and Toto are already waiting for her. The guy reports that the hotel now has a lounge, and the cafeteria has expanded a bit. Chris is very surprised that such a hotel is available to an owner with only E-rank abilities. But Toto reminds us that the hotel will develop, and looking at the pace, we can say that Lilia is the best boss. However, Lilia is interested in whether this hotel existed before her, since the manual speaks of several owners. Toto then explains that the hotel once operated in another dimension. However, the previous owners are no longer alive because the location where the hotel was located was very unstable. The founder always wanted to find a new owner in some unpolluted world, and that is probably why the hotel appears here. Toto immediately falls to her knees and begins to apologize for not telling her about this earlier, fearing that her boss would run away. But Lilia says that she is not going to go anywhere. On the contrary, this explains a lot. She turns to Chris and tells him that the Demon King is offering her a choice, to make a sacrifice or become a sacrifice herself. Now she becomes interested because his words literally repeat the teachings promoted by Jehovah's Witnesses. She believes that it is a terrible sect created in the USA more than 100 years ago, which claimed that 12 apostles would descend to Earth and divide humanity. And although this organization is on the verge of extinction, it suddenly reappears after great disasters. People, frightened by the sight of death, are turning en masse to occult beliefs and accepting their ideas. Thus, the influence of Jehovah's Witnesses begins to grow exponentially. Therefore, Lilia suggests that the appearance of this monster may be somehow connected with the sectarians. But, in Chris's opinion, the cultists are the only ones who will be happy if the gates open again. He also suggests that, as a C-rank hunter, he might be called upon to eliminate the Nightmare Demon King. Then Lilia admits that at some point she seriously thinks that killing Chris is the only way out. But she doesn't do it, and even if she tried, she wouldn't have a chance. However, Chris notes that if it were anyone else in her place, any hunter would choose to kill him without hesitation. In that case, he would not resist, because he believes that Lilia is much better than him, so he asks her to make the right choice next time. However, the girl does not want to talk to him about this topic and sends him to rest. When Chris leaves, she finally has some time before dinner and decides to read the manual. However, the chapter on the hotel owner's position does nothing to help her get the information she needs. Then comes a chapter about the features of the hotel complex. But even there, absurd things are written. Lily learns that they will also have luxury rooms, but the unlocking requirements turn out to be high. However, if the reservations are only available to those she is happy to see, then the risk will be minimal. Lily then moves on to the chapter on knife training. She decides that it wouldn't hurt to read this chapter before cooking anyway. The girl decides to use the knife exactly as the manual says. As a result, she feels that cutting vegetables comes extremely easily to her. So, following the recipe, she decides to cook one interesting dish. Soon, a refreshing aperitif appears before her to whet her appetite. Gimden notes that this dish will taste much better if served before dinner. And now, looking at the new living room, Lilia thinks that she should arrange a dinner and proudly surprise Chris with the dishes. Meanwhile, Chris is thinking that there have been too many suspicious events lately. He recalls the case of Jones, who mysteriously loses a comrade, perhaps even kills him. He has 2 A-rank hunters with him at the time, and he doesn't know if he can assume that Jones is the only one guilty. Also, after his return, Jones has risen in rank quite quickly, which seems strange. Chris decides that he absolutely must discuss this with the association president. Lilia's stats are outstanding. It seems like she's even above B rank, and she also has mental strength. At this moment, his thoughts are interrupted by Lilia, who asks what he is thinking about. She apologizes for disturbing them, but informs them that dinner is ready. Then she asks him again if he thinks it's all wonderful. As it turns out, he uses a projector curtain that shows what he wants to see, and now he sees a young Lily. The girl notes that the view of the sea in these places is truly beautiful. She doesn't even realize that at this moment Chris is looking at her from her school years. Then he declares with a smile that he wouldn't even mind dying from such beauty. Then he laughs, but Lily doesn't understand the reason for his laughter. She also brings him a sweatshirt from the class reunion that he lent her back then. But what's more important to her is that she hopes he'll actually enjoy the dinner. When the hero looks at the dish, he does not believe that Lilia cooks all this herself. The girl explains that she didn't know which of these he would like. She hopes that these words do not lower his expectations. However, the guest satisfaction level exceeds 300%, which comes as a complete surprise to her. Then Chris asks if she is expecting something special. Lilia explains that her class specializes in hotel management, and she gets stronger from the gratitude of her clients. Chris then notes that it suits her very well to become stronger by making others happy. However, Lily does not understand what he is talking about. The guy notices that she has an amazing trait, to notice what another person wants, even if he himself does not realize it. At this moment, Chris plunges into his dark memories. Until the age of 17, he is forced to live in his uncle's family. He turns out to be a tyrant and does whatever he wants. There are times when she and her aunt run away because of his cruelty, and during those days, the only shield between them is her aunt. Then Chris swears that when he grows up, he will save his aunt from this nightmare, because she becomes the only person close to him. Before that, he lived in an orphanage, where he ended up at the age of 6 after the death of his parents, and his aunt and uncle took him in. However, after waking up, everything changes dramatically. When he bends a steel hanger in front of his uncle, he shows emotions that Chris has never seen on him before. Soon after, Chris is promoted to C rank, and his family begins to look at him with caution. Soon he reaches the age where he can make a contract with the guild, and then his world is turned upside down. Ironically, it is the aunt who changes first. She says that their family would have been happier if they had not taken him from the shelter. His uncle's cruelty and his poor life due to a series of failures suddenly become Chris's fault. He doesn't know what exactly makes his aunt change, the contract fee or the fact that she always thought that way. He begins to realize that everything is changing because he is becoming too strong, and his aunt no longer sees the need to protect him. Following her words, he tries to solve their problems, risking his life in raids again and again. Every year on his birthday, along with a gift, he receives news about his uncle's latest major scam. This gift becomes like a poultice for the dead. Chris is alive, but does not feel alive. Uncle fraudulently receives compensation of 20 billion, but a lawsuit begins. However, the reward for the raid into Death Valley that he is recently offered turns out to be quite high. Chris knows that going there is tantamount to suicide, but it doesn't matter to him because he wants to end everything at once. However, he remembers Lilia's words about the importance of returning home after work and not being the one who leaves home forever. It is then that he meets Lilia. Despite the fact that she turns out to be the same loner, you can feel the character in her. At school, he can only hope that one day he will be able to call her by name out loud, and after that, he doesn't think that he will see her again. But Lily appears before him again and gives him a reason to return from the dungeons. These words become the most important for him. After this, he abandons the raid, leaves the guild, and breaks all ties with his family. All these terrible moments gradually fade into the background, and now he thinks only about how Lily changed him. However, the truth is that her fleeting phrase saves his life, and he still thinks about her. If she knew that he was quietly whispering her name, she would most likely start avoiding him. Chris is glad that they are getting closer, but he thinks it is right that some distance remains between them. So, knowing that his satisfaction makes her stronger, he decides that he will allow himself to be used as much as she wants. He will only be glad if this allows him to stay close like this, even at some distance. At this moment, Lily breaks him out of his thoughts and loudly congratulates him on his birthday. She is happy that she is the first to congratulate him on this holiday, and wishes him to be the happiest. At this moment, the hero does not know what to answer, but he understands that everything is really so. He begins to feel that he needs Lily more than anyone else, so he smiles and says that he is very glad that she congratulated him. Thus, his satisfaction increases to 1,000%, and for this Lilia receives 10,000 gold. Deciding to continue in the same spirit, she offers the birthday boy dessert. As a result, for completing the task, she receives a coffee machine with a random potion, as well as more gold. She then asks him if he has any wishes or gift ideas. Chris doesn't know what to answer about gifts, but he does have one wish. Lily is surprised that all he asks for is a walk along the seashore. She thinks that it will be very awkward to look at the sea together, but everything goes quite smoothly. Chris is missing a can of beer to complete the picture, but then Lilia reminds him that he didn't drink a drop at the class reunion. Chris then explains that he was simply driving that day. Lily suddenly remembers that his parents die right in the car because of the open dungeon. Then Chris suddenly remembers the recent incident with the camera and that strange guy and thanks Lilia for her help. Now he realizes that he was acting like a jerk back then. But Lilia says that at that time she interfered without his permission. In Chris's opinion, it is his failure that as soon as she is around, she almost becomes a victim of his shortcomings. At this point, Lily doesn't understand what he means and assumes he's talking about that guy. This makes her quite angry, as she doesn't understand how Chris can consider this a flaw of his. After all, everything she sees reveals only the ugliness of that guy, his cousin. Then the girl suddenly places her palm on top of his and asks him not to blame himself for something that is not his fault. But at that moment, she suddenly realizes that strangers can see them. However, Chris suddenly reminds her of the day when she helps him bury the kitten. That day he pays attention to her for the first time, and for a very long time wants to come up to her and get to know her better. But until now, all those who were close to him end up badly. This is his main shortcoming. The girl understands what he is talking about, because she feels exactly the same thing. The picture of her father flashes through her mind again. As they walk home that evening, Chris receives a message from Martin that a team will be assembled for a raid on the Nightmare Demon Castle next week. Lily says that in case of danger there will always be a hotel nearby, but Chris is afraid that Martin will find out about everything. Lily realizes that she really can't open up, even though she's close to the top of D rank. So she decides that she will tell everything when the time comes, when she is sure that she will not become another cause for concern. After this, Chris says goodbye to her and asks her to stay in touch. Lily smiles after him and waves her hand. Boredom comes over her, and memories from the times when her parents were alive come flooding back. The girl remembers how, as a child, she walked along the beach with her mother and father. Father says he really wants to come here with the people he loves. He adds that when Lilia has such a person, she should bring him here. At that time, Lily does not understand what he means. However, suddenly the girl opens her eyes and realizes that this is all a dream. Suddenly she hears someone knocking on the door of her house. Toto explains that there is a teenager standing there without a weapon. When Lily realizes that there is no danger, she opens the door, behind which stands a girl. Apparently the girl wants coffee, but she doesn't look like a teenager at all. She's a child. Then Lily asks her in surprise if she really wants coffee that much. In response, a boy standing nearby nudges her and points out that the sign says that this is a hotel, not a cafe. However, the girl insists that some guy is telling her that it is a cafe. When the girl realizes that she won't be able to buy coffee here, she starts crying. At this moment, Gimden appears from behind the door, very happy that they have guests. The children see the dog, and their faces reflect incredible interest. They immediately want to pet the animal and start asking Lilia for permission. Gimdon himself is also happy that they are paying attention to him. Lily allows the children to pet the dog, noting that he was very happy. But Toto is horrified to see that Gimdon allows himself to do such things without a twinge of conscience. When children see a rabbit, they become even more delighted and want to pet it too. Lily explains that rabbits are sensitive animals, then adds that today they only have instant coffee. The boy explains that they want to buy coffee for his mother, since she is the heiress of the sashimi restaurant Dragon Palace. At this moment, Lilia realizes that these children are the chairman's grandchildren. It turns out that the eldest daughter's name is Rose, and the youngest is Helen. Rose is already undergoing practical training, and Helen doesn't even go to school yet. Soon after, Lilia prepares the promised coffee for them and pours it into a thermos. Helen immediately points out that their mother doesn't like this kind of coffee, but Rose asks her to keep quiet. He says that they are now in the village, and she should be grateful for that at least. So he tells Lilia that this coffee will do, and asks his sister to count the money. However, Lilia is not happy with this arrangement. She understands that the children's mother will not like this coffee. Then she finally gets an answer from Helen. Their mother likes her coffee to have a thick milk foam and a heart in the middle. The girl immediately guesses that the baby is talking about a latte, but Rose insists that this coffee will do too, since this is a hotel, not a cafe. However, Lilia says that they have a new coffee machine on the second floor, and offers to make a latte. The children agree to wait, and Lilia heads straight to the coffee machine. Suddenly she notices that there is some kind of keychain lying on the floor. Rose immediately jumps up from her seat and claims that it is his keychain. Lily notes a familiar silhouette on it. The girl doesn't understand when he manages to drop it, because he just buys this keychain. He then explains with annoyance that the keychain has a picture of his brother Chris on it. It turns out that this is the official Unmayan ball, which can already be found all over the world. Lily doesn't understand what this is about, because this word translates as fate. Helen explains that this club is Chris's fan club. She also notices that there is a belt on the table that is exactly the same as Chris's. And it really is him. The belt turns out to be torn, and Chris leaves it here. At this point, Rose assumes that Lily is also a fan of his. The girl freezes, not knowing how to answer the children. She decides not to call herself a fan, but says she likes Chris as a friend. However, this is enough for Rose, and he now considers Lilia a huge fan. Helen admits that she likes the girl Paladin better. Rose then agrees that she is cool too, and shows Lilia her phone case, which has a picture of a female paladin on it. At this moment, Lily is horrified, realizing what this all means. Her guess turns out to be correct. She also has her own fan club. Rose can't believe that Lilia doesn't know Paladin, because there are even eyewitness stories about her. People tell stories of meeting a paladin who says she will invite them to the sanctuary. She rules this place, can become invisible, and besides, is very beautiful. At this point, Lily can't figure out who exactly is spreading the rumors, Jack or Sawyer. Rose says that she heard that Paladin is about 20 years old, but she is already capable of defeating an A-class monster. Lilia explains that the Hunters Guild assigns her an S-class, but adds that it is just a rumor. However, Rose is convinced that in the age of the internet, if someone doesn't know something, it means they are simply old-fashioned. Not knowing how to continue the conversation, Lilia nevertheless goes to make coffee. She feels like this character Paladin is talked about too often. Many argue whether it really exists or not, but all the arguments end with the words that Paladin is the best. Moreover, Lilia even comes across funny videos and memes with her participation. She has absolutely no idea how to react to this kind of content. But, in her opinion, it doesn't matter whether the Paladin actually exists. The main thing is to believe that she will come and save when the danger of the dungeon overtakes her. This is even better for Lilia, since fewer people will try to discover her identity. With these thoughts, the girl enters the elevator and heads to the desired floor. Now she needs to focus primarily on work. Soon, she finds herself right in front of a new coffee machine that resembles the model she saw at the cafe. This means that the coffee machine should work without problems, and Lily decides to use milk from the refrigerator. She decides to buy coffee beans, but even unroasted they cost 100,000 won per kilogram. It turns out to be very expensive, but she has no choice but to test the coffee maker. She ends up buying a whole bag of beans. They look really good. Toto is surprised that Lilia can judge their quality just by looking. The thing is, she often sees green beans in cafes, but never roasts them herself. The whole process of making coffee turns out to be quite tedious, so Lilia even thinks about simply selling the coffee machine and buying a new one. She doesn't even know what pan to use for frying. Lily decides that a stainless steel frying pan would be the best option. Then she gets a quest, which turns out to be divided into stages, in the process of which coffee should be obtained. First, she needs to roast the beans over medium heat so that they don't burn. The beans smell amazing, and since Lilia roasts quite a lot of them, she decides to make herself an Americano as well. Soon after, she prepares herself some restorative coffee powder. The girl is very happy that her efforts lead to something worthwhile. She also decides to buy some disposable cups and serve the drink to guests. She then pours the drink into glasses and carries them to the children. Now she has her latte and Americano ready. However, she does not understand what the name of the latte coffee means. An easy life. She thinks that she would really like life to be really easy. However, she decides not to dwell on it and goes down to the children. Meanwhile, the manager knocks on the door of her daughter, who is no longer sleeping. She reports that Helen and Rose are leaving early to buy her favorite coffee with milk. The woman says she will leave it at the door and asks her daughter to go out so she can drink it and cheer herself up. Her daughter took a vacation and came here with the children without her husband. Judging by how depressed she looks, something is going on. Meanwhile, her daughter is lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. When she hears her mother leaving, she finally crawls out from under the covers. She knows that her mother is worried, but she doesn't even have the strength to get out of bed. The thing is, her husband recently tells her that he has found a new love and suggests a divorce. Molly thinks that they had sincere feelings for each other. Then all the words about love seem true to her. But now she realizes that she is making a mistake when she trusts him and decides to marry him. She even quits her job for him to focus on raising her children. Molly wonders if it's the children that make her unhappy, and if things might have been different without them. However, seeing their sincere love for her, she feels very guilty. Deep down, Molly knows that the children are not to blame for this at all. Now she is the only one they have left, so she needs to pull herself together and become a good mother. Apparently they buy coffee because they are worried about her and she needs to show them that she drinks it. When Molly opens her cup of coffee, she is very surprised. Before having children, she spent a long time looking for well-made coffee. However, she later finds herself too busy looking after her children to enjoy such a drink. Molly hasn't had coffee with a subtle yet deep aroma for a long time. She wonders if there is a cafe nearby that sells this coffee and decides to take a sip. At this moment, she feels that this is exactly the combination she has been looking for so long. The coffee has a pleasant aftertaste that lingers in the mouth for a long time. Molly can't help but smile in delight when she tries this wonderful drink. She doesn't even notice how she drinks it in literally a minute. Then she decides to ask the children where exactly they buy this coffee. But suddenly the woman notices her bed and decides that she needs to tidy it up first. After this, she goes down to the children, who are happy to see her. Molly says that she will get up earlier from now on, and apologizes for waking up so late before. She thanks the children for taking care of her and buying her coffee. Helen explains that it's the Yongchun Cafe nearby, where a very beautiful owner works with a cute dog and rabbit. When Molly hears the name of the establishment, she is very surprised. Soon after, she heads to where she meets that same lovely hostess, Lilia. Molly says she feels strangely weak if she doesn't drink their coffee, and asks to make her one latte, like yesterday. Soon after, Lilia prepares the long-awaited drink for her. Molly is quick to point out that no one makes better coffee than she does. Lilia notices that recently many customers come to order coffee, and at some point there are even too many of them. However, the chairwoman is grateful to Lilia because thanks to her, her daughter is finally gaining energy. But all this endless work really exhausts the girl. Molly then reveals that she works for an e-commerce company. That's why she talks a little about this cafe on social media. She posts a photo of her drink and adds a few hashtags. When Lilia notices the last hashtag, she realizes that now there will be even more visitors. As she expects, guests who are not hunters begin to arrive at her hotel. Lily has no choice but to serve them with a smile on her face. However, this work is very exhausting for her. For the last few days, fishermen have been constantly coming to visit them. However, she is pleased that the hotel automatically adapts to regular guests. Soon the chairwoman comes to the cafe and notes that it is crowded again today. Rumor has it that if you stay here overnight, you will have a great night's sleep. But Lilia emphasizes that all this is happening thanks to Molly. She herself does not put much effort into it. She then notices Molly sitting at one of the tables, working on her computer. The chairwoman notes that Molly really has the ability to do this, since she works for a huge company. However, deciding not to distract her daughter, she says goodbye to her and says that she will come later. Molly then tells Lilia that she decides to promote the cafe as an addictive place. But since they are a hotel, Lilia isn't sure they will be known only for their coffee menu. She also wonders why Molly comes so often, to which she replies that the internet here is excellent. She wants to make this place a tourist destination during her 3-month stay here. Lily is very surprised that her vacation lasts for 3 whole months. But in any case, it will be better for the locals if more tourists appear here. Molly then reveals that she took some photos and invites Lily to look at them. As it turned out, these are beautiful photographs of the sea, which the girl really likes. Even though this is her hometown, Molly never thinks that the sea here can be so beautiful. Lily thinks that this is the same sea that her father and she fall in love with, and she thinks that it would be good if more people saw it. So she gets inspired and asks Molly to send her this photo. She decides she should send it to her fan club chat, and then wonders how things are going with Martin. She reads that the Devil's Castle dungeon is dangerous, so they take extra measures. Then Lily suddenly thinks of sending the photo to Chris, and he replies to her instantly. Moreover, he immediately continues the conversation and says that he wants to see her. The thing is that the raid is being organized within a week, and now Lilia is worried not only about Martin. At this moment, Helen and Rose appear near the doors of the cafe. All their clothes are dirty. The girl explains that she and her grandmother go to a mud meadow. Molly says they can't come in like that, but Rose explains they're just bringing Grandpa, who can't find a place to stay. Lily hopes that the guests will not go up to the upper floors, because then it will also be very busy there. Then Helen pushes her grandfather forward a little so that Lilia can receive him. The girl immediately opens the door for the guest and greets him. As it turns out, he is a foreigner, so she activates her global communication skills. When she scans him, she is surprised to discover that he is a hunter. Soon after, he enters the hotel and comments that the view is simply beautiful. Lily can't even believe that a hunter comes here to fish, but she decides to listen to what he has to say first. The man says he doesn't expect to find such a good hotel on the seashore. Then he asks Lilia how she knows that he is German and speaks German. He also doesn't seem to notice that there is a recovery buff in this room. The man is pleased to hear German spoken and says he would like to stay here as he has not yet decided on a hotel. Lilia is very surprised that he comes to Korea and does not book a hotel. But the man explains that the trip turns out to be spontaneous. As soon as he retires, he immediately buys a ticket to Korea. Lily understands his feelings, to go on a trip immediately after retirement, and decides that she has no choice. She suggests that the man start by filling out the guest registration log on the first floor. Meanwhile, the girl hears footsteps somewhere below. When she comes down, she sees several more guests standing on the threshold. When Molly sees Lily, she introduces them to her mistress. At this moment, Lilia hears Toto's voice, who says that this woman is unusual. She claims that if Molly had awakened, she would definitely have the skill to attract C-rank clients. Molly has a mysterious energy that attracts guests. In an unawakened person, this is called talent. Then the woman turns to Lilia and says that these people need to be registered. The girl decides that she will allocate 3 rooms for this group of guests, and now she needs to settle things with the hunter. The man says he would like to pay for 2 nights, but Lilia suggests that he fill out the guest book first. She is surprised to see that her skill activates automatically, and she learns the man's name, Ian Schultz. This name sounds familiar, but the girl does not remember where exactly she heard it. After scanning it, she is surprised to realize that it is C-rank. Now she remembers exactly who this German-American C-rank hunter is. This is the oldest hunter, the head of the World Hunters Federation, Paladin, who ranks 5th in the world ranking. He awakens at 50 and recently retired at 75. Then she decides she has to tell him they can't accommodate him. But now the system offers her a quest, the reward for which is 1 ticket for hiring staff. This reward turns out to be very valuable, and Lilia cannot refuse it. So she tells the man with a smile that he has been moved into room 201. When Helen tries ramen, she screams because it is so spicy. Molly immediately gives her milk, but reminds her that she warned her that it would be spicy. At this moment, Jan Schultz comes up to her and helps her wipe the remaining noodles from her lips. Lily can't believe she's getting to see the former head of the World Hunters Association do a mukbang in person. He sits and communicates wonderfully with the children. It seems as if it were a grandfather sitting with his grandchildren. Then Molly notices that Lilia seems to speak foreign languages fluently. The thing is that her mother, the chairwoman, tells her that foreign guests sometimes come to the hotel. Meanwhile, Rose tells Ian about a fan club of a Korean S-class hunter named Chris. After that, he begins to tell him a story about a Korean paladin. Rose tries to remember the words in English to convey the story to the old man. Lily really hopes that the boy won't remember anything, and then she won't have to worry. However, Rose looks at her with pleading eyes and asks her to translate his words for her grandfather. Lilia understands that she cannot refuse the children, and they are very grateful to her. She doesn't want to disappoint the children, but she also doesn't want to translate the whole story. When the story gets too juicy, she decides to interrupt it and offers everyone a latte. All the guests are very happy with this proposal, and immediately agree. When evening comes, the children begin to beg the old man to go to the sea with them tomorrow. Lily still can't figure out how exactly they communicate with each other. Molly assumes that the old man is tired of children, but he declares that they are his joy, because he himself has grandchildren. Molly concludes that his grandchildren must be very happy, because they have such a cheerful grandfather. But the old man replies a little sadly that this is not always the case. Lilia remembers that according to his stories, his son-in-law is Korean, so she doesn't understand why he's wandering around here. Through her efforts to improve guest satisfaction, she understands the importance of providing what people lack in their everyday lives. Then Ian says that he would like to learn more about the paladin tomorrow and says goodbye to the guys. The next morning, Lily wakes up from a strange noise somewhere below. When she goes down, she realizes that yesterday's guests are sitting on the first floor. It turns out they want to eat some noodles before they leave. Lilia has some fresh seafood that she recently buys and decides to cook something for them. She says she'll be making ramen for the guests, but adds that they're still working on the menu, so she'll serve it for free. At this moment, Molly enters the hotel building. She greets Lily timidly, looking very depressed. The girl immediately notices her expression and offers to drink some latte. However, Molly also asks for some ramen because she wants something spicy. Lily replies that she is just about to serve it to the guests, and decides to make some for Molly as well. She notes that the guide has everything you need and makes cooking much easier. All you have to do is simply add the prepared ingredients to the ramen, following the instructions. As a result, an excellent dish is ready for guests. Lily is very pleased with herself and the fact that she manages to cook food. But since there are a lot of people downstairs, she asks Gimden to keep an eye on things here. She also notes that no guests have entered through the revolving doors for a long time. The concierges take turns watching the lobby, but Lilia is afraid that they might miss a hunting guest. If a wounded hunter suddenly comes to them, they may not be able to cope due to the influx of ordinary guests. So she decides that she needs to complete the quest as quickly as possible in order to hire more staff. She then serves the guests food, and it's Molly's turn. The woman tries the noodles and immediately notes that they are very tasty, and the amount of water is ideal. Lily says she just follows the instructions on the package. Molly immediately notes that the manager is very attentive, unlike her, who runs away to her hometown without any plan. However, to her surprise, she hears from Lilia that she is also running away. Her company is in complete disarray, and the stress is so intense that she simply leaves. Molly is surprised that Lilia's parents don't object to this. But Lilia explains that she doesn't have parents, but the people who replace them are worried that she will suffer. Molly immediately rushes to apologize for her tactlessness, but Lilia is not offended. Molly explains that she has been arguing with her mother, has been coming here since her divorce in Seoul, and only told her about it for the first time yesterday. In the end, the mother says that she had to endure for the sake of the children, and gets angry at her. So now Molly feels like she's a bad mother, and should return to her hometown for the sake of her children. Although Lilia doesn't know what advice to give, she says that the village president is thrilled when he learns that Molly is coming. She adds that the person who should worry most about his life is himself, because no one can live our life for us. According to her, Molly is very talented, and now she is just taking a break, which will help her prepare for the revelation of her talent. Lily is confident that nothing bad will happen if Molly doesn't try too hard to live up to everyone's expectations. Toto notes that if Lilia were to awaken, she would definitely have the skill to attract C-rank clients. Then the woman thanks the manager for the advice and says that now she knows what to do. She says she will find a job because she no longer wants to remain at a career junction. The system reports that Lilia has unlocked the potential of a hotel guest and has entered into a contract with him, but she has no tickets to hire. She needs a worker's hiring ticket to conclude a contract with a person. Lily understands that this woman is just right for her needs. Then suddenly Molly takes out her laptop and asks the manager to take a look. She shows photos of dishes from a fish restaurant, which she posts on her page. She gets a lot of sales requests, so she thinks about trying herself in this direction. First, she plans to start distributing seafood and discuss with her mother how best to sell it. Her skills are truly impressive, but Lilia doubts that they will be able to cope with the influx of clients. So she decides to take a break from the conversation and asks Molly to eat her dish. At this moment, Jan Schultz comes down from his room and greets the manager. However, from below he notices only the open front door. As it turns out, Rose and Helen are already there, waiting for Grandpa to go to the mud meadow. The boys are already completely ready for the hike, and even bring a suit for their grandfather. Lily still can't understand how these three can communicate so well with each other, but she understands that they still need a ticket to hire employees, since it is difficult to manage a hotel and a cafe at the same time. She also recalls that Yang flies to Korea to meet his daughter and son-in-law. It suddenly occurs to her that his daughter is probably about the same age as Molly. Lily decides that talking to a peer will help her to strengthen her spirit a little, and is going to ask Molly for help. She then asks if she would like to join them at the mud pit. Lily is thinking about making a kit from the shellfish they collect. Molly really likes the idea and immediately agrees to go. Meanwhile, an argument is already starting to flare up between the children. They can't come to any kind of compromise. Then their mother intervenes in their quarrel. Lily and Ian just watch from the sidelines as Molly calms her children. The old man notes with a smile that these children are simply that age. When he looks at them, he remembers his daughter's childhood. At this moment, a warm smile appears on his face. He remembers how his daughter Sophie constantly follows him around. This continues until the day a fire occurs. 20 years ago, during the Great Disaster, his son and wife were killed by a monster invasion, leaving only him and his daughter alive. After this, he awakens and becomes an S-rank paladin, but he feels that this title is not suitable for him. He finds pleasure in killing the monsters that took his wife and son from him. But during this crazy work, he misses something important. One day, Sophia tells him that since her mother and brother died, he never celebrates her birthday. She begins to think that he is offended at her because she was the only one who survived, and declares that in that case, she will leave for another country and cut off all ties. Jan wants to say that this is not true, but that day he cannot utter a word. What he really wants to say is that his daughter is the most precious person to him, and he is very grateful that she survived. After that day, he became even more immersed in his work and received the title of Great Paladin. His only consolation is the people in the guild who need him, but even that ends with his sudden resignation. In this world, no one needs him anymore, and therefore John does not understand why he should live. While he is thinking, he receives a long letter from his son-in-law. It says that Sophia gives birth to her second child late, cries a lot after giving birth, and her face looks exactly the same as it did 10 years ago. So John immediately books a ticket to Korea. He wants to hug his daughter and her children and tell them those important words. However, now something is stopping him. At this moment, Molly comes up to him and offers to try the soup. She says it's a seaweed soup that her mother makes and passes down to her children. The old man immediately takes the glass and tries the offered dish. He notes that the soup is absolutely amazing, and Molly adds that it is known as the soup for new mothers. Then the old man notices that his daughter has also recently given birth, so most likely she is eating him. Molly is very surprised that he has a daughter. She then asks him how he is enjoying retirement, to which Ian replies that he is lonely but at peace. Molly admits that she envies him, but in the old man's opinion, a young girl should not envy a pensioner. However, for her it is not about retirement, but about loneliness and relaxation. She is just starting to work and is worried about how to balance time with the kids. Ian understands that even if he could turn back time, he still wouldn't spend the whole day with Sophia. The work he does as an S-rank paladin brings him satisfaction. However, he advises Molly not to think about it too much. She just needs to love her children when she can be with them, and not ignore their pain just because she is having a hard time. He can't handle it himself, but he believes that Molly will succeed. At this moment, the woman feels that she suddenly begins to miss her mother. She remembers apologizing to her for being too busy with work to spend time with her. However, Molly believes that her mother did nothing wrong. Then she asks the old man if she can find out more about his daughter. Meanwhile, Lily stands a little to the side and watches all this. Toto notes that, although Lilia doesn't say it, it's clear that she planned it all. The girl replies that she does this solely to satisfy the client. Soon after, the whole family goes to the chairwoman. The grandchildren immediately run up to their grandmother to show how many shellfish they caught. And although the woman praises her grandchildren, she pays attention to her daughter. Molly still can't look her mother in the eye, and Lilia notes that the atmosphere is getting cold. Then she decides to lighten the mood a little and asks if she and Ian can join in. As it turns out, during this time the children come up with a nickname for Jan. They call him Grandpa McDonald. Soon after, the children are full and want to sleep, so Molly puts them to bed at her mother's house. Lilia thinks about Chris's guild's S-class dungeon raid starting in a few days. The guild leader's participation in this raid attracts the attention of the entire world, and the raid on the Demon Clan castle is just around the corner. Suddenly, Molly asks Lily to ask her mother how to make seaweed soup. The thing is that she wants to teach her grandfather, but she is embarrassed to ask about it. Lily is ready to help because she already has a recipe, but decides to do it differently. She says that instead of avoiding communication, Molly should ask about it directly. The woman hesitates a little, but understands that this is the right way out. Then she gets up from her seat and timidly turns to her mother. She asks her to tell her how to make seaweed soup, since Grandpa wants to try making it himself. However, the woman does not understand why he should get his hands dirty and decides to do everything herself. But this time Molly doesn't want to stand aside and stops her mother. She says this will be the first dish he cooks for his son-in-law. Even if he is not good enough, there are things he must do himself. Molly understands that her mother always wants to do everything herself, but she and her grandfather know how to live their lives. That's why she asks her mother not to worry, because she is sure that she will succeed. Even if it's not perfect, she just needs to trust her daughter and leave everything to her. At this moment, Lilia, watching their dialogue, is happy that they managed to resolve everything. The chairwoman is a little embarrassed that other people are watching their conversation. However, she turns around and decides to go into the kitchen with Grandpa McDonald, calling her daughter along with her. She explains that they will need a translator, so she needs to wash her hands and come in. The next day, Jan thanks the women for the wonderful vacation he spent with them. He also wants to tell Molly something before he leaves. Every process of preparing and packing food for his daughter becomes a great comfort to him. He believes that being a parent is not easy, but it is the most rewarding thing, and he thinks that Molly can become a better parent than him. He thanks the woman again for allowing him to enjoy the true meaning of the word travel. As a reward for 100% satisfaction of a foreign client, Lilia receives 55,000 experience points and 1 employee recruitment coupon. A few days later, she contacts Yang, who is still in Seoul, but is now doing much better. Their relationship with their daughter improves, and this lifts Lilia's spirits. She is also glad that now all attention is focused on the real paladin, but in any case, she still has a little time to collect the ingredients. She then also remembers Chris, who has a raid starting tomorrow, so she wishes him luck. She knows he can't take care of himself, so she hopes he's okay. Lily really wants him to come back alive and well. At that moment, she suddenly hears the sound of a revolving door. Lily finds herself very excited, as she hasn't had a guest hunter visit her for a long time. Suddenly, she sees a bloody Catherine appearing on the threshold, looking very tired. The girl is again surprised that she ends up in a hotel. Now she understands that this is not a dream. She immediately turns to the manager with a request to give her that very coffee mixture or something that will help in the raid. Without further ado, Catherine informs Lilia that the guild members are currently in danger. She says that they are being attacked by a large number of monsters that move like an army, not like normal monsters. Right now, the members of the Vanguard team are in serious danger. We are talking about the team led by Chris and the guild leader. Lilia really hopes that everything is okay with them, since they are both S-class hunters. She also learns that the internal energy of the Demon Castle dungeon is abnormally increasing, and the raid is postponed due to instability. In theory, an S-class hunter can defeat a monster of the same class alone, but in practice, a team is required to do so. However, Catherine's team is almost falling apart, and so she urgently needs to return. Lily immediately notices that Catherine has changed a lot and assumes that Chris has influenced her. Then she suddenly remembers that Catherine asked her for coffee. It takes her some time to prepare it, so she asks you to wait a little. As she goes down, her legs feel like cotton wool, but the girl understands that she needs to hold on and stay calm. When she gets down to the cafe, Molly is already waiting for her, asking her to make a latte. However, Lilia says that the beans are gone, and therefore she cannot make coffee. At this point, Molly notices that the manager's face is very pale. However, the girl replies that she is fine and apologizes again for not being able to serve her. Then finally, Molly says that the same retired hunter is returning to his homeland today. Lily is surprised that Molly knows about this, but she explains that Jan Schultz even has a fan club. She believes that Jan deliberately hid this news until the last day. Noticing the attentiveness and kindness of this woman, Lilia understands that she urgently needs her help. So she grabs Molly's hand and asks her if she wants to work at her hotel. The woman is very surprised by this proposal and stands there for a while in bewilderment. At first, she thinks that Lilia is talking about a part-time job, but the girl explains that she means a full-time job and adds that she has wanted to offer this since their first meeting. Molly is a must-have for the hotel, as she has all the qualities needed to work in the service industry. Molly says she feels like the proposal was made specifically for her and accepts without hesitation. However, she is interested in what exactly she will have to do. Today, her task turns out to be simple. She needs to brew as much coffee as possible for the hunters. Lily then contacts the system to accept Molly as an employee. She currently has only one vacancy available, so she signs up Molly as a manager. She explains that there are hunters whose lives are at risk if they do not get their coffee immediately. However, Molly is determined and ready to help them save the hunters. In this case, the contract is signed and the woman immediately begins work. After this, Lilia calls her to go up the elevator. She explains that they are heading to the waiting room. However, Molly has no idea that there is an elevator and other floors in this place. When they arrive at the waiting room, the woman is very surprised by what she sees there. At this moment, Gimden changes back into his human form and greets Molly. The woman is very frightened and thinks that there is a monster in front of her, but Toto calms her down. Lily introduces them as a messenger and a concierge and promises to explain everything later. At this point, she notices that all the coffee has disappeared somewhere, and then the blonde offers her paper cups. But Lily replies that they will be difficult to wear in the dungeon, which greatly surprises Molly. The girl explains that the hunters who now need coffee are in the dungeon, and the situation is urgent. At this point, Molly turns her attention to Catherine, who is standing at the door covered in blood. Then she suddenly squats down and starts looking for something in the closet. She takes out 2 teapots from there and says that if the holes are closed, the hunters will be able to carry them with them. Lilia notes that the more variety in potions, the better, and suggests filling teapots with different types of coffee. Soon 1 teapot with a huge amount of Americano is ready. Catherine immediately notes that this is a great idea, as it will help withstand mental attacks. After this, she plans to return to the dungeon, despite Molly's request to wait for the latte. Finally, Lilia reminds her that she can always return to the hotel if the situation becomes dangerous. Catherine feels much calmer knowing that she can get to the hotel even after critical encounters, so she thanks women for the fact that she is no longer afraid of dungeons. After that, she takes the disposable cups and heads to the exit to help the team. Lily only watches her with an anxious look, fearing for the girl's safety. Then Molly comes up to her and asks what she should do with the milk she made for her iced latte. Eventually, they decide to finish cooking, and now they have another pot of coffee. Lily is extremely surprised that they got an S-rank drink. The effects of this drink are too good to just wait for someone to take it. And at this moment, Lilia receives a quest that means a high chance of returning alive from an S-rank dungeon. So she turns to Gimden and asks him to bring coffee delivery equipment. Seeing Molly's surprised expression, she explains that she is also a hunter, and that is why she is going there. Molly is very surprised that Lily is also a huntress, and also notices her suspicious helmet. But Lilia promises that she will definitely return and bring with her the person dearest to her. Now she's going to head to where Chris is at the moment. Meanwhile, Martin encounters the fallen Fairy King in his vision. His mental strength is already running out and he can't even stand on his feet. At this moment, Lilia finds him and begs her uncle to come to his senses. Martin is extremely surprised when he sees a familiar girl in front of him. After this, she pours him a drink to help him recover, but the monster immediately begins to attack them. The girl uses her cloak to cover herself, but realizes that she won't be able to withstand another attack like that. But at that moment, Chris appears right in front of them, and with his sword, he repels the demon's attack. Lily is very surprised that Chris comes at such an important moment. He immediately warns her that this does not seem to be a mental attack. He tells her to take the leader and go back because his team is down there and he has to stay. However, Martin does not like this plan and he grabs a weapon. He immediately rises to his feet and declares that he is not going anywhere. He will never leave his comrades again. The fact is that Martin is an illegitimate child. His biological mother was deported to the United States, and he took her last name. From early childhood, he has had a vague feeling that the luxurious life he lives is false. He can't even have a private conversation with his family. It's like he's a ghost in the house. However, even ghosts can hear people talking. He hears mothers say that they shouldn't have given birth to him because the boy is the fruit of treason. But they can't send him away until he grows up. So the mother has to raise him so that he doesn't cause problems. Then he truly realizes that his father will never acknowledge him as his son. His father keeps him around only because he is afraid that he might become a problem for him in the future. Martin feels a strange sense of peace, realizing that for them he is just a tool. He understands that life is lived alone, and from then on, he begins to perceive family as simple objects. Having accepted that his life is meant only for him, he grows up to be the right person everyone wanted. This is enough to attract the attention of Chairman Kim, his grandfather. It's the first time he hears him address him as his grandson, but it doesn't shock him. He knows that such families are useless. They tell him that the main thing is not to get involved in the company's affairs, just leave and not get married. But Martin has no desire to create a new family anyway, because people are infinitely selfish creatures. However, after some time he meets Marcus, who every now and then shows him his daughter. It all seems like a waste of time to him, because they are people in a world where everyone could die due to a disaster. Even his partner's daughter seems like a burden and a hindrance to him. He even suggests that Marcus simply leave the country with his daughter so as not to participate in the raid. He hears that the situation is better in the US and thinks that Marcus might go there and live with his family. But Marcus can't leave his teammates and hopes that Martin will understand him. He then asks Martin, if anything happens, to say goodbye to his daughter instead of him if he suddenly does not return. At first, Martin does not understand at all why he asks him for such strange things. But Marcus explains that it is not difficult. He asks to convey that she should take care of herself, and that Dad will always love her. Martin understands that he should have scolded him, because he himself should have said such words. So when Martin is forced to say these words to Lilia, he feels terrible. He is asked to say goodbye to a small child on behalf of her father, and this becomes an incredibly difficult task. He realizes that if this bastard comes back, he will kill him with his own hands. From then on, Martin promised himself that he would never again convey anyone's last message, Meanwhile, the battle with the demon in the dungeon continues. Martin, finally gaining strength, enters the fight, realizing that everything they see now is an illusion. After this, he is about to go inside and asks Chris to cover him. At this moment, he feels as if he is in Marcus's body, although he was much stronger. He then lunges forward again, cutting through the monster's tentacles. He realizes that there is definitely a vital spot between his eyes, so he aims there to pierce it with one blow. And at that moment, the demon asks him if he wants to receive his power. Suddenly, Martin clearly sees a man in front of him. It turns out to be his old partner, Marcus. He says that Martin has grown a lot, and that at this level it will be difficult even for him to beat him. He claims that if they combined their powers, they could completely destroy humanity. Marcus asks if he wants to cleanse these dirty people. He suggests joining forces and cleaning up this world together. Then Martin calmly asks him who he is. But without waiting for an answer, he cuts off the head of a strange stranger who has taken the form of Marcus. He doesn't expect such an attack and falls to his knees. Then Martin tells him that he still remembers who he is. The real Marcus would never have said that he wanted to destroy humanity. At this moment, the illusion is destroyed, and the demon's soul bursts out. After this, he falls with a loud crash right onto his carpet in the throne room. But Martin feels he is losing feeling in his shoulder and expects his arm to lose functionality. Then he suddenly realizes that Lily is coming to his aid, in a rather strange outfit. He realizes that she is the very same S-Class paladin. However, Lilia understands that the situation is very serious, and they urgently need a healer. But Chris says that because of the dungeon, the healer will not arrive immediately, and asks her to carry out the same treatment that she gave him. Lily immediately obeys, takes out the master key, and opens the portal to the hotel. However, Martin has absolutely no idea which hotel exactly is being discussed, but suddenly he sees in front of him a revolving door that leads into the hotel building. They decide to move slowly there so as not to further traumatize Martin. Meanwhile, Lily completes the quest and earns a hotel and booking upgrade, as well as a free trial ticket. But now the most important thing for her is her uncle's condition. First, she needs to take care of him. Meanwhile, Chris is the only one who can protect them from the demons that may remain in the dungeon. At this moment, sparks begin to appear from the ashes that remain from the demon, and Lilia hears a strange voice. Someone addresses her as the new owner of the hotel, and Lilia realizes that it is the king of the fairies. He says that he would like to visit this place again, as there were nice perfumes and delicious food. However, Chris does not understand who the girl is talking to at the moment, but she asks him to wait. The spirit explains that he is the heir of the Grey family, he is the god of guests, and therefore knows how to cook delicious food. Then Lilia says that she will give him a ticket for reservation and asks to visit the hotel. Suddenly she feels a glowing butterfly landing on the tip of her nose. It is the king of spirits, who thanks her. He also asks to thank Martin, because thanks to him breaking contact with the demon king, his soul is purified. He takes the ticket that Lilia hands him, realizing that he will need it someday. After this, he says goodbye to her and promises to meet again. At this point, the girl realizes with horror that she is not explaining to him how to book a room. Soon after, they arrive at the hotel where Gimdong is already waiting for them. He is horrified when he sees that their guest is Guildmaster Hanun. Lily explains that he urgently needs to be taken to a room, as he is very injured. Finally, she asks manager Molly to take orders from other hunters when they arrive. They soon take Martin to his room, which was supposed to have improved conditions. But it turns out that the new things don't have any beneficial effects. At this point, Martin seems to begin to come to his senses. He tries to get up, but pain shoots through his arm and Lilia asks him not to move. She explains that his hand appears to bear the curse of the evil fairy king. Martin firmly states that he needs to cut off the infected hand and asks Lilia to leave the room. The curse of a powerful monster can only be cured by cutting off the affected area. However, the girl believes that there must be another way and remembers the elixir that the fairy king gives her. It is said that it can remove the demon's curse, so she asks Uncle Martin to use it. Martin doesn't find anything suspicious about the elixir, so he takes it immediately. Lily is very afraid that after taking the pill he will only get worse. But soon Martin feels that the energy of the curse is completely disappearing. The effect of the elixir is amazing. However, he still doesn't understand why this monster suddenly decides to give Lilia a pill. But now it doesn't matter. The girl is crying with happiness, realizing that her uncle is surviving. She throws herself into his arms and says that she has never been so grateful for the hotel's existence as she is today. Martin remains the only family she has. He always looks after Lilia and never leaves her side. Martin is by her side at every important moment of her life. That's why Lilia is very glad that her uncle is now safe. Then Martin hugs her back, and Lilia suddenly remembers that he always hates being touched. But now she realizes that he hates interacting with people, and when they lived together, she kept a close eye on that. At this point, the system tells her that her global communication skills are improving. Then suddenly Martin asks why she calls this hotel a guest house. Looking at Gimdong standing next to her, Lilia thinks that she plans to say it, but not now. But she can't hide it anymore, since they meet in the dungeon. So she reveals that she is actually awakening. Soon after a detailed explanation, Martin realizes that she is not a paladin. The fact is that he already receives a report from the hunter Catherine and knows about the existence of the hotel. He concludes that the hotel's name appears to have a memory-suppressing effect. Lily suddenly remembers that the hunter Catherine also comes here earlier and takes some potions. She then reveals that her class is the hotel manager, and she wakes up as soon as she enters the hotel. Martin never hears of such a thing. He assumes that the hotel is awakening in response to her energy. Lilia remembers that 3 people already come here and they like the sea. This could be the reason for awakening. Then Martin asks if Chris is coming here. He is a little upset that he has already been here twice, and as a VIP guest. He accidentally comes across a good item, so she treats him and leaves him for the night. At this point, the system's readings go off the charts because the guest from room 21 wants to wipe someone out. At this moment, Gimdon becomes very scared and even runs out of the room. Martin then warns her that the hotel is too dangerous and should be sold to the Hanun Guild for 200 billion. The guest fees are good, but 200 billion would be enough for retirement. However, Lilia only sighs and says that she cannot do this. In her opinion, the hotel should not belong to any organization, since the priority will be exclusively profit. But Lily wants this place to always be a haven for hunters, and she also thinks that transferring ownership rights is impossible. So she thanks her uncle for the offer, but is forced to decline it. In the end, judging by the system's messages, she understands that he did not like the answer. Then the man suddenly notices that the room is becoming stuffy. At this moment, Lily realizes that her uncle is really picky, and it is not so easy to please him. Aunt Melanie and Uncle Jones always say that he has no humanity, that he is too sensitive and picky. Lily isn't sure about the first one, but she thinks the rest is true. He's not the type to say hurtful things. Now she has to cook food that will satisfy a man like him. She asks if he is hungry, and the uncle replies that he would like to have a little snack after everything that happened. However, he doesn't even know what exactly he wants to eat. Lily is angry because now she has to deal with this on her own. So she asks her uncle to wait a little while she brings him food. Then the uncle remarks that it would be nice if she cooked it quickly. Realizing that his stamina is decreasing, Lilia immediately runs to the kitchen. She thinks about what can be made from the ingredients available so that the dish is simple but still tasty. In the end, she can't think of anything else to do but make ramen. At this moment, Molly comes up to her and finds the hostess preparing noodles. She is surprised that even a person like Martin eats ramen. But Lilia knows that he is not a big fan of the dish in general. Molly notes that Lilia is trying very hard, but in reality she is just following a recipe. However, Molly is still pleased to see that Lilia serves each guest equally well. Instead of doing anything special, she treats them all the same. Lily understands that Molly is right, after all. Her uncle is also a guest of their hotel, and they should not single him out in any way. Now it's better to think about how to help him relax, just like they do for other guests. Even if it's not something special, the main thing is to cook with care so that it tastes good. Meanwhile, someone notes that the guest from room 201 looks tired. Lily thinks that if the spirits go to him, he might feel uneasy. Therefore, she asks them first of all to be silent, since Martin does not like noise. Then the concierge says that in this case they will take measures for soundproofing. Soon after, Martin tries the noodles that Lilia prepared for him. He notes that this is the first time in his life he has tried such delicious ramen, and judging by the system, he is charmed. As a result, Martin's satisfaction increases by 5%, but he still cannot get rid of his doubts. Lily understands that this will not be enough, but she is glad that he liked the noodles. Then she says with a smile that in the future, they can have lunch together from time to time. Martin is very happy with this offer and immediately agrees. Soon after, he changes into more comfortable clothes and sits down on the sofa to drink coffee. Looking at the general chat, he notes that Catherine is talking too much. But now he is more concerned about the fact that Lilia refuses to sell the hotel. The fact that the hotel is connected to the dungeon and that hunters come there cannot but alarm him. He has also long noticed that Chris has feelings for Lilia, but believes that this is not the only problem. Perhaps because of this, she has a sense of duty. At this moment, he remembers Lilia's words about how Martin always tells her that she should value herself most of all. In the end, she decides to listen to him and leaves the place where she has lived her whole life. It is this decision that brings her to the hotel, and now Martin wonders what this place means to her. At this moment, the girl comes up to him and pours him more coffee. She says with a smile that she thinks he needed a little coffee. Martin realizes that he doesn't even notice her arrival because he relaxes a little. When he is with others, He is always on edge. But here he feels as comfortable as in his own room. Martin suspects that it is Lilia who makes this place what it is for him. Then the girl suddenly says that she has a novel that she would like to recommend to him. Soon she brings him a book with a gripping novel and invites Martin to read it. The man agrees to do this, despite the fact that he does not usually read novels. The thing is, he can't empathize with the hero's emotions, but he decides to try. The story turns out to be about a man who lives in a village. He never loves any woman and does not feel sympathy. His life is calm. It is not unhappy, but not full of joy either. And then one day, a little girl appears before him, separating herself from the group like a lost bird. As soon as a man puts a girl in his boat, he understands everything. He knows that this child will become the meaning of his life. Although she will eventually leave and turn him into ruins, he will be unexpectedly happy for a long time. The saying at the end of the book says that to raise someone is to prepare for farewell. Martin thinks it was all about empty nest syndrome. One day his maid notices that he often starts standing in front of Lilia's empty room. She does this sometimes too when her daughter gets married. But when she starts to get into traveling, everything gets better. Now Martin understands why the woman advises him to develop an interest in travel. Leaving his own space and going on a journey, he realizes that he feels lonely. The thing is, he has been feeling this for a long time. The man feels that Lilia finds happiness in this hotel. Thus, Lily is preparing to leave her native nest. But loneliness doesn't have to be a problem, because memories are everywhere. Now Martin doesn't know whether he raised this child or whether she raised him. However, he still believes that Marcus's daughter has grown up to be an incredibly good girl. When everything is ready, Lily turns to Molly and tells her that she can go home. However, the woman reports that there are still guests at the hotel and also inquires about the night shift. Lily says she will take care of it herself, and from now on, Molly can come in the morning and leave in the evening. She is also preparing a uniform for her to wear starting tomorrow. After that, they enter the elevator together and go down. Molly is about to head home to brag to the kids that she now works here. Her kids love this place. They always say that she looks the coolest when she works. Then Lily decides not to remain silent, and also says that Molly was simply magnificent today. Even though the situation was sudden, Molly didn't lose her head and was very helpful to her. That's why Lilia is looking forward to starting work with her new manager. Several days pass from that moment, and now the story moves to Catherine. The girl stands in front of the door and still can't decide whether to go inside. The thing is, the guild leader himself asks her for a meeting, and she's afraid that there will be some kind of memory erasing machine there. However, Chris reassures her that such a machine has not yet been created, so she has nothing to fear. Catherine is worried that she will be fired, but Chris thinks that this is impossible, because many of the team members live only thanks to her. But the girl understands that all this is happening thanks to the coffee that the hotel owner prepared for her. If she had continued to wander the dungeon alone, she would not have been able to help the team and would have died long ago. This time she really feels like she owes her life to the hotel owner. However, Chris realizes that it is time for them to go inside and leads the girl there. Catherine is very surprised that Chris is unexpectedly kind today. Then she decides not to delay and knocks on the leader's door. Martin is already sitting there at his desk, reading papers. When the guys come inside, he says that he has been waiting for them for a long time. Catherine immediately introduces herself, since they don't know each other personally. And then Martin says that he really wanted to ask something. Catherine has only seen him on the news before, but in person his charisma is even stronger, and she finds it hard to believe that he is already 50 years old. It is this man who, together with the team leader, destroys the EX rank monster. Then Martin decides to get straight to the point, and says that he heard about Catherine's stay at the hotel. He states that he wants to know more about it. Catherine understands that he is trying to dig under the hotel. She expects this, and is already preparing a response. The girl says that it is not difficult for her to tell, but only if he promises to ensure the safety of the hotel owner. Otherwise, she declares that she will not say anything. Then Martin says he understands everything. However, he makes it clear that he has many ways to make her talk. Catherine understands that this is a threat, and Martin will not stop at a simple offer to resign or erase his memory. Therefore, the girl claims that the owner of the hotel is the person who saved the lives of her team members. Martin looks at her carefully, but the girl stops telling her story. She looks down sadly and apologizes to the guild leader once again. However, Martin appears to be pleased and even grins a little. He says the hotel manager is like a daughter to him. Catherine is very surprised that the leader has a child, and also that he just reveals such a secret to her. She begins to fear that he is not going to let her go alive, and then Chris asks him to stop teasing Catherine. Martin replies that he was simply checking how reliable she was, since the hotel owner is very dear to him. He rushes to apologize to Catherine, but she says that she understands everything. Martin notes that in her report she gives all the details about the hotel, but now she stubbornly keeps everything a secret. Catherine explains that she was amazed by the hotel's existence, but when rumors began to spread, she realized that it could become a problem. The owner treats her to warm coffee and noodles and teaches her the importance of teamwork, and so Catherine successfully completes the raid. Now, thanks to coffee, she saves the lives of her team. She couldn't cope without the manager and therefore wants to protect her. Martin agrees that the coffee is indeed delicious, and Catherine is glad that he tries it too. Therefore, she believes that he should understand how important this place is, because no one except the owner can manage it. Lilia herself also says that she is very happy to help hunters in need. She cannot turn away from them. She needs this place to keep going, and she hopes her uncle understands. Then Martin promises that he will never bring this topic up again. However, she needs to officially register as an awakened person, as soon everyone will find out about the hotel. So you need to disclose your status and get any help you need. But there is another reason. He asks Lilia what she thinks about officially partnering with the Hanun Guild. Meanwhile, Lilia is preparing to go to Seoul and leaves the hotel to her subordinates. However, before she leaves, Molly decides to offer her something. She hopes that after registration, Lilia will start advertising the hotel, and she wants to take part in this. The fact is that the costs of maintaining a hotel are high, so it is necessary to attract more clients. But Lilia says that the spirits don't need a salary. Everything here works on its own, except for the cafe hall. However, she is not opposed to the idea of marketing itself, as long as it is intended solely for the general hotel. Having a reasonable number of regular guests will prevent all this from looking suspicious. So she decides to consider it once she completes her registration and decides on the direction of her partnership with the guild. Lilia understands that the partnership can be beneficial for them and believes that it should be viewed from a positive side. But she fears that at this time the hunters will pass by the hotel without noticing it or understanding what kind of place it is. Molly then suggests that they reveal the hotel's existence since they are going to officially unveil it. Finally, she wishes Lilia a safe journey, and she finally leaves the hotel. The girl still can't understand why all the hotel employees love their jobs so much. Soon after, she arrives at the awakened registration office. She never thought she would be here before. She was so busy that she didn't even notice how she was truly becoming awake. The awakening machine can only check stats and ranks, so she should pass as a normal D-rank hunter. However, when the machine starts scanning, it reports an error. The thing is that the awakened rank exceeds the machine's limit, and this leads to a forced shutdown. At this moment, the girl absolutely does not understand what is happening, and then the system says goodbye to her. In surprise, she jumps up from her seat and sits down. Meanwhile, the registration service staff also do not understand what is happening. The girl says that if something goes wrong, the staff can repeat the measurements. However, she is informed that exceeding the limit means that she is at least an S rank. The staff decide to immediately report this to the association's president before the news leaks to the press. Meanwhile, Jones is in a very good mood, which surprises Sean. The man explains that he is so happy because of the smartwatch that Lilia gave him. He has been bragging about them for several days now, because they really seem incredible to him. He then inquires about Chris's condition, as he is due for another checkup, but does not do so. Sean notices that even though they argue constantly, Jones still cares about Chris. He also reports that according to the doctor, Chris is fine. The scar on his shoulder is already healing. Sean guesses that he might have a high-grade potion on hand since he heals so quickly from an X-rank monster's attack. Now, in his opinion, Chris should be grateful that he was okay. With such energy in the dungeon, even a monster could have an outbreak. Everything suggests that Chris is drinking some expensive potion, so his condition is stable. Jones also notes that his doctor is unlikely to be Julian, since he is practically chained to the Baco Guild. He then tells Sean that Julian is going to hit the free agent market when his contract expires. This seems strange, since Julian previously even gave up his American citizenship for the sake of his guild. At this point, Jones realizes that this brat Martin has already managed to recruit Julian. Most likely he secretly helps him until the contract expires. Jones believes that Martin has always been perceptive, and he knows he can't lose to him again. However, Sean does not understand why his boss is jealous of Martin. Jones decides to bring Julian into the association at all costs, as he does not want one guild to monopolize the S-rank healer. At this point, Sean receives a call from the association's president, who asks Jones to wait a bit. It turns out that he is informed about a new S-rank hunter, who is presumably a craftsman or a healer. He asks to contact the PR team and start controlling the media, as the hunter cannot be allowed to escape. Then Jones asks the hunter's name, and at that moment Sean doesn't know what to answer. The thing is, we're talking about Lily, and this news shocks Jones. They meet soon after, but the man still doesn't know how to react. Lily herself does not understand why the machine shows that she has rank S. However, she still decides to tell about it because she thinks it is important. Now she realizes that she's been hiding it for too long, and Jones is unhappy about it. Then he slams his fist on the table and demands that she confirm the truth. He is very upset that Martin finds out her secret first. Lilia explains that she plans to tell Jones about this immediately after completing the contract with the Hanun Guild. When Jones learns about the contract, he becomes furious. Lily reports that Uncle Martin recently offered her a contract, but Jones slams the table again and declares that he will never let them take her. He calls the secretary and asks him to immediately bring a contract with better conditions than Julian's. Soon after, Lily goes back to Martin. He already hears that Jones is offering her 2 billion won as a bonus for signing the contract. Martin says that in that case they offer her 3 billion, but Lilia makes it clear that money is not important to her. Jones promises that if she joins the association, they can keep the hotel's ownership a state secret. The offer seems good, so Lilia understands that she must think it over carefully. However, Martin asks her not to delay, as her safety is at stake. Lily promises that she will make a decision soon, after which she leaves. As she enters the elevator, she checks the hotel chat and sees that it is in full swing. The girl then decides that she should consult with the manager and ask what she thinks would be the best solution. Just as she is about to exit the elevator, she collides with a man who is entering inside. It turns out it's Chris, but now he's wearing glasses. At this point, Lilia realizes that they are in his guild, and it makes sense that he is here. The system reports that the VIP guest is trying to understand whether this is reality or a dream, and his satisfaction increases. However, Lily does not understand why he is hanging in place and feels awkward. Then she takes his hand and pulls him a little closer to her. The girl tells him that he needs to get into the elevator, or it will close. She notes that she has never seen Chris in a suit before. The guy replies that today he only comes to work with documents. This surprises her, but she notices that Chris is really handsome. Even with glasses, he still attracts attention. Lily guesses that this is why he rarely appears in public. It turns out that Chris is very worried if he is not the one writing the reports, so he comes in person. Then Lilia says that she came here because the chairman is offering her a partnership agreement. He says that he also receives a similar offer from the Hunting Association, but is still thinking about it. Lilia explains that in her case, Hanun is asking for help in case of a crisis during a raid. However, the Hunters Association wants her to help with rescue operations at the association level. Chris guesses that in that case she will probably sign a contract with the Hunting Association. The point is that by working with an association, she will be able to help more people. Lily understands that it is difficult to argue with this, and it might be foolish to give up such a choice for the sake of money. But Chris says the guild is pursuing private interests, not public ones. So, for the sake of the hunters, and for her own sake, she had better sign a contract with the association. However, Chris admits that he is upset, because in this case he will see her less often. Lily says it doesn't matter because he can still come to the hotel whenever he wants. She then says that since they've met, maybe they should have coffee. At this moment, Lilia's classmate Marta calls her on the phone. Lilia says she is in Seoul, and then Martha suddenly offers her a blind date. Chris overhears their conversation and is shocked by what he hears. Marta says that she has already arranged everything, and Lilia understands that she has no choice, so she agrees. She apologizes to Chris and says that she has a sudden meeting coming up, so they will have coffee later. However, seeing his strange reaction, she does not understand what is happening. Chris decides not to show his irritation and says that he will call her when she is finished. Before she leaves, he says he doesn't care even if it's late. If she doesn't mind, then he is ready to wait for her. At this point, Lily doubts whether he is serious. This guy turns out to be an incredibly strong hunter, but now he acts like a child whose mother is leaving him. This guy has really been making her worry more and more lately. He acts like an abandoned puppy, and Lily feels like she wants to take him in. Then Chris leans closer to her and asks again if she minds. At this point, Lily pulls away a little, as she finds such closeness embarrassing. She immediately laughs it off, says that everything is fine, and promises to send him her geolocation later. After this, she quickly leaves and leaves the building. At this moment, the hero turns out to be truly happy, and the system messages confirm this. When it's all over, Lilia notes that she didn't try very hard, but the blind date was a complete failure. Her interlocutor constantly asks why she runs a hotel in the village. At some point, Lilia begins to feel like she has come not to a blind date, but to an interview. So she finds an excuse to get out of there as soon as possible. And now she has to decide where to meet Chris. At that moment, her phone rings and it turns out it's Aunt Melanie. It turns out that she hears that Lilia is awakening as the manager of an S-class hotel and states that she wants to buy the hotel for 200 billion. However, Lilia replies that the hotel is not for sale, which seems like a strange decision for a woman. She also realizes that Lilia can appraise items with a skill and asks if she would like to work for her. The woman notes that awakening is indeed difficult, but at the same time emphasizes that it is not only about difficulties. Some time ago they lose their most precious colleague, Marcus, but at the same time, they find themselves very happy in the company of his daughter Lilia. Life is always like this. Happiness is hidden in sorrow, and sorrow in happiness. When Melanie first hears the news, she is worried about Lilia, but at the same time, she feels happy. Lily turns out to be very happy to hear warm words, but still repeats that the hotel is not for sale. Melanie decides to add another 10 billion to the price, but Lilia remains adamant. After this, there is some commotion on the other end of the line, and the call is cut off. Now everyone really does find out about the hotel, but it turns out to be not the reaction Lilia expects. She decides that she needs to contact Chris anyway before it's too late. At that moment, she feels someone coming up behind her and putting a jacket on her. It turns out that it is Chris, who has already found her and is very surprised that she is walking alone. He asks worriedly where that guy went. However, Lilia is more concerned with the question of how Chris ended up here. She assumes that he's just been standing here all this time, waiting for her. He's probably curious why the date is ending so quickly, but he doesn't ask. Chris always turns out to be like this. His silence calms Lilia, so even on a blind date she continues to think about him. She says that she is actually leaving the date herself, using Chris as an excuse. At this moment, she doesn't know how to explain what she feels. Then Lily admits that the reason is that she wants to see him. At this moment, the guy doesn't know how to react, but the girl reassures him, saying that there is no hidden meaning in this. The thing is, she just wants to see him as a friend. At least that's how she explains it to herself. Now she tries to remember if she's ever wanted to see anyone before the way she wants to see Chris. However, the guy understands that there is no hidden meaning in her words, but he still asks her not to say such words again. The thing is, he's afraid this will make him greedy. He's afraid that this might ruin everything, and then he won't be able to do anything about it. At this moment, Lily doesn't know how to react, but their awkward silence is interrupted by a call on Chris's phone. He is informed that some woman has come into the hall and is causing a scandal, claiming that she is his aunt. And although the guy looks worried, he calmly says that he will deal with it himself. He tells Lilia that he is having some problems at home and asks her to wait in a nearby cafe. However, he realizes that it is already late, and together they decide that it is better for her to go home. He wants to take her home, but Lilia says that she will get there herself by taxi. She says that in that case they will meet next time, after which she says goodbye. However, she is worried that his aunt is causing problems for him again. She also recalls that Chris does not like it when someone interferes in his personal affairs. She also avoids getting close to anyone unless necessary, but now her heart is restless. So Lily decides that this won't do, and then she turns around abruptly and walks back to Chris. He still stands there and is surprised that Lily is returning. She states that if he tells her not to interfere, then this time she will not interfere with him. But she feels it is her duty to say that he cannot always decide everything alone. If he feels like he wants to run away somewhere, that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to leave everything behind. So Lilia offers to help him escape. Sometimes running away is not such a bad thing. It will give a person strength for the next attempt. Chris turns out to be very happy with these words and immediately agrees. After this, Lilia grabs his hand and they run somewhere together. As she walks, she takes out her master key, which she uses to enter the hotel. She decides that the best option now would be to go there. Molly is already waiting for them there and is surprised to see Chris on the doorstep. However, Lilia is also surprised that her manager is still here. Molly explains that she was busy with something else, but now it becomes more important that Lilia brings her boyfriend to the hotel. However, the girl tries to justify herself by saying that they are not in a relationship at all. But the situation is already becoming strange, and Lilia doesn't know how to deal with it. As it turns out, Molly has been practicing latte art all this time. It occurs to her while she's working on another project. She's doing the marketing she mentioned earlier, and she comes up with a great idea. However, first she decides to offer Lilia's boyfriend a cup of coffee. And although Lily denies their relationship, Molly doesn't find it convincing. If he were an ordinary guest, Lilia would not have entered the hotel holding his hand. Lily understands that at this moment they are simply succumbing to the atmosphere, but she does not know how to explain this to another person. Molly then suggests that this special guest will be staying in the boss's room today. She warns that it's just a joke and heads off to make them coffee. At this point, Lily is unhappy that Chris does not deny their relationship in any way, but, as it turns out, the guy himself is very embarrassed and doesn't know what to say. Suddenly Lily hears a strange ringing sound coming from some unusual button. Molly explains that it's a bell from Gimdong. They set it up so that when a guest comes down, Gimdong presses the button. Moreover, while Lily was away, some members of the Merchants Association came to the first floor. Eventually, the girl goes down there to greet them at the hotel. But when she sees how many people are gathered there, she realizes that there are a lot of them. Among them is the chairwoman, who asks if her daughter is causing any problems, but she is pleased to hear that Molly is actually very helpful. The woman adds that Molly is always known for her professional skills, even when she works for a large company. She is in a great mood now, so she decides to order the most expensive coffee on the menu. Lily warns that it might be too sweet, but the chairwoman just happens to like sweets. At that moment, Chris comes down to them and asks if he can help with anything. When guests see him, they are amazed at how beautiful he is. They assume that Lilia is hiring a new assistant. However, at that moment Molly comes in and says that this is not the assistant, but their boss's boyfriend. Lily is extremely unhappy that the manager is letting her down again. The guests immediately begin to propose to the young people and say that they need to get married as soon as possible. Molly then tries to turn it into a joke and explains that this is not Lilia's boyfriend, but just her male friend. After this, she goes to the guests, trying to persuade them to book an additional table. Lily understands that Molly is now trying to get as much money out of them as possible, but she also doesn't understand why Chris sits down at one of the tables and has drinks there. Meanwhile, the women sitting with him begin to ask him about his relationship with Lilia, but Chris tries to avoid answering and says that he's going to get some water. At this moment, Rose enters the cafe and asks where their grandmother has gone this time. Moreover, Chris seems familiar to her. And then Lilia begins to fear that his identity may be revealed, so she comes up to him and takes his hand. She has no choice but to say that this is indeed her boyfriend. Rose is delighted. At first she even thinks that it is some kind of celebrity. At this moment, Lilia realizes that she is in a hopeless situation. She apologizes to Chris, saying that if Rose finds out about him, he might get into trouble. If you distract them with the fact that he is her boyfriend, then they will not be interested in his name. Meanwhile, Rose still can't get over Chris, as she still considers him a star. Lily tries to calm her down, saying that he is actually an ordinary person. But Chris answers for her, saying that Lilia herself looks much more beautiful than he does. After that, he awkwardly looks away. Then he approaches the guests and says that he urgently needs to leave. Chris heads to the beach to get some fresh air. He doesn't understand why he feels so hot and assumes he just drank too much. But he still feels good about finally saying what's on his mind. At that moment, someone comes up to him and hands him a lighter. As it turns out, it is the chairwoman who comes out after him. But Chris says it's not a cigarette at all, but just a regular candy. The woman then asks why he is there alone, and suggests that he has some kind of problem. She thinks this guy has a lot on his mind. He seems like a person who does not face difficulties in life. But then Chris decides to honestly admit that he loves Lilia. However, the chairwoman says that she already knows this. Probably everyone already knows this. Chris assumes it's because Lilia says they're dating, but that's not really the reason. Chris always looks at her, no matter what she does. He doesn't take his eyes off her. This is impossible not to notice for anyone who observes him. The thing is, looking at her is becoming a habit for Chris. He has no talent for getting close to people. He always fails at it. He doesn't care what his uncle thinks of him, but he is determined to make his aunt happy. She tries to accept him no matter what. But in the end, he doesn't keep his promise and destroys their connection. So he thinks he has to silently accept these harsh words. But in the end, Lily becomes his refuge again. He remembers for a long time her words in which she says that she is ready to help him escape. This kind of support means a lot to him. However, he doesn't know how to become even closer to Lilia. But the chairwoman says there is no need to worry. He does not need to do anything special. The old people who are gathered here today are very happy that Chris is joining them. They are simply happy to talk and have a drink together. This kind of spending time brings people closer. At this point, Chris thinks about her words. It seems to him that getting even closer to Lily is not such a difficult task. Soon after, they return back to the cafe. The chairwoman assures Lilia that she is the owner of a sashimi restaurant, so she cannot afford to get drunk. She then jokes that Chris is so strong that she even wants to take him as her son. Finally, she says that it was a joke and asks the guys to come over to their place for a drink sometimes. Chris is very happy to be invited and immediately agrees. After this, he shakes the chairwoman's hand and they say goodbye. The women then head to the hotel, and Lilia prepares a seat for the chairwoman. However, before going to bed, the woman wants to discuss something with her. She asks Lilia to be sure to look after this young man. Then Lily admits that in fact she already took him today. She kidnaps him from the hotel before the others can take him, an act that earns her approval from the chairwoman. After this, the women decide that it is time for them to rest. Finally, they say goodbye to Molly and her daughter. Chris says he will definitely come here again, and Molly promises that she will wait for him. At this point, Rose enters the conversation and remarks that Chris reminds her of someone. Lily is afraid that his identity may be revealed. Then Chris leans over a little and asks the girl who she is talking about. However, such closeness proves too embarrassing for Rose, and she hides behind her mother. Lily realizes they need to leave quickly and pulls Chris inside. There she makes him an iced Americano to ease his hangover. The more she watches her system, the stranger it seems to her. The timing is always perfect. But now the system seems to be mocking her because of her drunkenness. Then Lily comes up to Chris and tells him that he should stay here because it's late. But the guy insists that he will leave today, and his expression becomes gloomy. Then he asks her if she has decided where she will work. Lily replies that everything has already been decided. She is convinced of her decision when she brings him here. Money is good, but she believes that this hotel can become a place where anyone can relax comfortably. She also hopes that this place will become a refuge for Chris as well. She wants everyone to be able to stop here without feeling the time in their soul. So she decides to sign a contract with the Hunters Association to ensure the safety of the hotel staff. In addition, they will have to subsidize registration costs for hunters with financial difficulties. Chris believes that the association president will agree. In any case, he believes that the decision taken is perfect for Lilia. Then Lily asks him what he is going to do with his aunt when he returns. At this point, the guy hesitates a little and thinks about his answer. He decides that he will do nothing because he believes that it is time to distance himself from her. He believes that people come closer on their own, and he will try to distance himself in the hope that this will help. Lily notes that he seems to have strengthened his spirit, and then she feels calm for him. Chris adds that running away with her like this and escaping from her worries is really nice. He says with a smile that he really enjoys spending time with her. Then he asks her if he can run away like that sometimes. He clarifies that he does not mean the dungeon, but a young spring, like today. Lily immediately agrees and says that next time they can drink coffee and go look at the sea. However, noticing the strange expression on Chris's face, she thinks that she may have said something wrong. But the guy seriously states that she is the one he always wants to see. He says that this will always continue, and then begins to prepare to leave. After this, Lilia is left alone, but she can't stop thinking about this strange guy. Chris decides to leave the hotel through the nearest dungeon, which is located next to his house. However, now it doesn't seem so important to him. The thing is, the Purified Fairy King wants to talk to Lily. Once she accepts his booking request, the messages keep coming. In correspondence, he behaves completely differently than before, and Lilia begins to doubt whether it is really him. But since he is her client, she cannot refuse him a reservation. The king then asks her if there are any events or live performances at the hotel. Lilia understands that some large hotels offer service packages, but it is still difficult for them to organize this. However, she wants to increase the Fairy King's satisfaction because she feels that this way she can get the answer she seeks. So now she has a task in which she must sell a package of services to a client who has booked a room. The girl doesn't know what exactly the reward will be, but judging by how the system works, it will be something important for the hotel. Lily always solves the tasks set before her. When a new task appears, it seems to her that it indicates the direction of action. So she stops her concierge and decides to discuss an idea with her. She then informs the Fairy King that they are preparing a suitable package deal. There is only one reason why she asks for help. The performance does not require using a real stage. Then she asks the rabbit if she knows anything about holographic shows or VR performances. She wonders if her illusions can reproduce something similar, and the concierge assures her that she can. Now that they are already getting the stage together, Lilia decides to move on to the fairies' preferences. Apparently they have been here before, so the guidebook may contain useful information. Soon Lily finds the necessary page with useful information. It contains a description of the preferences of humans, dwarves, and fairies. Since many older fairies walk rather than fly in butterfly form, carpets should be laid down to avoid putting strain on their joints. Then Lily realizes that real fairies are not at all like those in fairy tales. Although she doesn't know their preferences, she gets useful information, and now she needs to think about which singer to invite. The next day she decides to deal with the issue with the singers. There are already quite a few people sitting in the lobby of her hotel. Then Lilia and her assistants prepare coffee for them and offer it to the guests. She is pleased that everyone likes the coffee, and thanks to reasonable prices, the profit is good. She is already adapting to the people from Young Spring. Lily can now serve coffee without using her mental communication skills. It would be better if she had delicious desserts, so Lilia decides to develop them. It also helps her when working with young clients like Rose. However, Molly does not allow her daughter to order, since children are not allowed to drink coffee. She explains that if Rose drinks too much coffee, she won't grow up. Then Lily decides to make amends and offers the girl some ice cream. At this point, Molly and her daughter think about her proposal. The woman decides that this will do, and Rose herself is also happy with the ice cream. Lily brings them some decaf coffee and decides that it can be served with ice cream. Rose is delighted that such a dessert was prepared for her. When she tries it, she immediately notes that it is very similar to real coffee. Lily gets really excited when she makes her clients happy and decides to take a look at one of her statuses. Now her stats are at level C, she will soon reach level 40, and maybe something will change. She shouldn't forget about the contract with the Hunters Association. She also tells the secretary that he might drop by sometime. But now she needs to think about promoting the package. And at that moment, an idea comes to Lilia's head. She turns to Rose and asks if she knows any popular singer. The girl immediately replies that Chris is trending now, but Lilia corrects her, saying that he is not a singer at all. She understands that she won't get a normal answer from her, and decides to return to work. Then the girl jumps up from her seat and asks her what her boyfriend's name is. Lily doesn't quite understand her question, since she doesn't have a boyfriend. But suddenly she remembers the situation that happened the day before. The thing is, Rose wanted to follow him, but Lilia says he doesn't have any social media accounts. This information upsets the girl very much, but suddenly she notices something on her phone. It turns out to be a photograph of a young man, and the girl explains that this is Oliver, the pride of K-pop, the eternal idol. Of course, Chris remains the most popular in Rose's eyes, but Oliver is not far behind. He has the kind of appearance that only happens once in 1,000 years. He is even an honorary hunter of the Samel Guild, and judging by the video, his skills are impressive. He shoots videos using projection devices for filming in dungeons. Lily understands that he is handsome, but the fairies are unlikely to like him, because they are old, and therefore a trot singer would be more suitable. At this moment, she does not notice a man entering the hotel. It turns out to be Sean, who immediately notes that there are quite a lot of people here. The chairwoman immediately jumps up from her seat and says that this is the same person who has been following her at the market. She immediately calls him a stalker, which greatly discourages Sean. He blushes and quickly begins to justify himself, exclaiming that he is not a stalker. In order not to aggravate the situation, Lilia decides to talk to him separately. She and Sean head to the beach, and she makes him an Americano. She can no longer drink ice cream to death, as she has recently switched to hot drinks. She used to drink iced Americano, even though she felt very cold after every time. Sean notes that she has managed to learn a lot of new slang since she arrived here. Lilia says that when she came here, she thought she would sever all ties with the outside world, but meeting many people makes her life even more unpredictable. Sean also notes that she seems to have made a lot of friends here, but Lilia explains that these are just people from the association. However, she actually became friends with them. At this moment, Sean suddenly feels that the Americano in his glass really is unusual. He can't understand how she was able to make coffee with such an effect. Lily notes that this drink suits him the most. She roasts the beans so much that she even gets a reward for increasing strength. Then Sean says with admiration that she really is an awakened S-class. Lily realizes that now, when the effects of the coffee are starting to take effect, is the perfect moment. Therefore, she is ready to discuss the contract with him. The thing is, before he concludes, she wants to discuss one more thing. She reveals that in fact, the Hanun Guild is offering her 3 billion. They also promise to solve the problem with hotel security. Then Sean quickly says that they will definitely provide security too, and the chairman clearly states this. She then decides to reveal that Aunt Melanie is offering her 200 billion for exclusive use of the workshop. She even says they can provide equipment for hunters who stay here. Also, in addition to making potions, she can apply a healing buff in rooms. Now that she levels up, she can also restore mana, and given her abilities, she thinks she's getting closer to S rank. At this point, Sean realizes that her establishment is like a walking hospital. Then he asks if she has any conditions and promises to call the chairman back immediately. Lilia understands that sometimes you need to push a little in negotiations, and she has already decided on the terms. She states that she wants the hunters who stay with her to be happy, so she asks that everything she said be conveyed to Mr. Jones. Lily hopes she is doing the right thing, and wonders if the coffee has had any effect. Soon, Sean comes back to her and says that he will send her a new contract, which she will not be disappointed with. Lily takes the phone in her hands and decides to familiarize herself with the new contract. It looks pretty good. The exclusivity clause has been removed, and the contract amount has been increased to 4 billion. There was also a clause stating that hunters who were unable to pay for their accommodation would still be kept at the association's expense. However, Lilia said that there was one more detail left, after which she would be able to sign the contract. She explained that she needed help with periodic dungeon raids, and that she was willing to donate any byproducts from there to the Hunters Association. Soon after, she returns back to the hotel, where the staff are already waiting for her. As it turned out, the establishment was in complete chaos. There were too many guests, and the workers simply could not keep up with them, so Lilia came to the rescue. She then apologized for being absent during the day, explaining that she had gone to sign a contract with her secretary. Then Molly said that since they now had a contract, there was something she wanted to talk about. But first, Lilia handed her an envelope containing her monthly salary. Their hotel doesn't offer many perks yet, and the pay was less than her previous job, but Lilia expressed appreciation for her work. Molly was very happy, as she had not received her salary in an envelope for a long time, and Lilia suggested opening it. She also added that this was her first salary, and next time she would transfer the money to Molly's account. After this, the woman finally decided to open the envelope. She was very surprised by the amount she saw there. Molly decided that this was too much, since she was just serving coffee. But Lily replied that this coffee had once saved someone's life, and with Molly by her side she felt much more confident. She admitted that she cannot express her gratitude with money alone, but hopes that it at least conveys a little of it. After that, she suggested that the woman look at the employment contract. It included 4 basic insurances, a small bonus, security and coverage for children's education expenses. At that moment, Molly couldn't believe that all of this was really happening. She was very touched by this situation, because she had often heard that before children enter university, one needs to tighten one's belt. But now she was serious and ready to work hard, although Lilia already thought that she was doing enough. Lilia also thought about promoting the hotel, and decided to create a metaverse based on the experience from her previous company. Molly wasn't very good at programming, but it turned out to be simple enough that she decided to open the metaverse in test mode from today. However, Lilia did not quite understand what the metaverse was. At this moment, Gimden, lying on the floor, began to talk in his sleep about his boss and the old cat. Meanwhile, history wants to introduce us to a new character. This is Oliver, a popular member of the group M5, an idol with 7 years of experience. For the first 4 years after debut, he remained almost unknown, but in the 5th year, his fan cam went viral and the group gained popularity. That's when the problems started, as Oliver's popularity grew, and he became more moody. Relations with the members deteriorated, and at the time of re-signing the contract, he suddenly announced his departure from the group. After this, he finds himself in a dungeon where there was no longer any security or operator. Oliver is sure that he is still too young to die, and begins to think about how to fix everything. He recalls his manager Anthony experiencing something similar in games. In a moment of crisis, all he can do is hope that he stumbles upon a hotel inside the dungeon. Even if it's just a game, it's the only solution he can come up with. In the game Monster World, you need to grow carrots, sell them, and decorate your character's house. With the approval of the association, a bug with a huge hotel on the carrot sales route was added to the game. This way, players could get to the hotel in crisis situations. Lily thought it would be good advertising if she subtly hinted at the existence of the hotel. The thing is that Monster World has a lot of real users, hunters. They may use the rumors about the Holy Night to cloud the information field, making the truth about the hotel's true nature even more ambiguous. Then Lilia thought about what she had told Mr. Martin about signing a contract with the association. He had a premonition that she would make this decision, but he warned her that the association could not be trusted entirely. Therefore, if she suddenly finds herself in danger, she can turn to him at any moment. And now her fears are confirmed because Chris is suing. Lily doesn't know whether to be happy or sad about this, but her soul feels a little lighter. It was unpleasant for her to see the media constantly criticizing only Chris. After this, the girl continues to play the game. She again starts a dialogue with the cat, who is the owner of this virtual hotel. There she is given a key that leads to the best room in the hotel. Moreover, she now has 2 boxes of carrots at her disposal. Lily decides that with the money she gets from selling these boxes, she will hang a chandelier in the lobby. At that moment, she suddenly hears a strange sound and thinks that Gimden stole a burger from the freezer. However, Molly says that they have a guest. Moreover, she says that she knows this person. After this, the women leave the office to greet the hotel's new guest. As it turns out, this guest is Oliver, who still can't believe that the hotel actually exists. He immediately tries to get his camera to take a picture. However, Lilia quickly warns him that filming is prohibited in the hotel. When Oliver hears this, he hurries to put the camera back. He asks if this is really a dungeon hotel like in the game, and Lilia confirms it is. After this, he flops down on the carpet, saying that he almost died. At this moment, he remembers a scene from the game where he ran as fast as he could and eventually ended up at a hotel. After this, Oliver heads towards the cafeteria. He wants to freshen up a bit and drink some water, but first he needs to check in. So Lily stops him and warns him that the water costs 100 gold pieces per glass. And since Oliver had already taken a sip, 100 gold pieces were debited from the account. He was very upset that the prices were so high, and this reminded Lilia of a situation with another client. After that, she asks him to register. Otherwise, he will not be able to stay at the hotel. She's glad that Oliver doesn't turn out to be like Sam, because problem guests can be quite tiresome. However, as it turns out, he can't figure out how to use the guest book. Then Lilia explains to him that he should write his name there and not leave an autograph. Oliver feels very awkward and Lily thinks he looks very strange. Moreover, she does not understand why Molly has been acting so unusual from the very beginning and why she claims to know him. But now that she sees his face up close, this man seems familiar to her. When Lily looks at his name, she finally realizes who this man is. It turns out that this is the same Oliver that Rose showed her on her phone. Oliver explains that he simply needs to stay at the hotel until the staff arrives, and therefore any available room will do. He also notices with a smile that the manager is very cute, just like that cat from the game. Now Lilia understands why people like idols so much. It turns out it's nice to hear compliments from a person with such an appearance. Considering the face he has, it's no wonder he is adored by the public. Sitting down on the sofa, Oliver thinks that the level of comfort here is insufficient. His skin is too dry, and his phone has a bad signal. Lily is irritated that this guest makes so many demands. After all, the quest with the black consumer is already completed. During the 3 hours that Oliver is at the hotel, he spends only 5 million won, and most of that amount goes on cosmetics and massages. At first, Lilia doesn't even believe that he is willing to pay so much for face masks. When Oliver expresses dissatisfaction with the lack of an aesthetics salon, she realizes that he is not a black consumer. She understands that in fact she is dealing with a spendthrift guest. Then Molly notes that in reality, Oliver turns out to be incredibly picky, but also very rich. However, Lilia is sure that not all idols are like this, although the guest from room 301 is exactly like that. At this moment, another guest enters their hotel. As it turns out, it is the manager Anthony, who is also surprised that such a hotel actually exists. Lily meets him, but he doesn't pay attention to her. He is more interested in what Oliver is doing here. He reports that everyone was alarmed after the idol disappeared, but Oliver expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that Anthony comes here alone and in such a state. Then Anthony says that he is the only one who wakes up. Oliver suggests that perhaps everyone thought he had escaped from the live broadcast again, and so they didn't look for him. However, this is not true. Everyone is really worried. It's just that the dungeon is level E, and no one expected something serious to happen. However, Oliver decides that they most likely just want him to die and never come back. Then Lily concludes that something serious must have happened between these men. At this moment, Anthony suddenly turns to her and notices that she really does look like that very cat. But Lilia decides not to show it, and instead asks if she can help him with the registration. Anthony is surprised that he can stay at the hotel and asks how much it costs for one night. At this time, Oliver plops down on the sofa and thinks that after this night, someone will definitely come for him. Lily realizes that the trust between the staff and the celebrity has just been destroyed. Then he asks Gimden if they have any cocktails. Anthony warns that his face might swell, but Oliver claims that his contract is almost up and no one cares about him. The system reports that the guest in room 301 is feeling depressed and believes that there is no one in this world who loves him. However, Lily always believes that Oliver is the one who receives the love that ordinary people can hardly even dream of. Suddenly she looks up and notices mold floating in the air. She wonders how long the humidifier has been running for mold to appear. Soon after, she receives an unexpected quest to remove mold. It turns out that this is a quest with a debuff for the entire hotel, and it is noticeably more difficult than the others. Then Lily decides to use her cleaning skills to clean up. However, she quickly notices that her cleaning skills don't work here either. Due to the depression of the guest from room 301, the cleaning effect is reduced, and due to the debuff, cleaning becomes unavailable. At this point, Anthony notices that the room is very dirty and asks the manager to resolve the issue. Molly immediately runs to them to clean up the moldy things. At this point, Oliver gets up from his seat and says that he would be better off going back to the dungeon. When he enters his room, he is glad that at least there is no mold. He says that he is just going to be here and asks not to pay attention to him. However, since he dreams of dying alone, Lilia does not understand how she can remain indifferent in such a situation. So she comes over and invites him to have a happy hour in the banquet hall. As soon as Oliver hears this, he immediately feels a spark of life energy. Lilia is confident in his reaction, so she suggests setting the time for the event for 8 p.m. Since Oliver is an idol, the constant training must be tiring him out, so she decides to lighten his dark mood with food and drinks. However, he reminds that there is also mold in the banquet hall. But Lilia convinces him that this is not the case. There he will be able to enjoy cocktails and snacks to lift his spirits. Oliver realizes he can't refuse and agrees, looking as disinterested as possible. Immediately after this, the debuff's duration is reduced to 1.5 hours. Oliver then asks Lilia to print out a receipt for Anthony's registration fee. At this point, Lily begins to understand why Oliver is depressed. Even if a person is loved by millions, the realization that he is not dear to his loved ones inevitably leads to a feeling of loneliness. The root of this despondency may be a lack of connection with someone who is truly important to him. After this, Lily goes to Anthony and tells him about her plan. She suggests that he might want to participate, but he politely declines. He thinks Oliver will feel uncomfortable around him. Lily realizes that their relationship is more complicated than she imagined, but she needs to figure it out. However, when she looks up, she is horrified. Despite the workers' frantic efforts to get rid of the mold, the banquet hall is in disarray. The system also reports that the mold will not go away until Lily gets rid of its source. So she asks the boys to stop so she can explain the situation to them. She says that the disorder is caused by the despondency of one of the guests. A hotel can only maintain its best condition if its guests are happy, so they decide to host a happy hour. But first they need to try to clean up and move the refrigerator to the first floor to save the food. Lily tries to do it alone, but Molly tries to dissuade her. Molly states that it takes at least 3 people to do this, but Lilia carries heavy household appliances alone, to the surprise of all her colleagues. She admits that, although she is not of high class, she is not a lapdog at all. Lately, her stats have been improving significantly, and she feels much more energetic. Molly says that her colleague is full of surprises and copes with all tasks easily. Having pulled a small refrigerator away from the outlet, Lilia quickly decides to turn it on. Now the question arises as to what to do next, since she only knows how to make soju bombs. Molly suggests that if it counts as a cocktail, then she can make something similar too. Toto and Gimden say that serving strong alcohol to a depressed guest is a bad idea. Lilia considers this remark to be fair, noting that alcohol is poison for a person with depression. However, she speculates that adding coffee could create a drink that gives you energy. Lily opens a small book and finds a recipe for Irish coffee. The recipe calls for adding 1 shot of Irish whiskey and sugar to hot coffee. After the sugar has dissolved, all that remains is to add whipped cream and sprinkle the drink with cinnamon. After further study of the recipes, it becomes clear that very little whiskey is needed. The hotel is unable to supply regular whiskey, but she decides to turn to the system to find a solution. Among all the options offered, she chooses honest whiskey, which makes you tell the truth. Lily reflects that the effect of this drink is rather strange, and frankness can only do harm. However, she understands that honesty can sometimes irritate people, especially if there are complicated relationships between guests. It also becomes clear that this is the only option available, so the choice is made. Lying on his bed, Oliver is surprised that no one has called him all this time. He knows that during his entire stay, no one has contacted him, and this surprises him. Oliver lives a difficult life, as he is the headache of the whole company. He often clashes with the manager, and his assistants are constantly changing. He is often told that fame has spoiled him, but he does not understand this. In the past, he has experienced serious emotional upheaval due to this reason. Every photo shoot they take part in during the tour ends in some kind of incident. He constantly wonders if he is to blame for what happened. With his endless and absurd requests to his comrade, he is trying to hint to him about something. However, he understands that if he shows his true feelings, he will be hated even more. Oliver leaves his room and is surprised that his friend named Hank is avoiding him. Exhaling tensely, he decides not to pay attention to it, so as not to ruin the situation. From his point of view, once the contract ends, he leaves. Entering the concert hall, he suddenly freezes, seeing an amazing picture. It seems to him that the hall is decorated simply incredibly, and Toto and Gimden are already meeting him. Lily also approaches him, informing him that happy hour runs from 8 to 11. She offers to accompany him to the table she had previously reserved. Oliver blushes as he looks at the owner of the establishment, not understanding why she seems so beautiful. Toto exhales tensely, realizing that it is time to talk about the problem. Lily asks him how things are with the guest from room 302, and Toto reports that he is not answering. Lily decides in this case to serve the guest from room 301 first. Smiling, she says she'll bring him the drink of the day. Turning quickly, she tries to get the proportions right. Oliver smiles as he watches her movements and chuckles slightly. He asks why she measures out the whiskey so carefully and calls her a cutie. Lily asks how old he is, and Oliver admits that he is 24. Smiling, he says that he finds her incredible. Lily looks down at the drink and decides to make it even friendlier. Using her magical abilities, she enchants coffee with powerful positive effects. Oliver is briefly distracted, saying that he saw a video he hadn't watched in a long time. He says that this is footage from their band's first concert, when they were still friends. Lily understands that loneliness is a serious problem for this person. Oliver says that they used to always resolve conflicts quickly, but those days are long gone. He is well aware that his character is to blame for everything, since at times he is difficult to be with. Lily says she doesn't feel anything bad about him, but Oliver isn't convinced. Lily receives a notification that the guest is starting to feel sad and tries to fix it. First of all, she serves him ready-made Irish coffee and tells him to enjoy the drink. Lily also reflects on how awkward it is for her to force this man to drink alone. Smiling, she asks if she can keep him company. Oliver wonders if he looks that pathetic. Lily smiles and says that, frankly speaking, she is a fan of his. To confirm her words, she adds that she has been following him for a long time, and that is why she staged this particular performance. Oliver asks her why. In that case, she didn't ask for an autograph earlier. Oliver is happy with her words, and Lilia is happy that he was able to trust her. Afterwards, they decide to take a photo together to mark the moment. Oliver says the drink is really tasty and makes him feel very light. After this, he decides to be frank, stating that he can be quite difficult at times. Lily listens to him attentively, deciding to follow her guest's example. Getting to her feet, she says that Oliver is indeed difficult. After these words, she freezes, realizing that the whiskey is starting to affect her. Oliver smiles further and comments that she looks incredibly cute. Oliver also offers to start a relationship with her, but Lilia quickly refuses, saying that she is just a listener. Oliver asks why she refuses, and Lilia states that her heart is already taken. After this, she blushes even more, trying to understand what she just said. Oliver asks her again about this, and Lilia explains that she just feels sorry for that man. Oliver claims that this is sympathy, because pity is the beginning of love. He also reveals that he first met Tony when he was working as an F-level hunter. Oliver wonders why she isn't surprised by the way he talks. Lily replies that he is an adult and has the right to say whatever he wants. Oliver bangs the table loudly, confirming that she is right and he should speak his mind. After this, he begins to complain that he is irritated by working in the company. Oliver often mentions that he would like to act, but no one ever listened to him. However, he continues to work in the group. From his point of view, society can discuss it, but comrades should be more delicate. Lily wonders why Oliver doesn't talk to his comrades directly. Oliver assumes that they will hate him for this, and refuse to communicate with him forever. He admits that he has no family or friends, so he cannot afford to lose them too. Gradually, the effects of the whiskey begin to wear off, but not yet enough to stop completely. Lily tells him that he is already an adult, and should be able to honestly express his feelings. Oliver claims that the contract is ending soon, and therefore he cannot go into open conflict. Lily states that he still has to do it, because now he will need real friends. Handing him some more whiskey, she tells him he shouldn't keep it all to himself. After this, she gently pushes him away, adding that his number is already waiting for him with a glass. Oliver leaves in haste, and Lily remains in the proud company of her comrades. She just sends him a warm hope that everything will go well. The system reports the quest ending suddenly, which is a stunning result. The next morning, Oliver goes out to the dining room to have a snack. He asks Tony why no one came for him, and he replies that he wants to leave here. Lily watches their conversation and understands that everything went well. Coming closer to them, she apologizes for interrupting their important conversation. She also says she has already contacted the Hunters Association to find out the situation. Immediately after this, Sean appears next to her, holding a small folder in his hands. He states that he learned that an idol was staying at the hotel, which is why they came. He immediately hands them a confidentiality agreement. According to this agreement, publication of any materials from this hotel is prohibited. Lily mentally apologizes to him, realizing that any mention of the hotel will lead to chaos. Oliver asks her if he can get her phone number, but she politely declines. As he prepares to leave, he says that if she stays with her pathetic boyfriend, she can still write to him. Lily smiles and advises him not to disappear suddenly again. Oliver grins and says that you need to take care of yourself so that nothing bad happens. After this, they go their separate ways, wishing each other all the best. Lily warms up properly and says that we need to prepare for the next guest. Toto declares that she will now show her the video and asks to show it to the next guest. Lily smiles and tries to figure out if this stern idol is the guest. Meanwhile, Catherine and Chris walk down the hallway, discussing strange reports about the hotel in the dungeon. Catherine wonders if she should tell Lilia about this. Chris says he already asked about it, and it turned out to be just targeted advertising. Catherine happily asks him if she can get her personal phone number. Chris grimly replies that giving out a personal number is not safe for those running a business. Catherine lowers her head in resentment and asks why he is in touch with Lilia then. Chris ends the conversation by claiming that he keeps in touch with Lilia because they are close to each other. Suddenly, they discover a large crowd that is blocking the passage due to the large number of people. Catherine says that today they are filming an advertisement for the Hunters Association. Catherine also says that Oliver, who is a world star and idol, is featured in this advertisement. Catherine reminds that he recently left his group, but remains on good terms with the members. Chris takes out his phone and receives multiple messages that he is being followed. Chris quickly turns around, trying to figure out what's going on. After some time, a young man approaches them and recommends that the newcomers come here. A young man named Jones says that apparently Catherine wants to get Oliver's autograph. After that, he approaches the idol and asks him if he is preparing for the filming. Oliver and Jones begin to converse politely and thank each other for their cooperation. Oliver also asks Jones if he can give him the number of Lilia, whom he recently befriended. Chris hears these conversations and his hands begin to shake with incredible rage. He immediately makes it clear that he will not tolerate any competition, even from such insignificant people. Meanwhile, Lily is busy with important matters together with her colleague. Molly praises her for her excellent work, saying that it is preparing package proposals. Molly also mentions that she has a day off during the week and suggests that Lily is probably tired too. She is offered a day off, and Lilia reflects on the fact that she can afford it thanks to new gadgets. The main character immediately comes up with the idea of taking a break from Christmas until the end of the year. Molly suggests a trip during the holidays for some real relaxation and fun. Lilia agrees with her proposal, saying that she has long wanted to leave the city. Returning home, she sits down in a chair to rest a little and drink coffee. Picking up her phone, she receives information about the latest events, noting Catherine's new hairstyle. She also learns that Oliver is coming to shoot a commercial, and in real life he turns out to be even more handsome. Uncle Jones continues to write to her, asking who she thinks is prettier. Lily understands that if she gives in to his tricks, he will become very attracted to her. However, she still gives him her answer, which immediately pleases Jones, and he calls Chris. When he sees a message from the object of his affection, he immediately blushes, and Jones becomes even happier. Chris decides not to leave things to chance, and punishes his uncle for behaving so strangely. After some time, the Fairy Queen decides to visit them, and the revolving door spins for a long time. Lilia and her colleagues watch the process closely, trying to understand why no one is coming in. A few moments later, Lily discovers a strange butterfly on the unsuspecting Gimdin's cap. Lily comes closer and extends her hand to her colleague, causing surprise to appear on his face. Suddenly, the butterfly asks Lily where she is reaching out, stunning everyone in the room. Lily tries to talk to the butterfly, but Gimdin mistakenly thinks she is talking to him. Lily whispers to him that there is a butterfly sitting on his head, trying not to scare away the guest of honor. Molly, Toto, and Gimdin turn their gazes to the shining butterfly in delight. The butterfly grins and says that she forgets to introduce herself as the Queen of the Fairies, after which she laughs heartily. Lily asks her if she intends to remain in such a bizarre form forever, and the Queen apologizes for her carelessness. She initiates the reverse metamorphosis procedure and says that she was quite informal last time. A whimsical and friendly fairy queen named Oberon appears before them. She says that she hasn't been here for quite some time, and notes that the air here is much fresher than at the Grey family hotel. While the queen compliments the hotel, Lilia finds that she cannot take her eyes off her guest. Gimdin says that he hasn't seen her for a long time and is glad that she decides to honor them with her presence. Molly also greets the fairy queen, getting her attention. While studying the managers, the fairy queen is surprised that there is a person here who has no mana. Toto tells the fairy that the manager of this hotel is also a human, and this causes her genuine surprise and bewilderment. Molly wonders what this child client is saying, and Lilia realizes that the language of fairies is not understood by everyone. The system quickly loads additional skills into Molly's head that allow her to understand the language of fairies. Lily bows respectfully and thanks the queen for choosing their hotel, reminding her of the name under which the room was booked. Molly asks Oberon how old she is, and she proudly replies that she is turning 4,000 this year. Lily smiles and announces that in honor of the approaching Christmas, they have prepared a hot winter nights package. She also says the package includes dinner, happy hour, and a show for the client's enjoyment. Oberon says that he can't wait for these performances, because all elves love to have fun and have fun. She then holds out a small but very valuable gemstone and states that she is offering it as payment. Oberon cheerfully warns that if this item is used anywhere, a flood may start. Lily receives multiple levels for her hotel, as well as an unknown reward that has yet to be identified. Lily comes to the conclusion that she cannot examine the reward due to level restrictions, and decides to explore the sauna. Stepping inside, she admires the incredible beauty, realizing that the water tank needs to be cleaned regularly. She muses that if she places a water stone in the tank, she will be able to supply the rooms with healing spring water. Coming closer, she takes out an emerald from her pocket and begins to recite a spell to activate it. This emerald gives the Fairy Queen an extreme feeling of happiness and activates a hidden quest. Lilia guesses that the Christmas decorations in the room she was put in worked. Oberon spends long hours exploring the interior and interacting with various objects in the room. Lily decides to increase her guests' satisfaction to the maximum in order to ask the system an important question. In the evening, the moment of truth arrives, and Lilia and Toto decide that it is time to act. Lily snaps her fingers, and Oberon, who is in the banquet hall, turns towards the light in surprise. None other than Oliver himself appears before her. He comes closer to her and asks her to take his hand, calling her with affectionate words. After this, he begins to sing, and his dear colleagues appear on stage and join in the song. Oberon begins to loudly express his delight and says that he wants to be crushed between their muscles, heating up the situation a little. After some time, she raises her glass and asks to sing an encore for her. Lilia praises her colleague for her work, and she replies that all this would not have been possible without strengthening the hotel. Lily watches the guest beaming with happiness and understands that it is time to come closer to her. Finding herself behind her, she asks how her winter night is going. The Fairy Queen replies that the night was so hot that she was about to melt, and Lily wants to ask her one question. Oberon states that Lilia can ask whatever she wants, as now is the perfect time to find out the truth. Taking a close look at her guest, Lilia says that she would like to know about the Grey family, who previously ran this hotel. Oberon reveals that the previous owner of this hotel was Merlin Grey, who was a dragon but was trapped and lost his power. She sadly says that if Merlin had not tried to protect this place, he could now be living a happy life. Lily asks her about dragons and learns that in fact, dragons are sacred creatures. Oberon notes that she finds it strange that a hotel that fell into a dimensional rift still exists. Lily admits that she herself does not understand where he came from, and the Fairy Queen decides not to argue. Lilia also doesn't understand why she got this hotel, but for some reason he chose her as his manager. Now this place serves as a refuge for those who wander through the worlds and need rest. Lilia says that at first she simply accepted the challenge, but now she wants to protect and develop this place. To do this, she needs to learn about the old times, and she can only hope that the Fairy Queen still remembers them. After some deliberation, the Fairy Queen agrees, complimenting Lily for helping to cleanse her soul. She also says that she now understands why the hotel chose Lilia. As it turns out, under Merlin Grey, the hotel was much larger and grander than it is now. Previously, any tired soul could find healing here, and this was not surprising, because such was the aura of this place. Lilia says that something similar to this magic appears in the rooms she cleaned. She comes to the conclusion that the system is trying to transfer the power of the previous owner to her, in order to restore the hotel to its former glory. The Fairy Queen also says that the Grey family has always been known as guardians of travelers. Even living in the deep wilderness, they attracted lost wanderers and hid in remote corners. However, according to the Fairy Queen, Merlin Grey was completely different and distinct from his fellows. Oberon says that he really enjoyed parties, so he loved to throw feasts. That's why he decided to use his family's gift to take care of the many travelers. Lily asks why she was chosen, since she is definitely not the type of person who likes to party. Oberon says that being a resting place for travelers is a very lonely task. In her view, a hotel manager must have the strength to cope with this loneliness. She also believes that Lilia has a warm heart, which means she is an ideal candidate for the role of manager. Lily shyly turns away and says that now everything has become clear to her. Thinking about her complexes, the fairy advises her not to try to solve everything alone, since no one can be loved if he is alone. Afterwards, she asks if they can get something to eat and watch the show, and Lilia states that that will be next time. She also assures the guest that soon the pass will not be needed, because suites will open that can be booked. Lilia says that all the details about the booking procedure will be sent by mail, and this makes her very happy. After a while, it's time to leave, and Gimden cries because he will miss the cheerful fairy. The Fairy Queen advises them to take care of themselves, and asks them to invite her to the group's next performance or concert. After leaving, Oberon has to thoroughly clean the hotel and check the condition of all the rooms where the magic water flowed. The following days are filled with a lot of activity due to the influx of guests, and finally the time comes to declare a day off. Once outside, Molly is glad that they finally have time to relax. She immediately says that she has prepared something special for Lilia, and shows her a map with interesting walking routes. Lilia sincerely admits that she plans to visit no more than one place a day, because the holiday should be calm. They decide to discuss everything together and choose where it would be best to go at the very beginning. Meanwhile, her daughter happily looks up to the sky and says that it has started snowing. They start playing with the dog, and the girl tells her mother that she has found the real first snow. Molly turns around in their direction and says that they might catch a cold if they run. Looking ahead, Lily finally realizes that winter is indeed coming, and the first snow is falling. Looking at her phone, she realizes she needs to take a photo to keep as a keepsake. The words of the fairy queen pop into her head about not having to endure everything alone, because it is simply impossible. Deciding to follow this advice, she turns her gaze towards the manager and addresses her. Smiling sincerely, she asks if she would like to take a photo together as a keepsake. Molly quickly agrees, and tells her children to come closer to take a photo with the manager. After they take a photo together, Lilia receives achievements that reward her with a lot of gold and experience. After some time, their journey finally reaches one very important point. This point turns out to be the hotel where they will be staying for some time. Toto tries to scold the children running back and forth, not paying attention to the fact that they can't hear her. Lily asks if they can use such a large room just for themselves, but Molly reassures her. She notes that there are very few tourists here in winter, so there will be very few people willing to visit this place. She also adds that there is another dwelling on the side entrance, and says that someone has been staying there for a month already. Molly clarifies that it is some professor, and Lilia assumes that it is a history professor, given the cultural context. Using her best skills, she carries all the heavy things to help her comrades. The children become curious as to why Lily suddenly became so strong in such a short period of time. They notice that they don't need any strong man with her, when suddenly the eldest says that Dad should still be there. Molly reacts to these words quite nervously, and continues packing her bag as if nothing had happened. The daughter comes up to her and asks when her dad will return from his business trip. Her brother picks up the topic and asks Molly if she really had a fight with her husband. Molly realizes that there is no point in hiding the situation any longer, and comes to the conclusion that it is time to speak frankly. Turning to face her children, she informs them that she is going to divorce their father, much to their surprise. Rose says she wants to live with her dad, and Lily realizes she needs to take Helen away and leave them alone. Helen draws ink on a canvas while watching Toto and Gimden, then shows her work to Lilia. Lily smiles and notes that the drawing turned out to be almost a portrait resemblance. Helen wonders if she will never be able to see her dad again, and Lilia realizes that her plan has failed. However, she understands that if a child asks, then there is no point in hiding the truth, because she must be honest with everyone. However, this conversation is far from easy, so you need to prepare for it. Taking a deep breath, she tells Helen that this is not the case, and that they will see their father. Lily tells her that her parents once loved each other, and that is why she was born. But now the love has faded. From her point of view, if the father still loves his daughter, then he will definitely want to meet her. Helen wonders who will love her mother if her father has someone else. Lily declares that the love of her children will be enough for her, because they are so dear to her that they can replace many things. Looking at Helen's tear-stained face, Lilia hopes that she said everything correctly and didn't make any mistakes. Helen throws herself into Lilia's arms and asks her if she is telling the truth, to which she admits that she is telling only the truth. Helen makes a promise that in this case she will love her mother very, very much every day, so that she is happy. Having shown herself in such a good light, she receives a reward for the quest to take care of even other people's children. As a result, the whole evening Lily does what Helen wants to distract her from sad thoughts. A child's genuine joy can bring peace to the hearts of many people, and Lilia feels it. Everything that happens to this girl is too hard for a child, but sometimes you need to accept and overcome difficulties. Later in the evening, it turns out that Helen gave Gimden too many churros, causing him indigestion. Meanwhile, Gimden doesn't want to give up the treat and tries to run away because he's constantly being scolded. Lily rushes after him in an attempt to take away the treat and accidentally ends up on the roadway. What happens in the next few seconds is characterized only by bright flashes that blind people. Lily realizes that she doesn't have time to dodge, when suddenly someone grabs her by the shoulder and pulls her to the side. Looking into her eyes, he wonders why he saved her in the first place. Afterwards, he asks her if she is a hunter, analyzing her with his strange eyes. Upon realizing it is Julian in front of her, she quickly backs away from him as the truck driver runs out of the vehicle. Taking a closer look at him, she realizes that Julian usually has red hair, which is why she didn't recognize him. Lily thanks him for saving her and decides to leave to avoid getting involved in this situation. Julian turns and looks at her with his intense gaze, and Lilia senses the situation heating up. Gimden approaches Lilia cautiously, and it turns out that Julian is afraid of stray dogs. Lily decides that this is the perfect chance to get out of here and says goodbye to her interlocutor. However, after some time it turns out that he decides to follow them, which makes Lilia nervous. Julian says that he will overtake them anyway, so she shouldn't look back at him, because it's impolite. He makes the assumption that their paths are the same, so if it annoys her, she should let him go first. Julian calmly moves on, saying that he doesn't want to make women nervous and prefers to go around them. Lily continues along her route and finally reaches the place where they stop for the night. It turns out that they live in neighboring buildings, and all this time they had the same route. Julian, opening the door, greets the woman in a friendly manner and tells her that he wrote to her by email. A few moments later, the woman slams the door right in front of his nose with an incredible crash and bang. Lily looks at Julian in surprise at how easily he is driven away, and realizes that his reputation does not lie. Julian turns sharply and looks at her with a long gaze, as if asking why she is looking at him. Lily runs into her house faster than the wind, thinking that it would be better for her to lie on her bed. Molly thanks her for spending the day with Helen, to which Lily replies that she is difficult to help. Lily asks what the conversation with Rose led to and learns that the boy wants to live with his father. Molly doubts that her son will want to live with Rose, since he himself gave up custody rights. She apologizes for the fact that Lilia was unable to have a normal rest, having gotten involved in this stupid story. Lily says there is nothing to worry about and shows her Helen's drawing, stating that she will hang it in the hotel. Molly smiles, and Lily remarks that the smile suits her, to which Molly replies that tears won't help matters. After this, Molly says that everything came to light because of some woman on the Avatar and her ex-husband. Lily offers to deal with this scoundrel, but Molly states that he has the right to leave any photos since they are divorced. She then says that killing is too merciful and claims that she already knows how to hurt him differently. Lily realizes that things like this can't be ignored and decides to come up with a plan. Lily whispers to Toto, saying that her help will soon be needed. Molly asks Lily, surprised, what she said, and Lily replies that she imagined it. Finally, she says that if she needs any help, she is always there. Molly honestly admits that Lilia seems to her like a superhuman who can handle everything. The next morning, they decide to go to the Hermitage by the sea to get some air. Rose and Helen say they will join them later, and Lily states she will wait. Looking at this family, she hopes that they will have time to talk, just the three of them. Having unfastened herself properly, she prepares to move forward. Thanks to the pumped-up characteristics, her body has become much lighter, so she feels the fresh sea breeze and enjoys the moment. However, after some time, she comes across a strange man who is studying something important. Taking a closer look, she recognizes her mentor and decides not to disturb her, since she is focused. Coming even closer, she realizes that the object of the professor's interest is the tombstone. The mental connection with this artifact is activated, and Lilia sees an inscription that says that light will defeat darkness. Suddenly, a pillar of energy appears in front of the surprised heroine, which allows her to read inscriptions in an ancient language. The professor approaches her and says with surprise that she was able to decipher it. Staring at Lily, the professor wonders if she is an S-rank decipherer. Decipherers are awakened beings who can decipher texts found in dungeons or portals. Eleanor has been considered the best decipherer in the country for 15 years, studying ancient demonic texts. However, one day her transcripts were stolen and handed over to a criminal guild. After that, she made a promise to herself to protect civilians and decipher the protective stones. However, even she has difficulty deciphering the symbols on this stone, until a newbie appears who deciphers everything the first time. Eleanor says she couldn't find a single clue to the solution to the problem for 10 years, and blames Lilia's intuition. Eleanor deduces that Lilia is definitely an S-rank decipherer, and asks what scientific organization she is from. Lily says that she came up with a solution to this puzzle at random, which surprises Eleanor. The professor then looks at the glowing tombstone, and realizes that something is wrong. She hands the mysterious item to Lilia, and tells her that she must apply the symbol immediately before it is too late. Lily wonders how she can do this, which surprises the professor even more. Gathering his patience, the professor says that Lily only needs to say out loud the word she has just deciphered. Lily takes a deep breath to pronounce the treasured words she has deciphered. After she says, "Light will conquer darkness," the energy begins to flow into the small stone in her hands. The stone begins to glow and becomes a concentration of mysterious power. Lily creates a barrier of light that has a radius of 1 kilometer. Lily understands that this is an S-class item that will require unimaginable costs, which means it is beyond her power. Eleanor looks at the heroine obsessively and demands to know how she managed to decipher the writing. Lily says that she will give this stone to the Hunters Association and let them study it themselves. After this, she quickly turns around and runs away with her furry friends so as not to attract attention. Meanwhile, the narrative returns to this place already at dusk, when Lily returns home. Eleanor experiences severe stress, which causes her to turn to alcohol and get very drunk. Eleanor laments that she spent many years researching this stone, when suddenly some newbie, resembling a schoolgirl, deciphered everything. Remembering the girl, she assumes that she didn't just appear out of nowhere and is hiding something. There is a knock at her door, and she assumes that Julian has come to see her again, despite all her refusals. When her assistant escapes with the research materials, information emerges that the head of the White Tiger Guild is helping him. Eleanor suspects that this man is somehow involved in this story, but reluctantly gets to her feet. Opening the door, she meets Julian in front of her and irritably says that she would not like to see him. Julian smiles and says that he brought snacks and drinks, because drinking alone is bad for the stomach. Eleanor asks him to stop being so formal, noting that she cannot decipher the photo he sent. Eleanor asks him why he is so eager to decipher these symbols, assuming it is an order from the guild. Julian declares that he is no longer a member of the White Tiger Guild, and Eleanor becomes angry. Afterwards, she apologizes to him, and Julian explains that the object of his loyalty at the moment is not the Tiger Guild at all. It suddenly turns out that all this time he has been maintaining his devotion to Cheryl, who used to come to the hotel. Julian remembers that when her fiancé dies, he really thinks it will break her. But now she's getting a little better. Julian does notice that she is wearing a wedding ring, however, and says that he would like to grab her fiancé and ask him why he left her alone. The Tower of Babel dungeon where her fiancé disappears, and the dungeon from which Joseph returns have something in common. The whole point is that the same symbols were found in both places. But what is written there still remains unclear. He wants to uncover the nature of these symbols, in order to understand why Cheryl's fiancé was never able to return. Eleanor congratulates him on leaving the guild, but reminds him that she still can't decipher the symbol. Eleanor explains that it would have taken a more experienced professor 5 years to do this, and after her research was stolen, it can be forgotten. She also honestly admits that she wanted to become a decipherer who would surpass her teacher, but now realizes that this is impossible. Julian looks at her in surprise and tries to figure out what is happening today that has influenced her opinion so much. Eleanor says she meets an S-rank decryptor, and Julian remembers this information. The next morning, Rose makes a firm decision to leave for the force to meet her father. Lily tries to understand how everything turned out this way, because she leaves the three of them to have a heart-to-heart talk. Lily remembers that Rose recently said that he liked living here. Perhaps it was only the realization that Mom and Dad were getting divorced that could change his mind so drastically. Gimden assumes that Rose has her own motives, since he previously said that he was angry at his dad. Suddenly, Rose turns around and runs away, saying that she doesn't want to live with her mother anyway. Molly tries to stop him, but it is too late. A powerful earthquake occurs, causing a huge hole to appear in the asphalt under the young man. In just one moment, life can change so radically that sometimes it is impossible to even believe it. Rose begins to fall into a giant hole, and Lily and Molly rush forward to help him. Lily grabs Molly's hand, telling her to be careful and not jump in there. However, this terrible event reminds her of something familiar, as if she had already seen it. Gimden menacingly says that this is the process of opening the gates of the dungeon, and claims that they need to get out of here. Gate opening is a phenomenon where a dungeon suddenly forms in a location where there was no entrance before. Lily sees a notification from the special services, and realizes that they are responding too slowly. It's critical to keep your cool at times like these, and Molly is clearly failing to do so. But this can be done by Lilia, who orders her comrades to take care of the children. After this, she steps forward, realizing that she has no guarantee of survival, but she must try. Having seized one of the artifacts, she decides to prevent the destruction of the area. Having spoken the cherished words, she creates a huge barrier, and a beam of light begins to form in her hands. The flash is so bright that you can even go blind if you look at it for too long. Lily feels her head start to hurt, and Toto is already rushing to help his colleague. The thing is that such a high mana consumption does not go unnoticed, and you need to be extremely careful. A system notification appears in front of her, informing her that due to a lack of mana, she cannot use the barrier at full power. In an attempt to reduce its size to an acceptable radius, it reaches a pitiful 5-meter mark. Looking at the barrier she is creating, she realizes that it is not enough to seal off this gate. Grabbing Helen, she realizes that she needs to get some distance first, and then decide what to do next. Molly is left completely devastated by the grief that has befallen her so suddenly. Lily asks Helen if she's okay and if she has any injuries. Molly continues to grieve over Rose, completely oblivious to what is happening around her. Lily was able to stop the gate from expanding further, but now they will have to wait for another hunter to come to the rescue. Suddenly a figure approaches her and extends a helping hand to her. This hunter turns out to be Julian, who says with a sly smile that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lily asks him if he's coming here after seeing the notice about the dungeon, which confuses him. Julian points to the barrier and says that he comes here because he saw it. Lilia states that there is a dungeon barrier there, but Julian states that he is interested in the barrier of light above them. He asks her if she was able to decipher the bas-relief that is located nearby. Julian points at Toto, saying that he is a very cute spirit, and Lilia realizes that he is a rather strange person. She changes the subject, saying that, in any case, he is a hunter and must save the girl who is being sucked into this gate. Lily wonders why he is smiling despite the fact that the man is in obvious danger. Lily claims that he knows her because she is the same girl from the photo in Chris's drawer. Julian drops the ball a bit and says he's close with Chris and asks Lilia to do one important favor. Lilia says that she doesn't know what exactly he wants from her, but she thinks that now is not the time for it. Pointing her finger at him, she says that if he has a request for her, then they should make an equal exchange. After this, she emphasizes that the only chance that she will fulfill the request is concessions on his part. She says that first he should help her, and only then ask for anything. Julian says he agrees to this, and Lilia declares that it is necessary to save the girl who was sucked into this gate, at any cost. Julian asks her with interest what she will do if this girl suddenly turns out to be dead. Lily threatens to tell Chris everything, and Julian admits that he has never heard a more serious threat. After this, he calmly approaches the light barrier, saying that there is nothing that can be done here. Finally, he asks her if she will fulfill his request if he saves that girl. Lily takes out her phone and says that he is a real madman. After dialing her uncle, she realizes that he doesn't answer and assumes that he must be very busy. Looking back at Molly, she sadly comes to the conclusion that all they can do is rely on Julian. After some time, she receives a notification that the dungeon level has been upgraded to A rank. Lilia realizes that Julian is not strong enough to complete such high-level dungeons, and he proposes a plan of attack to save a potential client who is in danger. She runs up to Molly, saying that she will first return to the hotel and then go to the dungeon. Molly asks her how she can get in there, and Lily shows her the key. Not wanting to stand on ceremony, she puts her hand forward to open the passage into the hotel. Once inside, she recovers from her mana depletion with coffee and asks her friends to look after the hotel. Toto and Gimden ask her if she is sure she should go into the dungeon. Lilia says that caring for employees is the manager's job. After this, she opens a portal to the dungeon and promises that she will return after successfully completing the task. The portal begins to sparkle and pulse, allowing you to travel to where Rose is. Stepping outside the hotel, she looks around carefully, trying to figure out where Rose is. Almost instantly, she discovers a pair of predatory red eyes staring out of the darkness. There are quite a lot of such eyes, and the system warns her that there are Changui ahead. Changui are creatures that were once people eaten by a tiger. Now they serve him. The creepy monsters approach and try to talk to Lilia, offering to go further and help the traveler. Lily tries to ignore them and makes her way through the dark forest, hoping to find Rose as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a man in a mysterious mask jumps out in front of her, saying that it is her turn. Lily immediately takes out a dagger and delivers a powerful blow, defeating the enemy. Lily turns around to figure out what to do next. Before she can catch her breath, another villain with ill intentions jumps out at her. Lily enters into a duel, from which she emerges victorious, despite the serious superiority of her opponent. The experience she gathers turns out to be very useful. She eventually copes with the advancing enemies. Hearing a strange cry, she rushes forward, assuming that it is Rose screaming. However, unfortunately, she comes across a kumiho, a monster trying to deceive other people. Lily turns around and moves on, assuming that this dungeon is dedicated to Korean mythology. Suddenly, a familiar face appears before her eyes, sparkling with two pairs of yellow eyes. Lily jumps back in horror and screams loudly, unable to control her despair and fear. The otherworldly being asks her why she was so scared, because this face should be familiar to her. The system warns her that a fallen king Dokebi has been detected ahead. Lily looks closely at this creature and realizes that his face really does seem familiar to her. The mysterious monster says that the creature's eyes are incredibly mysterious as it continues to swing from the tree. Lily realizes that right now is the perfect moment to deliver a powerful shot at the enemy. The monster falls to the ground with a distinctive sound, and Lilia decides to move on. Her victorious mood is instantly shattered when she hears Dokaebi's voice, claiming that he won't die that easily. Lily takes a few quick steps forward, realizing that she needs to aim for the creature's heart. The monster suddenly rises to his feet and asks her if she understands his words. Dropping it on the grass, he says that in this world he can change everything the way he wants. Smiling, he also states that he cannot be killed by an attack, even if you really want to. Lilia tries to find out if her opponent is going to fight, but he states that he just likes to have fun. He puts his hand on his heart and says that he really enjoys betting on games with people. He also states that he now meets a person who understands his words, and this cannot but please him. Lily asks him where Julian is now, and then she guesses that he is talking about the owner of this face. The king says that Julian did not understand him, he attacked him all the time, so he killed him. Lily understands that they are not telling her something, because the system does not fail the task of saving the client. Lily immediately notices that Julian is still alive. but the king replies that she will not know. Lily asks why he is lying, to which he sincerely states that people like him cannot lie. The heroine understands that this fool behaves the same way as Julian, but something still doesn't add up. The creature acts as if it has consciousness, and it gives her a sense of déjà vu, as if she were encountering the Elven King again. Lilia asks if he's going to make her choose between saving Julian and her own life. The Dokaibi King smirks and takes a few steps forward. Seeing that his potential victim has figured it all out, he states that this only makes things more interesting. However, he admits that he is bored with simple elections, so he decides to place a bet. He tells Lilia that she probably came for the short girl. Lily asks if he really knows who he is talking about, to which the monster replies that she is now his new bride. Lily can't understand how Rose can be a bride, especially at such a young age. Grabbing him, she demands an explanation and asks if he has completely lost his mind, since he is still a child in front of him. The Tokebi King suddenly begins walking upside down in the air, stating that it is nothing out of the ordinary. From his point of view, the girl was unhappy, and he asked her to marry him, not seeing anything wrong with it. The king also says that if Lily finds his bride and convinces her, then he can give her a chance for salvation. He adds that if Lilia fails, he will have to give Julian another chance to be saved. Smiling, he slyly remarks that this is only possible if Julian lives to see it. Lily realizes that Julian is now in danger and is probably fighting someone he couldn't defeat. She realizes that the situation requires incredible creativity and decides to go against the system. Lily says that in that case, she will not participate in the argument, which angers the king, who turns around. Turning around brazenly, she declares that she will simply throw the two of them into the dungeon and return home. The king immediately rushes after her, asking if she has really gone so far and is now refusing the bet. Legends say that Tokebi love games, hate fighting, and always offer something of equal value as a bet. Lily claims that this bet is unfair because he offers nothing in return, so she refuses. The monster immediately speeds up to catch up with her and says that he will offer anything as long as the game takes place. Tokebi claims that he can give her a magical club or a land with perfect geography, but Lilia refuses. The king feels despair and asks what she wants to agree to the game. Lilia declares that she wants to become the king of this world and gain complete control over the dungeon. Naturally, such a proposal does not please the monster, who did not expect such intelligence from the victim. Lily argues that in order to bet two people's lives, his bet must be at least as high. She understands that if she gets this title, she can take everything she wants without any conditions. King Tokebi smiles and says that he accepts her terms. Immediately after this, he disappears into thin air, leaving the heroine alone in the middle of a dark and scary forest. Having risen into the air, he declares that in half a month the man with this face will die. Lily wonders if she will have to stay here for that long. He reassures her that time flows differently here, and she should follow the light of distant lanterns. Having indicated the correct path, he recommends going as quickly as possible so as not to be late. Lily decides to accept the rules of the game, because she has already come so far, and gets to the right place. She is met by a man with a lantern, who calls her a man and asks if she came from the Tokebi forest. Lily tries to understand why she is being addressed as a man and looks at her hands. Looking at herself, she suddenly realizes that her appearance has changed. Now she really does look like a man. The man claims that it was just as bright as day, but suddenly the moon rose, which means the spirits are playing tricks. Lily says that in that case she will go to the tavern, and this causes incredible joy in the peasant. He runs ahead and happily announces that they will finally have a hotel. A woman approaches her and asks if she would like something to drink, but Lilia refuses. The woman starts to get angry and says that if Lilia doesn't drink at least a glass, she won't tell anything. Lily understands that this world has its own rules and demands that sweet rice wine and snacks be brought. The girl sits closer and says that she can keep her company so that she doesn't get bored. Lilia assumes that this is probably some kind of information guild, and decides to gather as much information as possible. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl brings a small glass, and they clink glasses to drink together. Some time passes, and Lilia realizes that the local alcohol is too strong. The girl continues to get her interlocutor drunk, praising her fortitude and courage. Lily continues to drink through force, despite the fact that she is getting worse. After a few drinks, she realizes that her eyes can no longer discern where she is. Unable to bear the alcohol, she falls down and loses consciousness for a while. The next thing she hears is the voice of a girl who says that her guest didn't have a penny. Lily looks up and sees a girl approaching her with a bucket of water, declaring that she will solve everything herself. They pour a cold stream of water over her, causing her to immediately sober up and rise from the floor. Lily asks why she is dressed so strangely, and hears in response that she probably doesn't remember what happened yesterday. Lilia replies that she remembers very well how yesterday she passed out from a hangover. The tavern owner asks if the noble gentleman has come simply to have a drink for free. Lily apologizes and asks if she can work here as payment. She promises to work off everything she drank, and also cover the cost of her overnight stay. The landlady says with doubt that it is unlikely that there will be a place where such a pampered gentleman could work. After some time, a hunter approaches them and orders the mistress to appear immediately. Lily cautiously looks out of the window and assumes that a hunter has come in here, since he has a flint weapon. The angry hunter claims that there was a hair in his food, which must have come from the innkeeper's wife. Lily calms down and realizes that the person in front of her is just an ordinary troublemaker. She turns to the tavern owner and asks whether she should throw this guest out or do something else. She offers to choose one of two options and asks in exchange for the opportunity to stay here and work. From her point of view, even if the owner of the establishment knows nothing about Tokaibi's actions, the necessary information can be found among the guests. After some time, the room in which Lily had recently slept turns out to be spotlessly clean. The innkeeper wonders how Lily was able to clean everything up so quickly, and is told that she simply has talent. Lilia notes that the cleaning skills she learned in the dungeon came in handy even here, and this cannot but please. The tavern owner thanks her for her help, noting that she not only cleans well, but also knows how to calm down rowdy guests. The owner also says that if Lilia worked for them constantly, it would be the best time in her life. She adds that since Lilia appeared, there have been significantly more girls among the guests. Looking around, Lilia understands that a large number of guests is a good thing. But 8 days have already passed, and she still hasn't found the information she needs. Time is running out, so she decides to find Rose as soon as possible and leave this place. Suddenly she hears some girl complaining about unhappy love. Lily tries to figure out what the reason is, and the girl admits that her boyfriend constantly upsets her. Lily asks who he is talking about, and the girl replies that she keeps him around because he is cute, but he still upsets her. She then tells that her beloved was recently sold to the house of another counselor, and now she cannot see him. Lilia reports that in 8 days, she managed to study all the surrounding areas and knows where it is. The girl says that her boyfriend is a servant and constantly fulfills the wishes of the advisor's daughter. She says it's terrible because the girl doesn't leave the house and eats food in huge quantities. Lily asks how old this boy is and gets the answer that he is under the thumb, so he will not lie. Lily suggests that perhaps the lady herself is lying, and she could be used for something else. From her point of view, this could be part of a ritual that cannot be performed in public. Lily asks her interlocutor if she knows how much time has passed since the lady stopped going outside. The interlocutor says that this has been going on for about 8 days already. Lilia realizes that this is the very clue indicating the location of Tokaibi, and decides to visit these areas. Using her armor, she carefully enters the local counselor's domain. Thanks to her grace, speed, and good equipment, she passes all the guarding maids. After a while, she breathes a sigh of relief as she finally manages to get inside. Luckily, she still had her bag of equipment with her, so she can count on the help of the artifacts. Lily continues to rummage through her purse, and suddenly hears the maids discussing the constant sobbing coming from the inner chambers. Another maid adds that rumor has it that the mistress is crying because her childhood friend was sold. She also says that the master tries to console the lady by buying her various delicacies and jade jewelry. Lilia plunges into her memories, realizing that if her friend was sold 8 days ago, then everything fits together. The thing is that it was exactly 8 days ago that Rose found herself in this dungeon, and from that day on, they began actively buying a dowry. From her point of view, they simply replaced Rose with the mistress and took her away under the guise of a servant. Now they are preparing for the wedding to give Tokaibi a fake bride. Lily can't believe that some people don't understand how valuable other people's children are as their own. As she walks further, she suddenly hears crying and realizes that the voice seems incredibly familiar to her. She goes further and sees a girl who loudly calls for her mother and continues to sob. Lily opens the door abruptly, frightening the unfortunate girl who did not expect such a sudden intrusion. Lily immediately tries to calm her down with the help of special gestures. Taking a closer look, Rose realizes that the person standing before her is none other than the Holy Knight. Lily realizes that somehow the helmet acts as a real psychological weapon. However, the first thing she decides to do is calm the girl down and closes the door. After she turns off the lights, she takes off her helmet and asks Rose if she is hurt. Rose looks at the main character in surprise and realizes that in front of her is her older sister, who works with her mother. Rose admires her, noting that she is so beautiful, as if she just stepped out of the pages of a manhwa. Lily asks Rose if she is in any pain, but notices that the girl still cannot believe what happened. Rose, her mouth hanging open in surprise, says that she finds it strange that Lily turns out to be that holy knight. Rose remembers well that her mother cares about nothing but her family, and her father listens silently to insults. She also recalls that during her visit to her grandmother, all Molly did was sleep, and Rose didn't want to be like her. However, after some time, her mother gets a job, and her former enthusiasm returns. Every day becomes happy, because despite being tired, Mom still smiles. It would seem that an idol should reign in the family, but Rose still feels sad. Later, she sees her father's profile and everything falls into place. Rose admits to herself that she knows her mother is staying in this family only for her and her younger sister. So she assumes that if it weren't for her, Molly might have dreamed bigger, which means she needs to go back to her father. Rose doesn't want to leave and actually wants to be with her mother as much as she wants her to be happy. Only now does she understand how much she misses her mother and what a mistake it was to run away. However, everything changes when Lilia comes to her, striking her with her incredible image of a holy knight. Lily, smiling, says that she really is that very knight. She also explains that running a hotel is quite difficult, so she asks Molly for help. Rose looks at her magical savior with admiration, realizing that Lily is watching over her mother. Lily is quick to warn Rose not to think that she is a burden to her mother. After that, she extends her hand and suggests that they leave here before it is too late. Rose nods immediately, hoping to leave this terrible place and return home as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on the dojo door, claiming that there are strangers in the estate. Lily turns to Rose and asks her to wrap her arms around her neck so that they can escape from here. Rose immediately jumps into the arms of her savior, hoping that she will finally leave this place. Lily throws several darts to destroy the spirits that are preventing her from leaving here. Lily opens the doors and orders the king to keep his word as she wins their argument. The Dokaibi appears out of nowhere and carefully walks through the air, gradually descending downwards. He says that what happened is a little disappointing to him, because he hoped to make Rose his bride. Lily states that he must first let Julian go, as they agreed. Dokaibi smiles slyly and asks where she is going in such a hurry. After this, he creates a portal from which Julian falls, and it immediately becomes clear that he is seriously injured. Lily runs to him to determine the severity of his injuries, and realizes that he is still breathing. Dokaibi comes closer and says that now it is her turn to make a decision. Looking at her with a creepy gaze, he asks if she wants salvation or sacrifice. Lily states that she chooses to kill him rather than play his stupid games. Dokaibi begins to gradually dissolve into thin air, saying that it was the stupidest decision. Falling to his knees, he declares that he will not die so easily, and disappears completely. The system rewards Lilia for completing the task by announcing that the Dokaibi king has disappeared. Lily apologizes to the esteemed client, stating that they are not accepting orders for now. Smiling slyly, she adds that they will definitely meet at the hotel. Looking around, she suddenly notices that the very symbol that Julian wanted to decipher appears on the cut tree. After some time, news begins to spread on social networks that the Holy Knight has been officially recognized by the hunters. Lily studies the information, realizing that, as usual, there are too many witnesses here. Julian, meanwhile, grins and realizes that Lilia is Chris's secret love. Lilia regretfully says that he apparently suffered too little damage from Dokaibi. Julian points out that everyone is saved and now she has to listen to him. Lily replies that she saved everyone single-handedly, and Julian decides not to argue with that. Lily asks what he needs, immediately warning that she will not do the impossible. Julian smiles and says that she can handle this task without any difficulty. Looking at the photograph, she notices that she has seen a similar symbol in the forest before, but this one is a little different. Looking at the symbols, she translates the phrase, which reads, "He who chooses the victim will find darkness." Eleanor asks in shock how Lilia manages to read such things with such ease. Lily states that she simply has very well-developed communication skills. She also draws a symbol, explaining that she saw something similar in the forest, and the symbol then said that whoever chooses salvation will gain power. Eleanor continues to listen to this information, her mouth open in incredible surprise. Lily continues reading and states that it was written in the forest. He who chooses the victim finds him. Eleanor asks Lilia why she is studying these symbols, and she admits that there may be great scientific value in it. Julian asks if he would like to join her research team, but Lilia points out that it would be better to ask the professor. Eleanor claims that they will be able to discover the nature of the rune's power through comparative analysis. Julian thanks the professor for his help, but he says that the gratitude should not be addressed to him. Julian looks towards Lilia and thanks her for saving his life. Lily smirks, realizing that this man is not crazy at all, but rather a deranged narcissist. Smiling, she says that she is grateful to him for rushing to save Rose. Julian remembers that he remains in her debt and asks what she would like to receive in return. Lily asks what he means when he says she is Chris's secret woman. Julian asks doubtfully if she really wants to know. Lily confirms, and he decides to reveal some secrets that she had not previously suspected. Helen declares that she will never sleep until she sees Santa Claus. Her family advises her to go to bed, otherwise Santa Claus will think she is naughty and will not come. Lily smirks, realizing that Santa will show up as soon as they fall asleep, and decides to go get some beer. As she goes outside, she unexpectedly meets Chris and their paths cross. Seeing her, Chris smiles and says that he wants to see her, because today is the eve of the holiday. The story briefly moves back in time to find out how the feelings of these young people are born. Today is graduation, and Chris is receiving congratulations on reaching S rank. However, all this time he is looking with his eyes for only one person, who never appears. Chris makes up an excuse to go back to class because he wants to see her face one last time. Realizing that he is surrounded by fans, he decides to wait in the classroom until the crowd dwindles. When he goes inside, he runs into Lilia, who is taking photos at that moment. He asks her why she is here alone, to which Lilia turns to him in surprise. She honestly admits that she just wants to take a picture of an empty classroom. Chris reflects on the fact that he doesn't always understand her, because she sometimes behaves strangely. He apologizes to her and leaves, glad that he at least saw her one last time. However, after some time he returns and asks permission to take a photo of her as a keepsake. Lily, despite the friendly gesture, remains reserved, keeps her distance, and does not show her feelings. She agrees and hands him the camera, saying that she will allow him to take just one photo. Chris takes the camera and tries to take a good and cute picture. Lilia immediately takes the photo so she can leave quickly and not feel awkward. Chris says he really likes the photo, but Lilia says she's about to leave. Chris keeps his promise not to die because she is the only one who asks him to. He just wants to know if he can continue to keep this promise if she doesn't mind. Lily stops and briefly congratulates him on his graduation before disappearing completely. Chris barely has time to say anything before she slams the door behind her and runs away. Lily looks at the photograph and thinks that he is unlikely to celebrate this day as the day of their last meeting. This day turns out to be gloomy for him, because he has deep, sincere feelings for Lilia. Julian says he doesn't know how he got his hands on her photo, but he's sure Chris treasures it. Lily remembers the day she meets him again, and these memories warm her heart. She doesn't want her picture to be left in an empty classroom somewhere, and she feels relieved that he's losing it. If she had kept this picture, she would have felt nostalgic, as if she was leaving a part of herself in this class. People with a heavy heart find it difficult to move forward, and Lilia thinks that all she needs to do is not look back. Lily assumes that Chris only comes here because he saw the news on the internet. Suddenly he apologizes, and Lilia asks what exactly he wants to apologize for. Chris explains that he didn't want to bother her, and so decided to wait, but ends up back here. Lilia admits that she didn't call him not because she was irritated, but because she had business with Julian and the association. Lily tells that in the dungeon she meets a fallen spirit who, like the king of the fairies, asks about salvation and sacrifice. She notes that there are symbols there and asks if he has any ideas. Chris reports that even recent inquiries to the association have not yielded any results yet. Everything that is happening seems mysterious, as if someone is really up to something. Lily says that if Chris suddenly comes up with something, he should definitely tell her. She understands that perhaps none of this concerns her, but despite everything, she continues to think about it. Chris confidently states that if the association is involved in this, then they must be held accountable. Lily agrees, adding that after everything that happened, their loved ones are indeed in danger. Chris quickly turns his gaze and carefully studies his interlocutor, who continues to be indignant. After a while, he asks her if she received any wounds in this dungeon. Lily understands that he took a long time to collect his thoughts before asking this question, because everything is fine with him. She asks him if he has had dinner, to which he states that he has no appetite at all. Lilia also reveals that she visited an A-rank dungeon while being a C-rank hunter, which comes as a shock. Her secretary tells her that because of this, she can now enter the top 100. Lilia wonders if her hidden rating will cause more problems in the future. Chris places his hand on Lilia's palm to calm her down. Kneeling down, he asks her if she wants to escape and promises to help her with that. Lily wonders where she can run away to, mentally realizing that she has already tried and ended up in a hotel. Chris tells her that if she wants, she can run away to him, and this makes her cheeks turn pink. Chris repeats his intentions and says that if anything happens, she can hide with him. He continues and confidently states that he will create a place for her where she can breathe deeply. He also claims that he will always wait for her return, squeezing her hands tighter and tighter. Lily looks at him and understands that he is the one who will not move without permission and will wait faithfully. Seeing this, her heart begins to beat strongly, and her throat becomes dry from an excess of feelings. They carefully hold hands, and Lily hopes that something will happen. As they gradually get closer to each other, She realizes that if nothing is done, disaster will happen. However, in reality, she doesn't want anything to happen and interfere with them right now. After a few moments, they start kissing, and Lilia feels like her heart is about to jump out of her chest, as if all this is unreal. She begins to feel as if time stops completely, no matter what. This thought is firmly lodged in her head and does not allow her to continue kissing Chris. Quickly pulling away from him, she wonders what time it is and takes out her phone. Molly sends a lot of messages saying that the kids are already asleep and she needs help. Chris reports that it is now past 1 in the morning, after which Lilia is surprised by his incredible calmness. He looks back and says that if she needs to leave, she better do it now. Carefully stroking her chin, he says that he will not blame her or shift responsibility. Smiling, he declares that having received his permission, he is ready to wait as long as necessary. Such sincerity and spontaneity makes Lilia blush more and more with every second. Chris says that for 8 years now, he has wanted to tell her how much he likes her and how strong she is. Lily looks away, feeling probably embarrassed and, for some reason, genuine sadness. It is a Christmas night in which there is not a trace of reverence. After a while, she returns home to finish laying out the presents. Assessing the results of her work, she understands that everything was done perfectly, and even the gifts for the manager were laid out. Looking at Chris, who has been following her the whole time, she asks if she can ask him a question. Immediately after this, she hands him a t-shirt and asks him to sign it. Lily says that according to Julian, Chris is a celebrity, so there is nothing better than his autograph. It's time to say goodbye, and she asks him if he really intends to leave at this hour. Chris asks if she will spend the whole night with him if he asks her to stay. He grins and adds that there is no need to worry because he is just joking. He also says that, as he has already emphasized more than once, he can wait as long as necessary. After that, he gently touches her hand and says that sometimes he wants to show how much he expects her. He explains this so that she doesn't forget about him and doesn't go on a date. Lily shyly looks away and says that this will never happen. Chris smirks, and Lilia advises him to leave already, because it's getting late. The next morning, the kids get out of bed and happily hold up signed t-shirts with Knight and Chris's autographs. Helen says she likes it much better than a present from Santa Claus. Molly asks Lilia in a tired voice if they should spend the next holidays together. Lily says that they are now an inseparable family, after which she turns her gaze to the joyful Toto and Gimden. Rose suddenly looks at Lily and asks her if next time she can have the same gift as Helen. She smiles and says that her heart is currently taken, so she shouldn't wear such t-shirts. Lily understands her perfectly and asks if she remembers what she was asked to do recently. Lilia places her hand on her head and tells her that she must keep the knight's identity a secret for the safety of the family. The understanding girl says that she will keep all this a secret. Lily continues to watch the children and realizes that Rose is becoming very active after what happened. Molly asks her if she's sure she doesn't want to go into force. Rose says she doesn't care anymore and recommends that her mother find a new boyfriend, like Lily did. Lily suggests that this girl is becoming too active and starting to ask a lot of unnecessary questions. After some time, the couple returns to the hotel, which by this time has already become covered in dust. Holding her suitcase in her hands, she realizes that she really doesn't want to work again. Moving forward, she assumes that during her absence, all her cleaning skills will evaporate. Sitting down on the dusty couch, she takes out her phone to check her messages. After opening the correspondence with Jones, she calms down, as she learns that her uncle is behaving as usual. She also notices that she has a lot of notifications accumulated, and decides to open the booking system to old clients. Holding the phone, she understands that from the 45th level they begin to gradually discuss this system. She checks the list of subscriptions she has and finds out that Oliver is subscribing to her. She also discovers a person without an avatar or a clear name, guessing that it is Cheryl. She remembers Jones telling her that Cheryl was the one who eliminated Sam. At first, it seemed like a very strange theory, but it turned out to be true. Lily reflects on how she initially took Cheryl for an ordinary guest, but now looks at her differently. She remembers the conversation she had with Julian when she first mentioned Cheryl to him. Julian states that Cheryl is his favorite person, friend, and family. Lily understands that Julian is completely devoted to this girl, but their relationship is still kept secret. Lily decides to talk directly, so as not to beat around the bush. Julian informs her that questions about salvation or sacrifice figure even in the doctrines of the witnesses of salvation. From Julian's words, one can conclude that Cheryl is not a believer. Cheryl suggests that she is onto something, which means she is making some progress. Lily receives a message that Cheryl periodically finds out information about her, and therefore she knows such details. Lily immediately says that she wants to visit the tower where her husband died. Cheryl asks her, in all seriousness, if this is connected with the Witnesses of Salvation sect. Lily reflects that she is beginning to understand a little bit what this is all about, and that she needs to pay attention to something other than the monsters. The main problem remains the aspect of giving power to the saved and how exactly they receive it. Numerous reports featured mysterious seals and inscriptions in an ancient language. Lily suggests that the whole thing lies with the guild leader named Shimmer. Lily's thoughts are interrupted by Molly, who bursts into the hotel and announces that the national rankings have been announced. Lily studies the new top and discovers that 97th place is now occupied by someone else. Now, in 97th place is an unknown person whom everyone calls the Holy Knight. Lily wonders why she is listed as an independent hunter. Later on the phone, Jones says there's nothing he can do because hunters are required by law to have identification. Lily asks him if he specifically marked her that way so that others would not contact her. Jones says he has a lot to do, and Lilia wonders how the rating is determined in the first place. Jones says the rating is a comprehensive assessment of ability, including skill use. He explains that even if you have a high-ranking skill, it will only show its power if you know how to use it. The same goes for good equipment. It works differently depending on who uses it. Lily carefully studies this information and realizes that it could lead to several clues. From this perspective, it can be explained why Joseph's low rating does not correspond to his rank. After some thought, she guesses that it is about the skills that the power of the survivors gives only to those who are worthy. After hanging up, she realizes that this is indeed a cult, and she must not allow them to find out who she really is. The thing is that all her skills are connected with the hotel. If they disappear, the hotel will go to someone else. Lily does not want to allow anything like this to happen, and realizes that she needs to find out everything as soon as possible. Cheryl reports that the Tiger Guild, along with her brother, will soon be heading out to raid the tower. Lily wonders why everyone is rushing there, suggesting that perhaps it would even be better that way. After this, she frantically begins to scroll through her contact list, realizing that she needs to make all of this public. Meanwhile, Joseph ends up in the Minus Tower along with his comrades. The people walking behind him wonder if this is all really normal. Joseph himself recalls being scolded for using the same trick twice and still finishing in 72nd place. Shimmer orders him not to do anything stupid after this conversation and to behave with dignity. After some thought, he says that the only one who can trust the guild is Cheryl, which makes him furious. Joseph clenches his fists in frustration, realizing that Cheryl is constantly being held up as an example, even though she is nothing special. She has no high rank, no loyalty to the White Tiger, and her father has always put her above everyone else. But he notes that even her fiancé was made the first test subject by her father, and that is why he disappeared. As he moves forward, he realizes that he is once again in the very place where his father's madness began. His assistant says that if they go to Freud without permission, even insurance won't cover the damage. Joseph attacks the assistant and asks him if he really thinks they can't even carry their corpses. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he asks if he really thinks he is that weak. A hunter named Saul asks Joseph to refrain from actions that jeopardize teamwork. Joseph says that if such a high-ranking person asks him to do this, then he must obey. He also states that if everyone on the team were like Saul, then work would be much easier. After a while, he turns around, hearing strange voices, and looks closely at these people. The porters appear before him, and Saul reports that the raid has been organized in haste. Joseph grins and says that they can still go as far as this floor, but only they should go further. Saul replies that he understands his comrade perfectly well, and, in general, does not object to this. Joseph realizes that if he can gain this man's skill, his father will no longer dare to underestimate him. All this time, he continues to be monitored in order to prevent something irreparable. The scout relays information that these people will soon enter the 5th floor, and asks if this will help the Holy Knight. Oliver and his film crew are simultaneously continuing to film their next video. He takes a few steps to the side, listening to his comrades talking about something of their own. Looking around, he tries to understand where the place to which he was invited is. Suddenly, someone grabs his hand. He turns around in surprise and starts screaming. Lily asks him why he is shouting and suggests going to the hotel. Oliver looks at her in surprise and says that he feels like they haven't seen each other for a year. But Lilia states that it's only been a month. She also thanks him for agreeing to help with this matter. Oliver says that it could not be otherwise, since he feels a duty to her. Suddenly, Lilia receives very important information concerning the current case. She learns that the target she is tracking is entering the 5th floor, and decides to take decisive action. Lily is surprised by the data she received and realizes that this information gives her goosebumps. Turning to Oliver, she tells him that if he feels the slightest danger, he should come to her and not act like a hero. Oliver asks her if they should film the crime scene. He suggests calling the police or the association, but Lilia says he should do it himself, and he agrees. Lily takes the key, opens the portal and says that they are going to the 5th floor of the Minus Tower. A portal immediately opens in front of her, where Sewell and Joseph fight a giant minotaur. Sol turns to his comrade and tells him that he needs to move behind the enemy. Joseph says something to distract attention, when in fact he is waiting for the moment to stab you in the back. He grins and claims that very soon this boy's power will belong to him. A few moments later, the Minotaur grabs Sol and he asks for help. Joseph continues to watch what is happening, hoping to hear that very phrase from the Minotaur. This phrase should sound like a question whether a person chooses salvation or sacrifice. He understands that he himself will not choose either one or the other, because on one side of the scale is his father, who did not notice him, and on the other is his brother. Rushing forward, he hopes that he can kill everyone who has ever bothered him. A few moments later, there is a bright flash that causes him to fall to the ground. A female voice says that she is not at all surprised by what just happened. Sol asks her who she is, to which Lilia replies that what matters now is that Joseph tried to stab him in the back. Sol looks at his commander in shock and asks if this is really true. After a few moments, he comes to his senses and realizes that there are more important problems now. To carry out a powerful counterattack, he unleashes a rain of fire on his opponent, pinning them to the ground. Immediately after this, he goes to ask about his commander, but finds no one there. Joseph runs away so fast that his heels sparkle, trying to escape the crime scene, because there is no evidence anywhere. He's already making plans to kick Sol out of the guild, accuse him of treason, and fabricate evidence. Suddenly Oliver appears, starts filming him and says he is glad to meet the star. Joseph asks Oliver what he is doing here, and he says that Joseph is trapped. He also admits that he was already starting to worry, but suddenly he saw a familiar face. After this, he clarifies whether it seemed to him that Joseph attacked an allied hunter. Joseph quickly takes the camera from him and states that he will take it with him. He then throws her on the ground and starts stomping on her, asking why he even started filming it. Oliver looks at him sympathetically and hints that it was a rather useless exercise. He adds with a chuckle that it was all broadcast live and everyone has already seen it. Joseph realizes that he is seriously caught and now he can't get out of it. A few minutes before this, Oliver launches a live broadcast to a huge number of viewers. He reaches the arena and reports that the boss is here, asking to contact the association if anyone recognizes the location. Oliver asks Lilia if he played his part well, and she says that he did an excellent job. Oliver's live broadcast is spreading all over the internet, and everything that happened is clearly visible on it. Joseph is soon arrested and the stream becomes evidence of the crime, as planned. Through an interview with the professor, the list of suspects expands as the monster begins to offer a deal. Eleanor states that this phrase refers to a study of the Witnesses of Salvation cult, which is considered a cult. Guildmaster Shimmer cites illness and hands over the post to Cheryl. Every day, the news is filled with posts from another guild, and the situation is rapidly escalating. Quite a few people gather at the hotel to discuss what it all was and share their theories. Rose keeps shouting that the moment when the Holy Knight appears and saves the hunter looks really cool. Some people think that the entire family that ran the guild should be put behind bars. Lily continues to serve customers when suddenly she starts receiving a lot of notifications on her phone. Jones happily praises her, saying that she predicted all this from the very beginning, and now he even becomes scared. Lily smiles, realizing that the situation is turning out to be quite large scale. She also cannot believe that a person would buy another hunter for profit, as this is beyond the pale. Lily writes to her colleague that she no longer wants to see hunters in danger, and that those who do evil must be punished. Molly approaches Lily and says that she seems to be in a good mood today. Lily smirks and says that it's time to punish the guilty, meaning Joseph and Shimmer. Lily smiles and adds that another person needs to be punished. The action moves to the vicinity of Vsevolosky railway station, where Lilia meets her colleague. Cheryl, who has changed her hairstyle, says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lilia asks her whether she should be called a client or a guild leader, to which she replies that it doesn't matter to her. After that, she suggests going for a ride together to discuss important things. They stop near a small, cozy cafe where they can talk about everything possible. Lilia says that she was very helpful this time too, and that she didn't even expect to be able to get information about the guild's internal affairs. Cheryl replies that she should thank Lilia, since it is thanks to her that she becomes the guild leader. Lily looks closely at her hand and discovers that she is still wearing the ring. Smiling, she says that it all starts with the Minas Tower, where her husband died. She states that it is there that the first connection is established between the Witness of Salvation and the Bako Guild. Lily remembers that the Minotaur did not have the Fallen tag, which means that this tag is only added to those who are created. She also remembers that the Minotaur is originally a monster that manipulates people. Cheryl says she now understands why her husband is the first target, because it was her father's order. Her father chooses her fiancé as a test subject because he is in his way. Cheryl clenches her fist and assumes that her husband died solely because of her. Lily realizes that Cheryl is still plagued by guilt and can't shake it off. Lily puts her hand on her wrist and asks why she decided that she was guilty. Lily reminds that on the day Cheryl comes to the hotel, she promised her husband to be happy. Cheryl is momentarily speechless, realizing that she is actually making such a promise. Taking a deep breath, she confirms that she did indeed promise this. Immersed in her memories, she says that she now understands that she really can be happy. Her anger knows no bounds. She declares that she will destroy all remaining witnesses of salvation. Lily smiles and says that she can do something else for her. Cheryl asks what she means, and Lilia shows her the progress of her new delivery service. After this, she takes out from her jacket pocket a piece of silk from the Forest of Elections, in which a very valuable drink is kept. Lily takes out a special Americano from there, which calms her anxiety, saying that it will make her feel better. After this, she gets up and says that she needs to go, as she still has things to do. The guild staff asks Cheryl if they need to accompany the girl, to which she replies that there is no need. Cheryl states that she used to follow Lilia to protect the hotel, but that is no longer necessary. She recalls her conversations with Joseph, who claimed that the Holy Knight was to blame for everything, having intervened in the situation. Cheryl then tells him that none of this matters because she will get him out of here. In return, she demands that he leave the guild for ruining her reputation. After this, she returns Soul to the guild and makes a contract with Julian, thereby strengthening her position. After it becomes known what Shimmer is doing, the financial flows to this sect are cut off. So far, everything is going great, and there is only one thing left to do. She wants to invite Lilia to the guild. However, before this, she understands that it is necessary to fulfill the request that was put forward to her. Cheryl drinks coffee and says that now they need to find information about Molly's husband. Meanwhile, Lily returns home and encounters something very strange. She sees a huge sign about the First True Love fan club meeting. She wonders what the hell is going on here, but is immediately called out by an energetic Jones. Lily is surprised that they even gathered here, since everyone has a lot of things to do. She smiles and says that it is still great to have everyone together, just like when we were kids. As she reflects a little, she realizes that there seemed to be a little more of them back then. Jones gets a loud notification on his phone, telling him that someone is here. He grins and adds that they need to welcome the new max-level fan club member. A few moments later, the door opens and Chris walks into the room, taking off his cap and greeting everyone. Lily waves at him while the others look at him with ill intentions. Chris smiles sincerely, not hiding his emotions towards the object of his love. Lilia understands that everything has been too unstable lately, and if the fans find out, a nightmare will begin. Pushing him out into the street, she tells him that they shouldn't talk about their feelings. After a while, Aunt Hillary appears in front of them, lowering her glasses in surprise. After that, she smiles, not taking her narrowed gaze from them, in which a sly little twinkle shines. As she gets closer, she wonders if Lilia really does finally have a boyfriend. Lilia tries to deny it, and Martin sternly asks who has already become her boyfriend. Hillary takes a few steps and then looks closely at her interlocutor. There's a tense pause between them, and it becomes clear that something is wrong. Jones reports that Hillary once left for America precisely because of this sinful man. Lily, looking at the expression on her relative's face, understands that there was definitely something between them. Melanie says the guild she serves as deputy for is also under international investigation. The girl assumes that Aunt Hillary came here to get acquainted with the association's materials. Melanie is also surprised that she is so confident in front of someone she once abandoned. Lily looks down tensely, wondering what happened here. She suggests that if Hillary had abandoned her uncle, there would be no reason to call him a sinful man. Remembering the expression on his face when they met, she realizes that things are definitely not that simple here. Chris offers her a hamburger and asks her what she's thinking about. He grins and adds that he came to treat her to food, but ends up getting ignored anyway. Lily looks at him in surprise, and he explains that in 3 years of high school, she never called him by his name. Lily reflects that what scared her all this time was that he was a hunter. Lily decides not to lie to her lover and admits that all this happened because he seemed creepy to her. Chris looks at her in surprise, and Lilia realizes that it was at moments like these that she was afraid of him. The thing is that with such an expression on his face, he refused other girls when they confessed their love to him. Lily suggests that perhaps he was simply uncomfortable with strangers getting too close. After trying his hamburger, she says it's quite tasty. Chris chuckles and remarks that he's a good cook, then shows her where she has sauce on her lips. Lily carefully begins to look for a napkin and thanks him for the hint. She also states that she usually eats more carefully, but he cooked it so deliciously that she couldn't resist. Chris laughs and says he caught her in the moment, while Lilia tries to comprehend what she's saying. A few moments later, he leans across the table to kiss her. Lily comes to her senses in time and tries to push him away to prevent something irreparable. Chris says he doesn't feel awkward or under pressure at the time. He decides to confess his feelings, adding that he was simply scared back then. The whole point is that he was afraid of destroying other people's expectations and becoming an object of hatred. He also admits that this is the reason why Lilia has been scaring him all this time. He wanted to get closer to her, but he kept thinking that she wouldn't like him. That's why he withdrew every time he saw her and tried to act distant. Lilia thinks about what she heard and understands where he got that expression on his face that she remembered. Chris confidently states that if he had known how everything would end, he would have dared to approach her much earlier. Lily continues to look at him, and Chris emphasizes that she is doing an amazing job running the hotel. He also says that honest conversations actually get attention and asks if she agrees. Chris only asks her to smile as beautifully as she did that time by the sea. Lily realizes that she has seen this face before. Chris has already looked at her like this once. It was then that he used the projector to look at the young Lily. While she's eating her burger, a message comes on her phone. However, its contents make her doubt that Aunt Hillary wrote it. Chris asks who is writing to her, and Lilia replies that he saw this woman a little earlier. He understands that she is one of the 5 S-rank hunters in Korea. When she went to the United States, there were rumors that she had to participate in an operation. However, this is not true, because the transfer of a Class S hunter to another country is a controversial matter. Lilia suspects that this may have something to do with her history with Martin. At this moment, she suddenly receives a message from the secretary about the upcoming raid. So Lily gets up from her seat and announces that she needs to go. Now she needs to focus on raids, and although her level has increased significantly, she still feels too weak. A few days later, she returns to the hotel with a whole bag of supplies. She thanks Molly for looking after the hotel, as the series of raids proves tiresome. Lilia also tells her that recently her father-in-law has started sending her money, unlike her ex-husband. However, he is recently fired for illegally using a corporate card, and thus he gets what he deserves. At this point, Lily thinks that Cheryl is incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Gimden and Toto note that she is, of course, a lousy actor. After clearing this dungeon, the hotel level increases to 50th. Ilya's partner reports that the loot will be divided equally, and also notes that Lilia's skills are definitely above level C. However, the girl only says that everything works out only thanks to their help. As a reward, she also gets the opportunity to book a hotel, including a luxury room. The system explains in detail how exactly to use the booking function. Once this feature becomes available, they promote it on their social media. Lilia is extremely surprised that the booking system has only just opened, and the excitement is already simply incredible. Molly sets her prices high on purpose to avoid overcrowding, and limits bookings to 10 per person. And when Lily reads the messages from the guests, she realizes that Molly is doing the right thing. The concierge also informs that reservations can be sent via mail, and then Lilia asks her to collect and send everything. Lily herself decides to check something out, as she now has a new object called a pop-up store. Apparently, this turns out to be a temporary store, and with its help, she decides to carry out her plan. Aunt Melanie has had Lincoln for 6 years, a boy who wakes up at 20 with a blacksmith class, but he has one problem. The mentor is always full of brilliant ideas, instantly creates good items, and even lets workers go on time. But Lincoln can't figure out why this woman is so financially illiterate. If he hadn't taken over the financial management, the workshop would have definitely closed long ago. The items are of incredible quality, but the workshop itself is still ordinary. And if they open a point somewhere else, things would go uphill. Lincoln wants to make Melanie's name known to the whole world, and decides to somehow persuade her to do it. Suddenly one day he hears a woman talking on the phone. It turns out that they are calling her about a temporary store. The next morning, Molly is horrified to find a strange young man in the back room. This guy turns out to be Lincoln. Lilia explains that he spends the whole night here because he really wants to do the interior design. It seems like he spends day and night preparing for the opening of the store, as it now becomes his personal workshop. He even refuses a private room and says that if he lies down on the bed, he will become too relaxed. It all looks good, but probably over the years of working under a genius, he develops an inferiority complex. As a result, his efforts to overcome this complex become a habit, and it is good that this manifests itself in the form of enthusiasm. However, now he is tossed from side to side, but Lilia thinks that it does not look like he can fall from fatigue. However, Gimdong soon informs her that the guy faints. This happens 2 days before the opening of the temporary store. Then Lily decides not to delay and orders him to be carried into the room. At this point, she receives a new quest. But first, Lilia decides to check Lincoln's condition. The description says that due to excess enthusiasm, Hephaestus's dejection trait is activated every time the skill is used. Molly is very nervous because the opening is already scheduled for the day after tomorrow. and they are specifically choosing the date for the Hanan Guild's group booking. However, Lincoln is in such a state that he will not be able to participate in the opening. However, when the day of the store's opening arrives, he claims that no problems arise. He washes himself in a healing spring and sleeps well, but you can't tell from his face. Lilia finds it surprising that he is so effective while in an abnormal state. Hephaestus from Myths is considered a skilled blacksmith, but due to the lameness with which he grew up, he always has an inferiority complex. And Lincoln is an ordinary man who cannot surpass a genius, no matter how hard he tries. If he can overcome his despondency, he can become a master, because Hephaestus's inferiority complex turns out to be the source of his mastery. However, the most important thing now is rest. So Lilia insists that he go and rest, and they will take care of the clients themselves. Lincoln apologizes for worrying them, but notes that his work efficiency is indeed declining. So he declares that he will try to sleep even less, and Lilia is shocked by this conclusion. At this point, the revolving door starts spinning at full speed as guests arrive at the hotel. Soon, a team from the Hanun Guild appears on the threshold. Martin stands in front, and Chris and Catherine stand on either side of him. Some of the guests are visiting the hotel for the first time, so they are surprised, unlike Martin, who is happy to meet Lilia. Catherine also notes that the interior seems to have changed since her last stay. Now they have Miss Sun's workshop, and she assumes that Melanie is opening it. Lincoln asks her to name her weapon, and they will conduct a special test, the so-called personal weapon diagnostics. At this moment, Lilia realizes that it was not in vain that he was preparing so hard. Suddenly, Chris comes up to her and asks where she is looking so lost. But Lilia puts on a professional look and offers the guest to undergo a personal weapon diagnostics. She intends to act like a hotel manager, since it is business hours and Martin is nearby. At this point, Chris notes that, apparently, she has become quite good friends with this guy. But Chris doesn't care who she's friends with. He just wants to be the closest person to her. At this point, Lily freezes, not knowing what to answer, but she is suddenly distracted by Catherine's scream. It turns out that Lincoln faints, and thus the difficulty of the quest for Lilia increases. Now she needs to bring the temporary store manager out of his abnormal state. Lily finds herself in a state of terror as the quest continually increases in difficulty, and she has a lot of guests. She decides that she needs to gather more information about the hotel and the system, because things can't go on like this any longer. She doesn't like this guest, but if this Tokaibi, like Oberon, comes from another dimension, perhaps he knows something about Merlin Gray and the hotel. So she decides that he needs to be invited here as soon as possible. Shortly after, Lincoln is brought to room 201, where one of the hunters says that he is suffering from the usual fatigue. She tries to figure out how many nights he hasn't slept to get himself to this state, since B-rank hunters don't just faint that easily. Lilia realizes that his stats are initially too low for his rank. At this point, Lincoln begins to come to his senses little by little. He immediately rises up in bed and asks how long he slept, to which Lilia replies that he only sleeps for an hour. But for him now, it seems like a huge amount of time, so he immediately rushes to work. But Gimden stops him. Lincoln lacks the strength to resist, so he is laid back on the bed. Hiller suggests that he has a stat problem, while Lilia thinks that the crafter has a B-rank crafting skill. However, his body is not suited for this level. The more he uses the skill, the more he feels the lack of mana, causing him to get tired faster. He compensates for his lack of endurance not with training, but with strength of spirit, which leads to insomnia. For a crafter, the characteristics of endurance and dexterity are very important, and even if they are not enough, he tries even harder. Now Lily is thinking about what she can do to improve his condition. At this moment, Chris, who returns from the dungeon, approaches her and asks if everything is okay with this man. Lilia then muses that she's already using Chris for leveling, and maybe she can send the crafter along with him, so she approaches him and asks if he can fulfill one request of hers. Chris immediately replies that he will do whatever she asks, without even knowing what she is talking about. The girl feels slightly embarrassed, but is happy that everything is going well. Meanwhile, Lincoln has nightmares in which he encounters Melanie. The woman stands with her back to him and quietly says that he does not live up to her expectations. She declares that this cannot go on any longer, and then breaks his tools. Lincoln tries to stop her, but the woman leaves without even turning around. He promises that he will try even harder and save time on sleep and food. He grabs Melanie's hand, begging her to give him another chance. The guy even falls to his knees, but the woman looks at him condescendingly. After this, she suddenly orders him to get up, and then Lincoln realizes that he is not sleeping. When he opens his eyes, he sees that it is not Melanie in front of him, but the hunter, Chris. The guy immediately jumps away from him and asks what he's doing there, and then Chris apologizes for walking in uninvited. Lincoln is very upset that he appears in such an unsightly form in front of the hunter. But Chris's words confuse him. He says that he wants to test some of his products. He adds that it would be great if Lincoln could give an explanation in real time, and suggests going underground to do so. Without thinking twice, Lincoln agrees, despite still looking very tired. Hearing such a tempting offer, he immediately jumps out of bed and declares that they are leaving right now. Soon after, they find themselves in a dungeon, and Lincoln feels like he is catching a wild animal. Chris explains that this is a performance test. They are checking how well the armor matches his speed. As it turns out, Lily asks to help Lincoln direct his passion in another direction, and promises a booking coupon as a gift. Then he reminds the dissatisfied Lincoln that he himself agrees to personally give an explanation regarding his products. Soon after, they return to the hotel, where Chris gives an appraisal of his belongings. He notes that the durability of the item is excellent, it fits perfectly, and it shows care for the person who will wear it. He also says that he's going to buy some more gear, and an incredibly tired Lincoln is very grateful. As soon as their deal is completed, he immediately falls onto the carpet and falls asleep. However, Lilia does not allow him to do this, since at this rate he could ruin the image of the temporary store. So she suggests that he go to the sauna and wash himself thoroughly, adding that if he doesn't smell like soap, they will terminate the contract. Lincoln really doesn't want to get up because he's dead tired, but he has no choice. Soon he emerges from the shower in new clothes, feeling incredibly fresh, and the clothes seem to have been tailored for him. He decides that since they take such good care of him, he needs to try even harder and offer more items to the guests. He promises that he will no longer fall from lack of strength, and then heads to the lobby. In his opinion, he wastes too much time on rest. However, when he looks into the lobby, he notices that there is no one there. At this point, Molly says that he has become much more refreshed, and explains that the guests are going up to wash up before the banquet. Lincoln then says that in that case he will check the items for now, but Molly stops him. The thing is, they now need his help to taste the dishes for the guests. And although the guy doesn't really want to do it, Molly doesn't ask his consent. The hotel's rating depends on the guests' satisfaction with the banquet, and so Lincoln is obliged to help them. However, he doubts his abilities because he knows nothing about food. But for Molly, it turns out to be perfect because he has simple tastes. Despite this, she asks him to try each dish and give his opinion. She also remembers at the last moment about the wine, which also needs to be tasted. She asks him to taste everything properly in order to give an accurate assessment. An hour later, Lincoln is already in his bed, and after so much wine, he falls fast asleep. As a result, the quest called Hephaestus's Despondency is considered completed, and Lilia receives 10,000 experience points. She notes that he does not need to correct his passionate nature. Instead, Lincoln needs to take care of himself by resting as hard as he works. Meanwhile, guest satisfaction in room 201 increases by a whopping 1,000%. When the Hanun Guild's corporate party ends successfully, Lilia notes that this day is turning out to be just crazy. If it weren't for her assistants, she would have fallen off her feet long ago, since the group of clients turns out to be too large. Now that all the work is done, she decides that she can afford to rest. At that moment, Chris comes downstairs, and Lilia is surprised, because she thinks that he is already going to bed. However, the guy says that he moves a lot during the day, so he is a little hungry. Lily notes with a grin that this is the perfect time for a late-night snack. She decides to cook a dish with him, but Chris says he doesn't want to bother her. However, the girl states that her culinary skills are improving greatly, and she would like him to appreciate them. Soon after, they begin cooking, and Chris immediately notes that she is doing a great job. According to Lilia, when interest appears, learning proceeds much faster. She is confident that this dish has already been perfected. However, she suddenly notices that the frying pan begins to sizzle. Lily assumes that the temperature is too high and decides to cover it with a lid. However, at this point, Chris intervenes in the preparations and asks to be allowed to help. He removes Lilia's hand from the frying pan and begins stirring the dish for her. The girl notes that he really cooks well. The smell of the dish is simply amazing. However, she knows that after coming of age, he only works as a hunter, and so she asks when he learned to cook. Chris explains that as a child he often cooked for his younger brother. His aunt went to work, and his uncle was busy for other reasons. He adds that it is thanks to this that he can now cook for Lilia, and he is completely satisfied with this. Soon after, the dish is ready, and they sit down at the table together to taste it. Lily tries the dish first, and Chris asks how it tastes. The girl immediately notes that it turns out to be incredibly tasty, and the guy is happy to hear this. Then he suddenly remembers that Lilia promises him something in exchange for his help. The girl at first thinks that he is talking about a coupon, but Chris says that instead he wants to hear the reason why she is coming to the sea. He notices that she always only listens to others, and says almost nothing about herself. Lilia thinks about it and admits that she is the director of the hotel, and listening to the guests is part of her job. However, she perceives her relationship with Chris completely differently. So she says that her father used to tell how he used to come here, by the sea, when he was having a particularly hard time, and he would just wander aimlessly along the beach. Lily assumes that this happens after her mother's death. She wonders what it was that tormented her father most, and it seems to her that his thoughts about his daughter tormented him more than his longing for his wife. She recalls reading a diary her father kept at the time, in which he expressed doubts about whether he could raise a child alone. Marcus himself becomes an orphan, and he has almost no memories of parental love, only of beatings from relatives. But if he fails, then Lily will be left alone. Now only the two of them will be left with each other. Marcus is tormented by worries about Lilia and their future. But after a trip to the sea, his thoughts in the diary begin to change. He writes that Lilia stops telling him about what is happening with her friends. She has her own world, inaccessible to him. Marcus realizes that it is time to admit that Lilia's life belongs only to her, and one day he will have to leave her world. He promises that one day he will become the man who will protect the world in which Lilia will live alone. After she reads these lines, she decides that one day she will really need the courage to live alone. And when loneliness especially makes itself felt, she will have to come and look at this sea. That is why she comes here. It turns out that her father also had a difficult childhood. He wanders from one relative's house to another. Chris assumes that this is why Lilia is avoiding him so much, and in fact, this is exactly why. However, this is now in the past, and she shares this precisely because everything is getting better now. She says she doesn't want to be the one to hurt him, but Chris replies that for him, she is the opposite, a source of strength. Lilia's heart sank at the thought that her father might have gone on a dangerous raid to protect her, so now she no longer wants anyone to sacrifice their life for her safety. She admits that she is afraid of becoming too important to someone. Lily doesn't even notice how tears start to flow from her eyes. But Chris says she shouldn't be afraid of that. He's ready to take all her worries for himself. And Lilia admits that while she is telling him all this, she even feels a little rested. She notes with a smile that Chris is like her personal hotel. Suddenly, an error starts to pop up in the system, but the quest continues without closing the penthouse. The next morning, the system informs her that she is entitled to a reward for completing the quest. When Lilia returns to the hotel, she informs Toto that they have a problem. The thing is, her system status window is behaving strangely. It constantly makes fun of her and seems to mock her, overwhelming her with quests and achievements. As it turns out, the concierge has some ideas about what's going on. Similar meetings with clients who have booked rooms completely exhaust Lilia. Then the girl immediately asks the concierge to urgently forward the reservation to the Dragon and Oberon. At that moment, Lincoln comes downstairs, all red and in tears. Then Molly comes out to him and offers to try breakfast, but the guy replies that he won't fall for it anymore. At this point, Lilia notes that her stats have improved slightly after a fruitful rest. Toto then approaches Lincoln and informs him that while he sleeps, he is receiving a small amount of income. Guildmaster Hanun wants to know if he can sell armor for new healers and porters. When Lincoln hears that the guild leader is contacting him, he is absolutely delighted. Molly and Lily immediately begin to praise him, adding that he will become even busier, and therefore he must not faint. After this, Lilia contacts the guest and informs him that the Tokaibi pouch he gave her last time is indeed useful. As a token of gratitude, she sends him 2 reservation tickets. He can check into the hotel whenever he wants. If he wants a sea view, he can choose room 403. No-shows are not welcome. Meanwhile, the guest turns to his assistant Gildal. He says he's thinking about going for a walk after a long break, and this time the walk will be unusual. He is thinking of going to a place called a hotel. It turns out that it is the king of ghosts and Tokaibi named Pihyun. He looks at Gildal and asks if he wants to go with him. Meanwhile, the hotel begins a general cleaning of its rooms. Lily finishes cleaning the first floor and is about to go home, leaving the remaining numbers to her replacement. The girl looks very tired, but thanks the manager for her hard work. Thanks to the booking system, there have been almost no guests in the last few weeks, but the mana consumption remains huge. Lilia can continue cleaning rooms herself thanks to the buff, but she would like to increase her staff. The problem, however, is that hiring new employees must also be approved by the system. For now, the first floor remains under the control of the manager, and she has to divide the responsibilities as much as possible. At this moment, Hillary unexpectedly writes to her, saying that she will arrive earlier than promised, and adding that she is divorced. Then Lilia asks the concierge to reserve room 202 for the following weekend. Aunt Hillary can be a little difficult, but Lily hopes nothing bad will happen. Meanwhile, the purified Tokaibi king decides to contact Lilia in the chat, and his manner of speech also changes. He says that this time he will bring a companion with him. And although Lily doesn't say anything to him, she is noticeably nervous, realizing that the group will come to them again. Soon after, Hillary arrives at the hotel and asks Lilia how she is doing. The thing is, Hillary wants to park her expensive car right at the entrance. Lily is a little surprised, but doesn't show it and notes that Hillary arrived very early. The woman explains that she just wanted to see Lilia, so she hurried a little. Immediately after this, they go to inspect the hotel together. As Lily writes her name in the guest book, Hillary notices that it is cleaner than she expected. The place turns out to be well appointed, and the woman assumes that Lilia has done a good job here. Since she is already registered, she decides to take a little walk, and Lilia says that today is market day, and suggests that they walk together. The woman also notices that Lilia has a new employee, so she can leave her place unattended. They end up spending the whole day at the market, and by evening Lilia feels very tired. To be honest, she feels a little awkward in her aunt's company. Later, over a cup of coffee, Lilia explains that she's been working here for quite a long time, which is why the locals call her the manager. Hillary remarks that she is pleased to see how much people love Lily. She said that if Marcus were here he might like the place, but he probably wouldn't like the idea of being near her. At this point, the system reports that the guest begins to yearn and remember the past. Apparently, she is talking about Lilia's dad. People say that after Auntie left Korea, Lilia's father went on a raid alone and died. Martin also claims that he was against that operation. It was the very beginning of the Great Catastrophe. He believed that because of the EX rank dungeon, the destruction of the country was a common occurrence, and believed that the operation was doomed to failure. However, he stays because he wants to die with Marcus, and Hillary just hopes that at least one person survives. Then Lily asks if her father blamed Hillary too. But the woman replies that such a word does not suit her father at all. She wonders if Lilia knows how this man could not decide to take such a step. He, like Lilia, was an impenetrable realist and individualist, believing that the operation would fail anyway and Korea would perish. So he chooses to die alone, and Hillary chooses to live. And in the end, only those who make selfish choices survive. She thinks that Lilia is actually like her father. She is also a realist. At this point, Lily assumes that her aunt arrives already knowing that she has awakened. From the very beginning, she senses that something is wrong, and because of the incident in Korea, she is labeled as a traitor. She has a lot of things to do in America, but she still comes. She probably already finds out information about the hotel in advance. Now Hillary pretends to get closer to the hotel's residents, gathering additional information. At this moment, the woman smiles slyly and notes that Lilia turns out to be very smart. At this moment, Lily becomes frightened and freezes. Auntie says that Lilia should remember how dungeons appear out of nowhere and stone runes that spawn monsters. The girl doesn't understand at all where her aunt got all this information from. At this moment, Hillary realizes that her guesses are correct. Also, the words about the S-rank Holy Knight apparently are not a lie either. According to her, using this stone, one can open a gate to another world, and the C&M company does just that. Lilia says that many people almost got hurt because of this, but Hillary says that this happens as technology advances. However, in her opinion, it is precisely because scientists do not stop that humanity achieves progress. This is not a reason to stop research. Lily knows that C&M is already receiving a vindication from the World Hunters Association, which is why Hillary is so confident. However, Lily does not understand why her aunt is doing all this. At this moment, the woman touches her face with her hand and notices with a smile that Lilia is angry like a child. She says that she loves Lilia very much and says this solely because she values her. She believes that the hotel will help in research, making it easier to gain access to dangerous dungeons. And in the process, Lilia will also be able to evolve, perhaps even reach X rank if they join forces to progress. However, Lilia states that she does not intend to develop in this way, but Hillary suggests that she will hear the answer later. She says that she plans to stay in Korea for now, but now it's time for her to go because she said everything she wanted to say. Lily tries to stop her, but suddenly her skill works automatically. She sees a warning that upon receiving the title, the ability to vibrate another has developed to the scales of justice. Lilia has heard that vibrations of others are a skill that allows one to perceive strong emotions of others, but this is the first time she has seen scales. She's curious about what information Hillary is trying to get out of her, but something else is more important right now. Lily stands up abruptly and asks her aunt if she has met a Tokibi. At this point, the system reports that the guest is confused and remembers the conversation with the Tokebi. Lilia understands that the offer to join the guild is just a pretext. Hillary probably knows that the Holy Knight has been in contact with the Tokebi. Therefore, Lilia is absolutely sure that her aunt has already met him, and asks if this is related to her title of Tokebi friend. At this moment, she unexpectedly receives the title of returnee from another world. Hillary replies that Lilia was able to put her in an awkward position, and now she definitely understands she has already grown up.